Peeking around the corner, Richie's ready. He hears the footsteps. He's gonna fall, and he gets it! Richie B!
On top, sharp shot. Along that hillside, are we going to see if maybe shoot find some shoot to kill? Know exactly where you are. They got the circle.
Sweet Prince.
That's gonna be the way it ends. Mime leading the way. He's got to get this knock, and he's got to get damage out early, and he does. The vehicle was going to be coming in. Tiggleton playing on this other side of this, trying to make sure that he provides some type of support. Shrimsy is still back in the other compound, but look at that.
Down to 2. LG have to reposition just a little bit to avoid the line of Camberghini, the last one up. He's trying to hold the line. Rello will find the angle, though, and that's 4 kills in the pocket of Luminosity.
Now it is near on doom for Fiumba. There is nowhere to go, and LG takes our second game.
Rat is about to be taken down. A nice attempt. Genji now trying to push the corner, but Snaker's having none of it. He's got Foxy down and out, looking for another. Reloads up and over, gets one. Now they're looking for the last player. Algae does it.
Pentagram, so no other option. They push up towards goal. Penta, perfect angle, finds the double.
Penta covering an angle out in the open is Suju, and down and out. He should be momentarily. 2 big knocks. Can he find a third? No, just barely.
Slip, does he concede or does he go for the points here?
Own effort, and that meant that Exum could get a little more close enough to try and steal it away.
One of these few pieces of real estate that's left in there, but literally at about 1 HP are those grenades very likely to finish the job. They got the Elo holder, still good enough. Nice throws. Elo just prones down, but the utility is too much. A win, and they will have themselves a championship. The spray comes through. 17 Gaming takes the chicken dinner, and at long last, your PGS1 champions.
Finals is there now coming in, and they're going to commit to this fight. Toby in a first knock coming out from Roth.
Nice pull up here, great read from Friendly Fire, seeing 2 vehicles.
Will find Mill.
Summer trying to make the run on forward, but falls down as well. The sharp shot, second nade comes through. The Bulls as well, they tried to commit, tried to make sure that there wasn't any issues.
Finding the way to get some points in, Kickstart going for the defense, and there you go. LG manages to win a team fight. Hurry, Selton though, with that land experience, finally coming in, gets multiple knocks. Then the cover and the way to work with this one. Capitan, though, with that high ground, is going to exploit that. Right up into the thick of the circle. I love the fact that we're getting a nice line. And Logs tries to be sneaky, but gets punished quick for it. Disha doesn't manage to hit the shots, though. Nate's gonna be getting a bouncing through. Mine with a big play to pick up 2.
And a beautiful double. He now fights. It's it. 17 is out. There's just one member, and Sonics will very quickly deplete that lead that Twisted had.
UK players, although the terrain is presenting the UK players with some cover, but hold that thought actually, as Duckus just comes right in.
Gonna come through if it bounces under the carcass. It's right at his feet, it's beautiful!
Is also closing in, they have a hunch. Gonna try and find an angle here, that's Cliff going down. LFP1 is able to find him. He does get cleaned up, and wow, what a headshot! Coming in there on Nikito by Haven.
Pinned against the bad side of the circle, and it is going to be done and dusted from LFP1. Suddenly, Australia with 2 members, but Luke able to respond. Luke able to find the third. Crimsy springs to action. Flood down. Only 1 player left for Australia, and it is the superstar Tiggleton. It's Chris trying to see if he can use this moment to get some points, but the grenade is perfect, and it's going to be the USA taking game number 3. That's really nice.
Oh,
it's so good from Rybox. Out now as he's done. Yeah, there you go. Okay, great job here by Argentina.
The P90 Soul with a last spray, able to deliver a win, and South Korea pulls a 20 bomb in Game 2 on Miramar. Final day of PNC 2023.
Welcome to the Update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new rank season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome, my friends. It is time for the grand finals of the PUBG America series. This is where the road to PGC comes to an end for the region, and I'm excited about it. My name is Tavis. I'm joined by Porosaurus, the Cammy D, and Mustache Dave back in the chair again. Gentlemen, let's get into it. Cameron, you missed last week. I heard you were like chilling on a beach or something cool like that. Give me, what's that? What? Hold on. You would say missed him.
He's being rude.
I wouldn't say we missed him, but he missed being here with us. What are you looking forward to this weekend, Cameron?
Listen, we get to finally decide all the slots that are going to PGC from the region. We already have 2 that are guaranteed at this point. And who knows, 15 rounds, right? If a team goes off with a hot start or another team has a really slow beginning, we could see some king-making action come into play here.
And because of the Sonics' performance at the last event, we've got more slots than Vegas at this point. 5 teams making that advance. We'll get into it a little bit later, but remind you how we got here in the first place. 128 teams for 2 separate regions did battle, fisticuffs, all the way down to the big 16 from each side. We took the top 8 2 weekends ago to bring them here together to battle it out. The top 8 from North America, the top 8 from South America over 3 days. How are they getting their points? It's the super system, baby. 10 points for first, 1 for 8th, nada below that, and 1 per kill. So get those averages with only 15 games to play. But they're not just playing for PGC points. We will break those down. They're playing for cash. $25,000 goes to first place for that golden ticket, and a nice $1,000 for anyone who just got here. So a little bit of free money there. I guess not free. You had to go to the meat grinder, but still nice. They had to earn it. That's fair. But you could maybe put your feet up in a very hard lobby, because this lobby is going to be difficult. So before we get into difficult, I want to talk about something that's even harder than playing in this lobby, and it is beating Poro in fantasy. And if you guys want to try, go to fantasy.twire.gg and get your team made ASAP. It is going to close at 4:10. So get over there, get it in as quickly as you possibly can, and lock in your chance to play, to win prizes, and to compare yourself to your friends. All right, let's talk about the fantasy overview. Poro, you outperformed us last week. That means you get the pleasure of explaining the scoring system.
I'm so excited to do this. That's right. It is I, Porosaurus, your North American regional qualifier fantasy champion, here to tell you that you get 2 points for kills and points for damage, but you want to make sure that you avoid those teams, avoid those players that play on teams that might get involved in some early game fighting. You don't want those -3 points, right, Dave?
Hold on. What do you mean, right, Dave? All right. Listen, that was intentional. All right, fellas. Last week doesn't even count. We're fresh, clean slate.
So you were slow rolling. Well, let's talk about sandbagging. Now there are teams not like Dave that have been not able to sandbag because they want to go to PGC. Let's talk about those PGC points. Dave, what is it about this event that makes it so valuable when you look at those numbers?
Yeah, I mean, it's the last one, right, of the year, so the points are definitely a lot higher this time around. We got 270 for that second place. We got 220 for that third place. But the thing that really stands out to me, Toffees, and I'm going to call it the golden ticket, that first place spot here. At the end of this weekend, they're going straight to PGC, baby.
Who's going to beat Charlie? Who gets that golden ticket? And I should also say, if somebody doesn't get it, if like Sonics wins, it's just going to be the next highest PGC points. Now, talk to me about that race, Poro. I know it's going to be pretty tight, it looks like. Give us the breakdown.
I mean, look, you saw off the PGC points board there, you get all the way down to 6th place, you get 100+ points. And you look at all these teams down to 7th with Elevate already have 100+ points. You can see how wild this is about to get. I mean, no third eye, obviously, but then you got Falcon, Shoot to Kill, Friendly Fire. I would argue all the way down even to Legacy with 90 points are all very much in the race, in the fight, in the hunt. So with 15 games to play and with the map situation being what it's going to be, it's going to add a little bit of a different wild card factor in there. So it's going to be real tight, Toffees, all the way to the very end.
I love you bringing up the wild card factor. Let's look at the teams that are playing. Top 8 on the left from North America, top 8 on the right from South America. 5 slots go to PGC, and we've talked about the favorites. So let's talk about those wild cards, nay, those bubble teams. I want you guys to tell our audience who to keep an eye on, who might surprise everyone. Let's hear it. Poro.
Look, first off, I got to say there's a lot of interesting teams in here. A lot of teams that can get to the late game, but may not have the fragging ability once they get there. One team that I've definitely got my eyes on, though, are the Al Elianaganas. I totally butchered that. I'm very sorry about it.
Nailed it.
But I got to tell you, speaking of butchers, Fakerson just ran through that Latin American lobby last week during the lifetime qualifiers. Now, if the rest of his team can just kind of keep up the performance, keep up with him, they might be in a spot to make a pretty decent jump when it comes to those PGC points.
It would be nice to see how we say the name. I'm not sure the truth is out there. We'll get there at some point today, but I love that, Poro. Hopefully they do deliver. Now, Cameron, I always can expect something unique and fun from you. What team are you watching?
I want to look at Shoot to Kill. They had a really strong performance.
Unique and fun, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, no. It's unique that I'm looking at them as a bubble team, not a team that's going to be a shoot for the top two slots. I'm still putting Luminosity and Sonics in that. But STK is a team that you never really know which version of them you're going to get. They went to BGS 1, didn't qualify to PGS 2 after making the roster move, but then they came back with a huge event to qualify to this position. It's just they've been so inconsistent over the past couple of years, you can never really count them in. Now we'll see the first couple of rounds here if they can deliver. But I'll be honest, they caught a couple of circles to qualify here. So how much did those last endgame circle shifts on Miramar really carry them to this point?
That is fair. They have had the last year has been a bit of a low. Yes, last week I think was a high. Anybody? Are you guys okay with him saying that as a bubble team? I think we're okay with that, right?
Yeah, I'm all right with it. I'm all right with it. I think he's right. I think that the consistency has always been the issue. I don't think we've ever seen them have, like, it's been a long time since we've seen STK have two really just blowout weekends in a row. So I don't know. We'll see what happens this time.
All right, Dave, you've talked to a lot of players. You're momentum master. Tell me, who are you watching?
Listen, momentum. You said it. We're talking about momentum. I'm talking about legacy, baby. If there's a team that really needs to have that momentum here this weekend, it is this team. VHZ, my dude, popped off in the playoffs. Cruzera, 5K damage done. And I'm calling out this squad because if Friendly Fire don't perform here day 1, day 2, that opens up the floodgates here, fellas, for Legacy, for Elevate, and the Aliens. But out of those 3 teams, I got my confidence behind Legacy. So I'm going for them for bubble teams here, Toffees.
I respect it. Cameron?
Yeah. It's wild because, I don't know, on one hand, you got to be confident to bench Sparking. So... Like that, I don't know how to look at it. Like that is either the smartest move ever, and then they qualify, or that's the worst move ever because Sparking is just such a strong player.
It's either 40 chess or
Legacy's just a spicier version of STK.
True. All right, so we'll watch you two in your STK 2.0's picks in a second. But now that we've looked at the teams to watch, let's look at our super teams or our fantasy picks because we like to trash talk. Now, normally I would take the lead here, but Poro, as the winner last week, I need you to explain to me, how do I win?
Well, first of all, again, you got to focus on those teams, on players that are on teams that you think are not going to get involved in any early game shenanigans, any early game fighting, and that you think have a chance to win because those win points obviously will pump you up. So that's why I'm going with Rello. I'm going with Gizera, who I think is an extremely talented player, and then I'm going back to Sonics, man. I was a little bit nervous about him the first time, but this time I think I'm going to go with Kickstart, and then Kaishen playing for the Aliens. I think the Aliens are going to be late game several times, so I think he's going to benefit from that as well.
We'll see how it goes. All right, let's go to the second page. Cameron, first day back on the desk. Tell me your secrets.
Honestly, only secret is pick whoever you think is going to put up the best numbers from Sonics, Luminosity, and then just whoever you can afford after that.
Nice. Okay. It's all about getting the big pick in the cash. Dave, I want to come to you. Last week, you were the guy I came to and said, teach us how to win. You lost. So give us your lessons.
Lessons, don't throw all your money at one player that really doesn't show up here. So you know what? I'm doing the same thing here this time around. Kickstart still on the roster. Going to be putting up those big damage numbers, but I changed it up. Purdy Curdy, the scout/IGL. I feel like he has a lot of potential when it comes to surviving. So I got a lot of stock based in him. And then Lucid has been popping off here in scrims, fellas.
All right, well, let's hope you end up on the moon. Now, a team that I know is also trying to end up on the moon, you brought them up earlier, Dave. It's Friendly Fire. They are in a position where they really have to make something happen. And I heard you got a chance to sit down with Roth, their IGL, to talk a little bit more about their plans for this weekend. So let's check in with Chat and Chicken with Mustache Dave.
What up, everybody? This is Mustache Dave. I got Friendly Fire Roth in the Chat and Chicken Club right here. Roth, first of all, thanks for taking the time to hang out with your boy pre-game. I got to know, though, cutting right to the questions here, I feel like day one, real important to set the tempo. How does the team plan to do that here today?
I mean, we're notorious for bad day ones, so we hope to start off kind of strong. I mean, that's the key for us. If we can learn to have good day ones, I think we can win any tournament that we play. We have that potential. So.
Yeah, and I love that you're kind of going in this direction here, because I feel like the team is really in the hot seat here this weekend. And I got to know, how do you guys manage all this pressure?
Honestly, every team I've ever been on, we bounce out pretty well after the rough starts. So I think we're just really resilient. I think it just comes with being confident and staying motivated. It's our job at the end of the day. And yeah, I mean, you know, it's some switch. If I could put my finger on it, it wouldn't happen because we would start, you know, better. But I'm, you know, proud of the guys. So either way, like, I know that we're going to take care of business this weekend.
Taking care of business, 3 days, looking to clock in. I love to hear any final shout outs to the fans out there watching today, cheering for the team.
No, man. I mean, just all of my fans, all of my family, my wife, and, you know, my best friends who support me and have since day one. You know, I wouldn't be here without them. And I know the team is super grateful to, you know, every day we turn our streams on, or, you know, we're one of the top, like, I would say 3 or 4 teams that has people spam their emote in chat. So it motivates us. It keeps us going. And, you know, there's something about having support at your back.
Heck yeah. Spam those emotes right now, ladies and gentlemen. Get that love out there. Shout out to the fan. Best of luck here. Day number 1, Roth. I'll catch you on the battlefield.
Thank you, Dave.
Wow. What a great guy, first of all, right there. And you heard it from himself that they really need to focus on being that day one team. I'm glad that they understand the importance there because we only got, 15 games here, fellas, and there's a lot riding on the line here for them.
I feel like that's a future segment. We got to go, end of the day, you give us the Dave 1 team. Who stepped up, who went through. Because I do think that's a big deal for them. They are a team that doesn't start always strong, guys. But they are predators, right? They sort of are below that surface. I guess for me, and maybe I want to get your take on this, like a shark, the indicator of whether or not they're going to come through is that fin. I don't know if Paige is going to be, I guess maybe he didn't seem like he was in the best mental dealing with Roth at the last event. I mean, this is a team that's going to need good comms to come through. I'm not sure you're going to get that out of this group.
I mean, you want to talk about friendly fire and comms. This is a conversation that we've been having, I feel like, for quite a while. And, I mean, you feel really bad for this team, because every iteration of this squad has had a number of really good players, but it's about figuring out what makes it really work and mesh, which is, I mean, geez, that's what the holy grail in Battle Royale, isn't it? Because that chemistry is so important. So, I mean, they've stuck together from earlier on this year. They haven't made any roster changes. So hopefully at this point, there's become some sort of understanding. And at the end of the day, though, if these guys get to the late game, they will put up the numbers. They will put up the kills. Every single time they're on the podium finished, they have kill points to go along with it. It's just about making sure that they can get the ball rolling in the right direction every single round.
So, you know, taking a look at this, I will say I talked to him earlier today, Poro, and asked how is the relationships going. And Roth said something that I read into, and I want to know if you read into it. He said, I know that we have a really strong team here. And if everyone sort of goes with it, we can do well. I'm reading that as like maybe there's some internal, or am I just getting a little too, like, he's so relentlessly positive. I never really know what's happening on that team, Poro.
Sure, man. Like, look, there's no way that we're ever gonna know, right?
Yeah,
like that's their internal workings are their internal workings, right? And even if we get to listen to comms here and there, but it doesn't matter. The fact is that these guys, the talent is there. They finished third. They finished third in qualifiers, only behind Shoot to Kill and Luminosity, who went absolutely bananas. And the fact that they finished third and their average rank was 7.3, like they are very much a feast or famine team, and that's the thing with Friendly Fire. They have those games where they just get boatloads of points, and then they'll follow it up with like a 15th place with no kills, right? So I think that the thing for them is just trying to focus on getting to late game, trying to focus on avoiding those early fights. I feel like a lot of times they get caught out in these big wide splits, and that kind of that's kind of asking for an early game fight, and sometimes it goes their way, but sometimes it doesn't.
All right, let's take a quick look at the map schedule, because we did change things a little bit this week. We're only playing 5 games, which means every day those first 3 maps are coming at you rapid fire. Cameron, do you think that affects any of these teams with how quickly they're going to be changing?
I mean, no more than the fact that we have 4 maps in the pool now. So whether or not you get 2 Miramars in a row, 2 Vikendis in a row, or whatever, you're going to have different game plans and be able to change it up often enough as it is. At this point, with the number of maps in play, however many you play in succession is kind of irrelevant compared to the bigger picture.
That makes sense. All right, Dave, I want to ask you this question. I asked the other guys about these friendly fires. Another team that was a day 2 team. They barely slid through opens. They barely slid through qualifiers in NA. Mercy Gaming seems to turn it on at the back end of an event. Do you expect them to show up again here? And will they show up on day 1, or are we waiting for day 3?
Yeah, good question. First of all, Toffees, this team in general is an interesting one for me. Had a chance to kind of listen to their columns all yesterday. All 5 games are in scrims, and they're a real intense team when it comes to their comms, right? And it seems to be working for them, which I love. But I also fear that if things aren't going their way, that intensity, is it going to kind of hurt them, and will the comms get cluttered? So they have a lot to really show up here over the next 3 days and improve themselves. But just talking to other players on the battlefield, they respect this team. They know that they got the gun skills. So it's really up to Mercy to prove themselves here over the next 3 days here, Toffees.
Yeah, I think that is a big one. Is there anybody else? I know, Poro, you've watched a lot of sort of scrims and the background stuff. Is there another team that you think really needs to prove themselves and step up on this list of 16? Like, maybe we've seen inklings like Mercy, but this is their moment.
I mean, look, obviously Mercy, they're one of those teams that has enough leadership and enough what's the word I'm looking for, experience on that team to where they know when they're in a good position, and they know how to do. If you go back to the open qualifiers, look at that Miramar game that they played where they got, like, I can't remember, something crazy, like 19 kills or something. Like, when they're in a good spot, they know what to do with it. The ones that I'm worried about are those guys. You know, that's an open qualifier team. They've been doing great. They've got a nose for the late game, but the issue is that they just haven't been finding the kills to go along with it. So if you're wanting to get higher in the leaderboard and you're trying to make a run, I mean, those guys, their best shot at getting to PGC is by winning this whole thing, right? If they can keep getting to the late game but also pick their fights, they might have a shot at it.
You know, you mentioned teams that understand positioning, and thankfully we have someone else here who understands positioning. Dave, I want you to walk us through what to expect out of the drops at the start of the day with our new segment, The Drop with Mustache Dave.
Let's go. Let me get a hot drop.
Hot drop.
Hot drop. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, whenever we clash 2 different regions, there's always the opportunity. Will we get them? Probably not. I'm so excited. Do I want to see it? Yes, I do. And the reason I'm pointing this out here, just for the casters, Matchroom and Godspeed to keep an eye on, but Firefly in particular, this team, they've been going all over the place. I saw them fighting rats in scrims, and then yesterday they were dropping like they don't have a home. And that has me concerned, because these other teams who are really in the hot seat, like we're talking Friendly Fire, Elevate, how is that going to play a role in their games here during this event? So honestly, Matchroom, Godspeed, keep your eye on Firefly. These guys, I don't know what's going to happen with them here today. So Matchroom, Godspeed, take it away.
And yes, we are moving into game number 1, our only Miramar of the day, Godspeed, which is just, again, it's been a hot minute. We were talking about this beforehand. That was like pre-NPL time since the last time that has happened.
It's been a while since we've only had one Miramar. It's probably our favorite map. I think everyone knows that at this point to cast, but I am really looking forward to seeing, you know, which teams are going to finally go to PGC. This is the last event of the year, as the desk was talking about. Yes. A lot of these teams still very much in the conversation with PGC points in order to qualify. Plus, again, that golden ticket that David mentioned. So this is it. I mean, this is for all the marbles. The rubber hits the road here.
And remember, we do have 3 days of action, so we're kicking this one off. And while we only have one Miramar today, we are going to be making a tour through a lot of different PUBG maps. So getting a little bit of flavors of different places, but enough about where we could be going. It's time to make our way into Miramar and see if maybe Dave is right with this Firefly situation that we're going to have to keep an eye on. I'm kind of nervous because it looks like they were looking about dropping where Legacy has been going at, and we've been seeing a lot of southern shifts as far as PAS.
Yeah, so they would be contesting south of Leones. If they do contest Legacy, I don't think that's a very wise decision. I mean, even if it is just the first game of a 15-game series, it's still potentially throwing away that momentum that they could very much build from a very early start. So I agree with Dave. I don't think we'll see an early hot drop, but the possibility is always there.
So, heard the desk talking about this a lot, right? The importance of the day one for a lot of these squads.
Sure.
Whenever we're looking at this, I know like there's a lot of eyes that are gonna be drawn to Sonics, but I know we've already kind of got them established. I know that that's going to shift a lot of our attention now over into what's going to be going on with Luminosity. How is Legacy, aka the 00 Nation, how are they going to be handling a lot of this? Do you think that with the 3 days, we talk about like, sometimes you can have like an off day here or there. Are teams in that cusp position, like Friendly Fire, can they risk having a bad day one or just a mediocre day one even?
Well, I mean, you mentioned it. The problem with Friendly Fire is that they do tend to have bad day ones, and it's a symptom of what Poro was talking about as well. I even got a little glimpse of it when I played a small weekly event with Friendly Fire after coming back from Riyadh. They get caught in these splits quite often early. They'll lose members. We'll see Sharp fall or one of the members fall early, and then they'll kind of limp into the late game with 2 or 3 members. I don't think having a couple early bad games will be, the end all be all, but for a team like Friendly Fire, for a team that is on the cusp, they absolutely need to make sure that they're starting off really strong because that's going to build into the later part of the weekend.
This is what caught my attention. Over here next to Azahar, we actually did have Inco dropping where Fireflies are going to be wanting to go. They're going to be able to separate and technically could potentially avoid any form of skirmish over here, but I don't know whenever we look at the pace setting and the fact that the circle actually pops and goes over to Pozo of all places. Well, I mean, you got half of what you'd like to have there, Xavier.
Yeah, so Pozo, I mean, it's an interesting circle, especially if we look at some of the teams that are going to be around that. We have Mercy with a nice spread there onto Alcantara. You also have Rats, a team who barely qualified the very last game of last weekend, managed to squeeze through with 63 points. They're going to have a nice bit of control here, especially on the top side as we look towards the east side of Pozo. And then everyone else will be probably rotating in, I imagine, somewhere towards like the north. You see some of the teams on the south, like I believe it's 22 will probably rotate in and get in. There's just a lot of different elevations in the circle that can cause problems for teams once second circle, third circle posts. But right now, we're going to see a slow game. These guys are going to be able to rotate in just fine.
Oh, I was so hoping for a Winnie shot, dude. Oh my God. I want it so bad. Looks like we are going to get that separation. I want to give you guys a heads up that STK did make a commitment into dropping for a vehicle due to the plane path being a bit more to the north. They are going to cut down into Los Leones. They're probably going to be taking some time getting their loot situation over here. Yes, this there we go. They're going to be able to make it over here pretty fine. Nobody else is even around the area. A couple of teams could potentially bottleneck along that southeastern area where the circle's at, where 22 and Sonics are going to be. But if I had to take a wild guess, these guys are going to do a very long southern wrap, and I wouldn't even be surprised if they spend a pretty decent chunk of this time inside the blue. This is Quad, not in a rush to make it to the circle.
Yeah, this is something that I was just mentioning, right? For these teams that are going to be rotating in late, they're probably going to go opt for that either southern shift like we have STK, or even like a team looking at those guys. They'll probably come in on the north side near La Corberia. So the possibilities for the circle as far as rotations, yeah, you can come in a little late, but the problem arises especially when it starts to center up on Pozo, right, Matt? Because that's when you have to kind of go for those crazy sends. The city getting out of Pozo can be an absolute nightmare, whereas getting in isn't really that much of a difficult prospect. So yeah, it's just about where the circle is going to fall. But most teams, as I said, are going to be able to rotate in just fine off first circle.
What we're seeing brewing right now is Just Too Easy, who landed in Pozo, is now making their way to the west. They wanted to go ahead and extricate themselves out of the city itself. That's going to be where Mercy was also trying to collapse in. So there is kind of, I don't want to say that Just Too Easy is surrounded on the position, but it's not necessarily like the easiest way to be able to regroup in the stage, because you can see there is that cliff facing. So it looks like Coda Kid has decided, okay, maybe we'll just hold down in this lower area for now. Let Mercy have the top. Ragnar's going to hold on over there. They still have, I believe, one member that's going to be inside of Pozo proper itself, while Rats are going to be able to see a bit of what's going to be going on. We also do have a Sandstorm kicking off that's going to be inside the circle as well.
Yep, Sandstorm just cruising by, just letting everyone know that it exists, as we start to see some shots now coming out from Netenyo from Inco Gaming. And it looks like he's trying to take shots over towards one of the Firefly members, actually.
Looks like the
there.
Fireflies are going to be going to the north, so they should be able to get away from most of this. And this is kind of what we were expecting, right? Nobody's going to make a committal on game one in Azahar for a fight.
Well, and that also goes back to the thing you were just talking about with Just Too Easy, right? We do see Mercy is very close to them, but I don't see a commitment coming out from them either. There's a lot of space to still play on the west side, and they can easily just shift off and, you know, rotate a little bit more to the north if they need to. So yeah, agree. We're not going to see too many crazy scuffles this early, but speaking of rats, they have a very good position here. That's going to be on the north side of Pozo, right at that church, and they're going to be overlooking everything.
They're going to have vision for days. Specifically, like, there's so much control that can happen in this. Specifically, also, that it's pretty centered, right? So they're not going to have to make any major movements. They just kind of have to keep an eye to the north, make sure that nobody wraps up back behind them. They do have Alien Hinnis that's going to be right next to them. That's just over to the east, and that's going to be who they're going to be taking some shots at. But nothing too, like, there's not even the easiest pathing into that one, as I believe Alien Hinnis is just going to be kind of like, they're going to be more reserved playing on the more eastern side of Pozo and kind of let this be.
I actually really like that name. It's a tongue twister. Try to have Poro say it a couple times. It's actually really hilarious. But yeah, the aliens will have a nice spot on the east side. Again, they have a split on that road there that leads into Pozo. They'll be able to control any rotations, as well as make sure that if they do need to go north or south, they potentially would have that foothold. Although the south is going to be nothing but open fields.
I really like what we're seeing going on with Elevate, too. They're kind of using the Sandstorm as a barricade and rolling along next to it. Make sure that they're not getting shot at from that Impala line. This is a very smooth, I don't know if it's entirely intentional, but it is buying them some more space than what they could potentially have. So now looking at this, we also are going to spot out Sonics getting some love. And by love, I mean some bullets being thrown their way as they are trying to regroup and get everything situated. They're already inside the circle. They're just going to be to the northwest and kind of the west itself of Monte Nuevo. So this is a fortifiable position that they can hold down for quite a while.
Yeah, notice that, speaking of fortifiable positions, Matt, notice how a lot of the teams are actually not opting to send it into Pozo early, which rightfully so. We talked about it. Getting into the city is not that difficult. However, getting out, especially on a hard shift, can be pretty devastating, especially if you're dealing with multiple teams surrounding you, like we see Sonics potentially going for the move in. Again, Just Too Easy is already there, Mercy, Rats, and then just to the east of them, you have Al Lieregeres. So lots of teams actually just kind of opting to sit on the outsides, which is mainly what we see, especially from our stronger teams.
Oddly enough, we did also see STK making an early rotation I wasn't going to be expecting. Sure, they're going to Los Cianos. They're probably prepped up. They are taking the pathing that we were expecting them to be.
Yep.
I just thought that they might kind of slow roll their way into this one a bit later. Instead, they're just going to go ahead and come in very early. They're going to find themselves pretty much in control of the south whenever they make landfall over there. So no big rush. But yeah, like what you're talking about, Pozo is such a complicated area, right? Even if you make the committal into Pozo itself, you have to worry about the fields, the pathing to get inside there. And whenever the circle shifts away from it, it just feels like there's a no man's land around it that is just going to spell your doom for all of those teams that didn't make the commitment in. I know that happens a lot in cities, but Pozo itself just feels so much harsher than so many of the other cities.
Yeah, well, so the main reason is Pozo is one of the biggest cities in all of PUBG, right? Across all the maps, obviously we have Leonis and some of the others, but Pozo is a massive city. The biggest issue with Pozo comes from the amount of multiple story buildings are there, right? There's multiple 5 stacks, there's a couple 3 stacks, there's many different buildings that teams can kind of hold and rat in, and that itself makes it difficult because when you're crashing or if you need to get into the city, sometimes there's just no way to tell, especially if a team is playing more passive in those buildings. There's no way to tell there's going to be a team in there. So you could crash and easily just find yourself in a team fight when you were realistically looking for just a position to play and hold on even just the edge of the city. There's a lot of different warehouses that can be difficult to hold or even difficult to crash. So Pozo, poses a lot of different challenges for these teams, whether they're coming in or trying to get out.
Speaking of potentially having to get out, we do see Friendly Fire is holding down one of the strongest sets of compounds that are going to be in that area. But we're going to have to take a stop on that one as Inco does spout out Capitan. Stilson's already down as well, and this is a nice little trap configuration that we've got going on over here for them. DraftKings is going to have to be just kind of sending it off. Emmy is going to be back on the other side to the east of Inco, so that's going to be the 2 remaining members entirely separated out on this map.
It was actually a nice little trap, as you said, set up from Inco. Falcon's already going to lose 2 members. Definitely not the start they wanted, but DraftKings at least will have some sort of a position to play. So as long as Emmy can get to him, they can just play as that duo and rotate it on the east side. They still have to contend with Aliens, though, as well as Friendly Fire. So a lot of these teams now starting to center up a little bit more. Meanwhile, we see SDK still on that outside, rotating very far in the west.
I like this. They just put themselves right up against the wall. They're just cutting a path, assuming that this is a no man's land. We are seeing Rusty Zero try to get away, but where are you going to even go? You've got Sonics up on that hillside. They did manage to sneak in there, so at least getting some type of foothold. The rest of 22 is kind of separated down to the southeast of his position.
And I'm looking at 22 right now. They have a very wide, as you said, split hanging out there, so they're going to be able to see this rotation trap, not necessarily a trap. They're going to see Sonics ahead of them, SDK to their west, and they're about to see Elevate actually on their south. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to do anything about that. And that circle is going to shift quite north, which means that if you are Fireflies, you are very happy about that.
Yeah, awkward start, rewarded heavily. Alcantara, Crater Fields getting a lot of this attention. You can see the shift.
I like this.
Teams down in the south, man. Yeah, well, like, they're just going to have to cut a path into this one. Friendly Fire's just going to see if maybe they can pick up somebody, see how this one goes. Sonic's kitchen, that airtime right now is, I guess what, just go all the way to the north, maybe drop over to the west? I
was going to say, even if they go to Alcantara, they're still going to have a lot of terrain to work with. They're not going to have the vehicle because of using the drop, but they still can play this on foot. So I really like this early second game pickup here from Sonics, and I think this is going to pay dividends. Even if they send it to Crater Fields, it's going to be a little less advantageous because they might get stuck there without a vehicle, but it looks like they're actually going to be dropping close to Rats, or this very infamous hill that we saw Friendly Fire do a massive amount of damage from. This is a disgusting position, especially if Circle continues to post this way.
Guess what? If you've got any of these members on your fantasy squad, you're about to farm some damage, man. It's about to get wild over here. Looking out, SDK did have to stop on the tracks as they bumped into Just Too Easy trying to make the rotation. Back behind them, we are going to see 22 and Elevate also pathing into this one, and Adam is going to spot out one of the members for Just Too Easy and take him down. And it looks like this is not going well for Just Too Easy. The squad that started off so close, so centered inside of the circle.
It's actually my favorite member of Just Too Easy going down for the knock. Farivero. Really like his name, but I'm sure he's not liking the situation. They will be able to recover this knock, but now, as you can see, Shoot to Kill now spreading out, trying to get different angles and trying to do a lot more damage. This is going to be a re-knock as well, coming out from Penta with the nade.
That is just a dirty angle from Alo. You can see Just Too Easy just trying to figure out how to recoup. 22 did hear this. They stopped and they've got an eye, but they don't have a good angle onto what's happening over here. Now, Alo, speaking of farm and damage, him and Penta are just going to be able to put in some work right now.
Yeah, they've done a lot of damage to Just Too Easy, and they really haven't sustained too much themselves. I'm still just looking at Sonics, though. They're going to be able to dictate so much of what's going to be happening around them in the circle in general, too. They're in such a pivotal position, and that's going to cause so many issues for Rats as well.
Ragnar, the last one up for Just Too Easy, sending it over here. Fireflies, remember we talked about them a second ago? Just going to be on the opposing side of this road, but hey, you know, Shaq, a car, trying to make something happen out of it, and here you go. This is the damage farm right here. I just didn't see how much ammo that they brought into it. I know that I saw
about 200.
Yeah, about 200 pieces, I'm guessing.
Most of them have about 200 rounds, and just looking at Ragnar there, I would have almost parked that vehicle on the road to make it look more like a spawn rather than something parked next to the shack. But yeah, Sonics here just poised to put so much damage on the field and even get some kills out of it if they can.
Looking out, Elevate's going to be creeping in just to the south of Pozo and the opposing hillside. Zvire is going to be back behind them. They did spot out a bit of this rotation, I believe, so they're going to have to figure out. Rebo is going to have some vision in just a second on what might be happening. If he crests up that hill, I don't know. I think he just might be scouting over into the west to allow his squad to kind of sneak by and see if they can avoid anything going on with Elevate.
And Elevate, normally I would really like this position for them, but SDK is actually ahead of them in a position that would cut off any rotations they'd want to do on the west side. So they're just going to be kind of hanging out, waiting for the next shift, and they're going to have to trail SDK. Meanwhile, just to their west, it's actually going to be Zvire that's going to be rotating past them, trying to get around as the second circle is about to post, Matt.
Yeah, this is going to get pretty interesting.
It goes more west.
Goes up to the northwest, so we still got Cantera in. But remember, we talked about how crappy it is to try to get out of Pozo. Well, Friendly Fire, Falcons, have some fun with that one.
Not only that, but Sonics also have to move down, and they don't have a vehicle. Obviously, all four of them are sitting at that peak, and they're going to have to contend with Rats, and Rats are painfully aware of that position. Meanwhile, we also see SDK rotating very early to the south side of Alcantara. That's going to be very beneficial for them, and those guys chilling.
Yeah, just enjoying life. Firefly also doing pretty good. You can see 22 is going to move into Cantera, and they're going to try to blockade out what's going to be going on with STK. Halo is going to be trying to stop in pretty close to this one, but looks like they're at least going to be able to get a couple of the compounds, and I would say a smidgen of the compounds that are inside of this one, because the majority of Alcantara on the opposing side from the road that's just to the north.
Yeah, there is a lot of good hills and ridges to play around there, though. The problem is that they're pretty much all occupied. So for a lot of these teams rotating in late at this point, a second emergency airdrop from Sonics, and that's very smart. I was curious how they were going to get off that hill, if they were just going to try to parachute and take the fight to Rats, but no, they are absolutely prepared. It looks like they're looking at another very high point of interest with absolutely no way to get to it other than a drop.
And this is so good with as compressed as this is, and the fights around Pozo, there's so many distractions. They're going to be coming in, landing right on top of this STK compound, it looks like. They are jumping in fast. 22 on one angle from them. Are they going to be able to read what's going to be happening? I think that they've spotted out a bit of the vehicles. They're going to make the commitment to land all up on top of Alo. The other three members from STK are on the opposing side. They can't even step over. Alo's already down. Hurdy-Curdy's already out. Sonics just land with full-on gusto. Finally, Kick goes down inside of this exchange.
They landed so well to make sure that they were all together and no one got mixed up in that drop. They're going to find most of those knocks. Ayla will go down. Purdy possibly, yeah, he's going to get saved, but they will absolutely... No! They won't post it. Will find the nade. Purdy will fall. SDK down to 2.
Oh, that is terrifying. I know we were making jokes during the group stage, the fact that SDK used to believe in a group stage curse. Is it maybe starting to reveal itself?
I don't know if I believe in curses anymore, Matt. I think I'm cursed out. Curses are so passe, you know? So 2020,
curses are
2022, 2021.
Right? Yeah, we're way past that.
And Elevate still with one member down, you know, they still find themselves in a pretty, I guess, decent position, but they're just sandwiched between so many teams, and now Friendly Fire has also joined the fight. They've actually wrapped all the way from the east side. I really like this play from Friendly Fire.
Keeping in, let's not forget the fact that we do have a couple of members of Zyre holding out over here. Paige is going to spout out Vegas and take him down. Elevate now kind of more defensive than even they were just a moment ago. And Paige finds another one and Elevate. This is not the start that they wanted. Zyre just trying to cling to life back behind it. But finally, Shinboy is going to get a knock in return. Roth is going to go down, but he is going to take so much damage. Shinboy just having to retreat away from it. Zyre might be able to pounce on the backside, maybe pick up one kill out, but this is a little bit of a complicated push with this, like, I guess, set of furniture that's in the middle, but yeah, there's just nothing to be done. Pixel's gonna go ahead and pick up that one. 3 kills for Friendly Fire already.
Yeah, we have to be careful.
Slow everything down.
Nice, Molly. That was gonna be a big factor here for Zwire, but Alir will go down. It's just down to Cloud now. Cloud 0 with again, that Molly was huge. They could have absolutely came in and ruined that as a 2v2 fight, but now they should be able to recover and get that third member up from Friendly Fire. And Cloud 0, what are you gonna do? Yeah, he's just gonna opt to back off, especially with this next shift. It's actually gonna center up just on the center of that road to the east of Alcantara.
Pozo fighting going to be continuing going down. Yeah, Clue just needs to get out of there. Friendly Fire content with the kills that they just picked up. They're going to try to reposition. You can see the LG already making a cutting path right to the center of the zone.
So strong.
They found themselves a good defendable position to play from, and Mercy just not really finding the angles onto it as Tig is going to spot out Clue.
So the Zera will go down still. Sonics now, you know, and here's the thing about the Sonics in their position. Once this circle potentially closes again and even pushes them out, they're going to go north, and they have a lot of ridges, a lot of terrain to play with, but they will have to contest with multiple teams. Still the duo from STK and then the rest of 22 Esports, but putting themselves in that position with 2 emergency drops was pretty sick to watch.
I was thinking that they might have a second one whenever they made that high-end drop, because
it was in the back of my head, but I was like, really? They found 2? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, because it feels like some teams find 2, other teams can't find anything at all. We're kind of eyeing what's going on over here next to Pozo and trying to get out of here. I mean, Falcons, Legacy just in a world of hurt. RBN for Legacy did manage to make it into the circle. He's over there chilling pretty close to Just Too Easy's last member in Ragnar. But looks like Rat's going to continue their pathing. They're going to wrap just north of the Alien, south of where Inco is going to be at. And their pathing should be pretty clean for right now, just depending on how far into this that they want to push. And Falcons, they just can't find a way out of this.
No, and I mean, we saw them lose 2 members early. That's going to be it. Falcons will fall 14th place, and really solid start still for Legacy. As they're going to have, as you said, RBN is going to be sitting in circle, just kind of waiting for the rest of his team to clean up Falcons. It's a really good heads-up play right there.
Rats now in some trouble as they did lean a bit more into the Alien side of this one, and 3 members still up for them. They've got to find themselves be a bit more careful, though, as it looks like Santa is going to regroup, just try to send it over, and you can see the makeshift cover all over the place right now as this hillside's a bit more open than I think that Alan Hinnis was wanting. But it's more than what Cowboy's got, what he's about to have to work with, right?
Yeah, well, fortunately, yeah, the open side really is against the circle, which is about to close. So Cowboy's the only one they'll have to contest with. And they have a decent position here as well. They should be able to push towards the west. The problem is going to be Firefly when they have to push out of that compound, but for the time being, they are safe. Friendly Fire, meanwhile, is just an onslaught of nades coming from the Sonics.
Just Sharpshot, though. The other two members are pretty centered in this.
It's the splits, man. This is what we talked about.
I mean, hunkered down right now. Sharpshot's got all the Sonics are going to be in front of him. The other two members do get the circle. Ragnar is still pretty close to this and might choose to get involved, but this feels like Sonics were having to shift away from what was going on with the 22 STK shift, because you can see STK did wrap all the way around. Sharpshot is going to be spotted out. He's going to go down. And now just Friendly Fire praying that that position is going to be enough cover, but I don't know if it will be. I mean, I don't think the Sonics have a clean pathing either. I think Mercy can spot that.
Yeah, even if there is cover for them, the problem is, as you said, it's going to be not only Sonics, but 22 and even STK. Whichever team is going to win that fight on the West is going to pour over and cause many, many issues for Friendly Fire. And then even those guys, they're going to be safe in the compound now, but they're going to want to take that position just to their south on that hill fairly soon, especially on that next shift. So Friendly Fire is just going to have to pray that a lot of these teams around them just kind of destroy each other and give them an opportunity to maybe get some kills or get some more placements.
Ragnar just chilling with his bike, man. Trying to make sure he gets those stems up before he goes. Legacy gonna have to cut a path pretty close to where we see Fireflies and Mercy holding up. Also Ragnar, but I don't think Ragnar's gonna be doing too much. Him and his bicycle have a different set of strategy that's gonna be going on, although they might not have a choice. Ragnar looks like he's about to get some friends that he doesn't want to have to deal with this. They're gonna be sitting it right up on top of him. Meanwhile, you can see STK trying to hold up what's gonna be going on with 22. Now getting vision, gonna take the shots in. Just the two members, but Adam lines into one. Doesn't quite get the second, but puts in a ton of work.
Still had 18 bullets as well. Oh, nice shots from Penta. He is going to just erase Rusty on that roof. And now Adam with the Dragnov just got to land a shot. One shot. Oh, he can't. He's going to back off. They've done so much damage to 22, and now here comes the Sonics.
They're just sending it along this line. They don't have a choice, so they're seeing if maybe they can just kind of pounce on top of this. STK, though, racks up the kills with 22. We saw that Legacy had to send in along this pathing where Friendly Fire was holding out. Now just Pixel, the only one alive, moved up into the shack, and Legacy playing in the dip on the opposing side. But Legacy about to have the same problem we were talking about a moment ago with Sonics now making their pathing in.
Yes, Sonics coming in just on the edge. They're going to have to contend with Legacy, and I'm worried about every other team. And Pixel, we've seen what he can do in a one-story or a shack by himself, so I'd be very hesitant if I was Legacy about pushing that. But they're more concerned with what's happening behind them to the west, and that's going to be Sonics and even the duo there of STK.
Let's not forget about those guys. They've been kind of quiet up there to the north, but they've had the compounds and control to work with. So all the violence going on and more of the flat open terrains that are happening to the south of pretty much the southern half of the circle. And you can see Sonics trying to do some jukes around. STK, though, Penta looks like maybe he's thinking that he might have something that he can work with. He's got a sneaky angle, spots it out, goes for the shots, is revealed. They know that they're heavily outnumbered over here, but hoping maybe they can get a knock, maybe they can get something to happen. Those guys gonna be on the opposing side. Adam's gonna go down and instantly get destroyed. Now Penta, the last one up, seeing if maybe he can get a kill, maybe he can just charge into it, make something happen, but no. Gonna get eliminated. Rats as well.
Yeah, they will get eliminated, but they still got 6 kills between Penta and Adam, so definitely not a bad game to salvage there, especially because they lost Alo so early, as well as Kurt to that nade from 22 and Sonic, so they at least get some points here. But now those guys are going to make their move, and they realize that they cannot share this ridge very long with Sonics, and they're making their push, and a knock will be found, kick will be flushed.
I have no idea what happened with Alien Ninjas. They just sent it down in a vehicle and I think just wiped out a squad and jumped out. Sonic's, though, going to have to cut a dangerous pathing that you're talking about with those guys just up to the north of him, and then Legacy still kind of down in that defensive cubby opposing side of that road. And now it's just going to be about firefighting. You just got to shoot your way out of it. And H1 realizes that trying to line up the shots into it, this new circle is just got near on no cover. A couple of hills that you can see LG trying to cling into. What Mercy's got, and then that recessed hillside where we can see Legacy play.
And I really liked Legacy was trying to kind of extend over that ridge and put some damage out early on the Sonics to kind of dissuade them from approaching so early. But the problem is Mercy. Mercy has just been so active shooting at all the teams that they have vision on and trying to get flushes and kills that they've really caused problems for a lot of these teams from that southern position. And now we can see it. LG currently against Inco. That nade could just be underhand. It could end LG right now. It's just down to Mime.
Ooh. There's nowhere to go, man. It's just getting stacked up over here. Yeah, it's going to eventually go down. That dip, though, not yet done, as those guys did cross the opposing side of the road. Looks like they're going to be kind of pursuing the Inco pathing as aliens are trying to fend up over here. This now frees up Sonics to play a lot more aggressively on this hillside and look down into Legacy's position because they don't have those guys fighting right back behind them.
Not only that, but I mean, again, Legacy wanted to make sure that they got over and put some damage on Sonics, but just Mercy did not allow that. And now Sonics have gotten much closer than than Legacy would have wanted. It's just down to Shrimzy and Tig, though. Win will be found by RBN. And what do you have, Shrimzy? What can you do? One knock here would be pretty big to start things off.
Just
the
he's
nade!
gonna pop up right above him. Does still manage to survive, though. Legacy sitting at 5 kills. Defended line. Don't forget Pixel's back behind him. So doing work for Friendly Fire right now is Legacy just holding this so strongly. Those guys, opposing side, rushing down this hillside, wanting to move into where we just saw LG's doom happen. Can Inco stop what they just tried to do this? They read it perfectly, though, and get a knock on a lemon squeezy to start this off.
And that's going to be a trade back. Those guys, though, making sure... Sorry about that. We seem to have little technical difficulties.
Now
there
looks
he
like
is.
we can see those guys still holding in this position. They're going to have to try to extricate up just a bit further, but it's going to be super messy to have to deal with, Godspeed.
Yeah, the fact that those guys went for that play was wonderful. They pushed over, instead of staying on their side, trying to dictate a third party between Sonics and Legacy, they actually went for a play that would potentially get them an even better position. This is so heads up. Those guys, have, even though they go out here, have been playing so well. And as Poro said, they have a nose for the end game, man.
Uh-oh, Pixel last one up. Circle now shifted over there to the east. That means the fact that Legacy has got to contend up with them, and they've got this just open, like crossing these roads is just so hazardous. This bit of cover right now that you can see Pixel just trying to lean into. It's like, he's just tracking the footsteps.
No, he's not going to move until he absolutely has to. If anything, he's probably going to let the blue touch him a little bit. He's still got a pretty much full jammer pack here, and that's going to be it's going to be pretty interesting there.
Just chilling, waiting right now. See if maybe they're just going to go ahead and leave him. He's still going to have to cross the road, though, so that could spell just an instant death for him if he's not careful.
Yeah, he's just going to wait for a frag here. Again, he has that jammer pack, so he should be able to just kind of hold and then wait, maybe get a kill or two. I mean, he's behind a full team, so this is going to be very difficult for them.
Now, looking at the way the circle is now stacked up, Mercy's got so much control of this one. Sure, Aliens still have a couple members to work with, but stepping on top of that beautiful read by RBN, this could open up the opportunity to cross this no man's land. The car's going to be coming over. They're going to just try to send it right across this line, seeing the fact that this is the opportunity. Perfectly exploited, jumping down, going to use this wall, and instantly Legacy at 8 kills, turning this back around into their favor.
I almost want to say that this is a little bit of a misplay. Mercy could have been much more aggressive in third-partying that fight between Sonics, but now they've given Legacy a really good foothold here on the bottom of this compound. This is going to cause a lot of issues, and now here comes Pixel. He actually is going to start making his way towards RBN. Even if he gets that knock, he still has a long way to go across that road, but the rest of the team is distracted by Mercy.
And look at this. Mercy's having to full-on come down into this one. Pixel does manage to pick up the knock on RBN. Pixel now having to figure out if he's going to make that pathing across. Big distraction is going to be going on. Also, Santa kind of a beneficiary from this. The more damage that these two squads do to each other means that these solos can try to make something happen. VHZ creeping up. These walls just doing massive work for Legacy right now as it's just kind of cut off any form of movement that Mercy's wanting to do. Pixel picks up sneak attack, kind of assisting out, and finally, Pixel for Friendly Fire goes down.
That was a big play, though. Legacy knows that they have to move forward. They need to move forward now. That knock is going to be crucial. They don't want to let him get that recovery, as Seifu is going to be just kind of holding the line here. But Legacy, they will fight him. He will somehow survive and vault back in the window. What a recovery from Mercy.
This is right on the new wall of the new zone, so they're just trying to make sure that they hold this for as long as possible. Legacy can kind of choose to gatekeep this. They don't really have to choose to assault at the time if they don't want to, as we're in phase 8, and they know that Mercy's going to have to leave this sooner or later. It's just a matter of how do they want to play it. Mercy's sitting at 6 kills of their own, nothing to sneeze at, and Legacy's just gonna stick. Nope, why push the inside of the building? Let's just go to the top, get control over it, and now this circle is ours.
And Santa still from Aliena Gedas is just kind of biding his time, waiting to see if he can strike and find an opportunity. But it's just down to Seifu.
I mean, he's just got bodies stacked up around him. He knows that he's getting surrounded. He's trying to play this, see if maybe he can spot somebody down the longhouse, and not too much they can do. Legacy just running amok in this lobby right now. Tons of kills. Perfect way to start off everything. Santa realizing, okay, I can set up here. This is a good position if he wants to try to catch something. If he can get a knock, a couple of kills out of this, he can manage to turn this one around.
I mean, even if they get second place with 6 kills, even if he's not even able to get another point, they still did a great job on the east side, kind of salvaging this game, even when they lost one early. So very impressed so far with the SA teams that have made it to the end game.
Just playing it patient. Gonna have to see how Legacy wants to play this one. Wouldn't be surprised if they might try to wrap around the outside. They have multiple members up. Does look like that's going to send VHZ down to wrap. Maybe try to creep up along Santa's opposing line. Another member, I believe, is also, that's going to be LFP. That's moving down the longhouse itself. So multiple points of approach. That does mean the fact that Santa, with a good spray, might be able to open it. He hears the footsteps. He reads it. Steps up, goes for the shots. Takes so much damage. Legacy not going to let it happen. 13 kills and a victory to kick it off.
13 kills is that was a hell of a game, and none of that was free. Legacy was constantly rotating, trying to find a way in the circle. They played the edge. They took care of Sonics. They took care of Mercy, and they were just absolutely merciless against the rest of the lobby. That was such an impressive game from Legacy.
That knock, whenever they were across the road into the shift in, was just so beautifully timed. I mean, they executed on that. They exploited those outer walls that were around the compound so well. I mean, they opened up the ability for Pixel to come in and essentially like be their fifth man and provide some extra support inside that. We know that this is a good squad, but that was so clinically clean on so many levels.
Yeah, and they were dealing with Mercy for quite a while when they were trying to step over and put some damage on Sonics before they even got into that fight. And so they've been very proactive this game, again, playing from the edge and just taking every fight. But more importantly, they won every single fight, Matt. And what a game from those boys.
That was an interesting game to kind of kick off everything. You know, it gets a little bit wild out there. And yes, I know that we're over on Miramar and we're kind of dancing around everything that's going to be going on with Miramar, but let's not forget Erangel is down the way, and let's also not forget the fact that you get a chance to re-explore Erangel Enhanced with new features and much, much more. Jump into Erangel right now as we're going to take a quick break, get everything set up to move into game number 2. The longhouse itself, so multiple points of approach. That does mean the fact that Santa with a good spray might be able to open it. He hears the footsteps, he reads it, steps up, goes for the shots, takes so much damage. Legacy not going to let it happen. 13 kills and a victory to kick it off.
Welcome back. Game 1 is done, and it was everything I hoped it would be, because I like when it's saucy on the first circle and went all the way up to beautiful Alcantara. Welcome back. It's time for Toffee's, Porosaurus, and Cameron, as well as Mustache Dave, to talk more about PUBG and a change of maps in just a second. Welcome back, everyone. It was a good game. Let's take a look back at exactly how it went. You know what time it is, Poro?
Oh my God! Is it time?
It's time. You gotta do it.
Is it time?
You gotta
I want
do
to
it.
say highlights.
Highlights. Let's go.
You're going to see 22 and Elevate also happening in this one.
I love them so much. Shoot to kill. Look, we talked about how shoot to kill has a little bit of an issue, maybe sometimes stringing 2 good weekends together. They were in a great spot until Sonics decided to drop right on top of them.
That's what happens when you have a great spot. Other people want it too. When the Sonics have, how many E-pickups did they use this round? 7, 8 of them, just flying all over the place. That's what, all of them. They looted up literally all of the emergency pickups.
Even though it was a duo, though, even though things weren't going their way, they still got some kills, though. We saw Adam with the MG3 going full Rambo, so I got to show him some respect. And then you got to also count those 2 easy points in the early game. So STK, although still a duo, racking up some points here, fellas.
They got points. They got 6. Let's take a look at that leaderboard. 23 points for Legacy. That is wild. And I got to be honest, we're about to give Dave. Dave's going to get a segment here, okay? Because Dave started by featuring Legacy as the bubble team to watch. And they come out with 23 whopping points. Aliens, your guys over there, Poro, 12 in second place. Cameron, who are you watching again?
Me? It's STK.
Okay. Well, I mean, it was still good.
No, I was watching them. If you don't know what I did good. The bubble team. I think we all got answered correctly just on this first map.
You guys
all
one
game. It's one game. It's
one game. But here's my thing. Flowers for you saying Legacy was the team to watch, and flowers because you said hot drop, and while it was a lukewarm drop, usually I roll my eyes so big that you could see it on screen when someone's like, there'll be a hot drop in game 1. But there was, David. There was.
Hey, man, a broken clock is right 2 times a day. That's all I'm going to say. All right, that's all I'm going to say. So we had some hot drops. It was looking pretty good. Legacy, we're calling them the bubble team. And guess what, Toffees? Bubbles, they just go up, man. They just float until someone pops the bubble. And I don't think that's happening here. I think Legacy, they got that momentum, baby. So I'm looking at them, man.
They got that fizzy win juice. Well, the lukewarm drop didn't come to a fight. They sort of kept eyes on each other. And I got to say, Brass, power to them for going for Picado in their first game here at this level. But then came a trap, Poro, and I'm curious about this. We saw Falcon set up on the exit to Picado. I think they cost, I forgot who they took out, but it wasn't Firefly. Do you think it was a trap or was it just a Firefly vengeance move?
Well, no, you're almost there. Inco, set up the camp there, but they were the ones that got hot dropped by Firefly, and we were talking about this. We were saying Firefly dropped onto Inco over there in El Azhar, and then they went off north. Inco didn't see it. Inco immediately rotates west, and they camped them. They camped knowing that the hot drop came in. Falcons, unfortunately, that just happens to be their rotation path, and they end up getting camped, and they weren't expecting it because it probably wasn't going to be there except for the hot drop. So a butterfly flaps its wings in El Azhar. All of a sudden, Falcons lose 2 in the early game.
A butterfly flaps its wing in El Azhar, and it moves the circle to Alcantara, which was a very tough circle for these teams, Cameron, in particular Legacy, who had to make some pretty hard sends in the mid game.
It was a good game by them.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the end game alone, I'm skipping past the mid game. I don't care. The end game alone, their ability to push into that compound held by Mercy, they get the knock. 3 people already in a vehicle, prepared for it, send it in, the perfect timing on all of it, and they worked it bit by bit up through that sort of vertical nature of that longhouse building. So they had a game plan, they executed perfectly. And in fact, even with the ratting from Pixel 1K at the end there, didn't matter. They still got the win in the end.
I love that. I love hearing your knowledge.
It was really ambitious for Mercy to try to go for the rooftop at that point in the game. Because I mean, you gotta know that all it's gonna take is one knock for you to get crashed, and trying to go for the rooftop at that point is just asking to get knocked. So I mean, if he gets it, it's probably okay, but It opened up the door, and Legacy. To Legacy's credit,
I gotta posit.
They pushed.
The players are ready, okay? And I don't know what they know, but I do
on.
know that Vikendi is next, and we're gonna head over there. But before we do, we gotta find out where the players are going. It's time for the drop with Mustache Dave.
Hey, let's go. Let's go. I'm waiting for those gloves to come back and the scarf, by the way, Toffees. But looking at the drop here on Vikendi, we're looking at those guys playing four corners. I don't know which way they're going to go, man. They got options. But honestly, still the eye is going to be on Firefly. We can see down there in the east, they might go there. But I know in scrims, and I'm going to keep talking about scrims here because today's the only day I can really talk about scrims. But in scrims, they were dropping on rats. So really curious to see if they're going to have that repeat here today. Lukewarm drop is what we're calling them. So not the hot drop, the lukewarm drop. I like that we're coining this new vocabulary out here. But yeah, those guys, four corners, will we get it? Match them. Godspeed. Show me, man. Show me.
Thank you so much, Dave. And yeah, I'm kind of curious too. Can we even have hot drops on Vikendi, or is it just cold drops at that point?
Chilled. They're chilled drops, if you will. Little on the chilly side. Vikendi is still very new. Still very new for a lot of these teams. So we'll see how we are going to play this out, especially when we have now the SA lobbies kind of mixing in. And so far from what I've seen from Vikendi, I mean, from last weekend, it seemed, even when we go and look back at PNC, it's been really fun. The storms have been just a nuisance when it comes to a lot of these fights as well. So we'll see. I'm pretty sure it'll come into effect, come into play here at some point in this game as well.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see the meta for this develop as we move forward. Like, as we've looked into Miramar, we're starting to see more people, like in the last game, kind of use the Sandstorm as a way to kind of rotate, maybe block out some vision, make it a bit easier. Vikendi gets a bit more complicated, but does definitely provide a better vision block.
Yeah, I mean, I like the concept of the storm. I just think it lasts too long. I mean, that's just my big criticism of the storm. It just lasts way too long. That being said, we have seen some cool moments where it will actually save a team from a really bad fight. I just think the duration is it's a little too long for my taste.
I will say that the fights inside of it are really fun to watch. Just with the minimal visibility and how close range those firefights turn into, it's just really, really neat. So we'll see if we get any of that, or we get any potential chill drops coming out, or if everything's just a bit cleaner and nicer for everybody as we're going to be moving forward. Is I think that everybody's just wanting to start off Vikendi as cleanly as possible.
I mean, if you're Legacy, though, that was just an absolutely on-fire game. Again, the way that they navigated those circles, the way that they went through those different teams on the edge, the fact that they were able to take that fight to Sonics and clean it up actually quite beautifully is what has impressed me so far. I want to see this consistency continue. Obviously, this roster is very strong with a lot of experience, and we'll kind of see how they play this one on Vikendi.
Playing path is going to be, I guess, very western-sided, to say the least. It's still going to start pretty far in the north and down in the south, but if you're going to stretch over to next to Cosmodrome or something like that, that's not really your game plan for this one. Does mean the fact that a lot of our teams are going to be fairly stacked. Secondary drops, not the most established on a map like this since it's so new. So you can see Legacy trying to figure out exactly the thick of what's going to be going on around them. Those guys are going to be to the north. LG going to be kind of close. Falcons Capitan was also eyeing over here. He's going to shift back away from it. Most of the other teams do look like they're getting a pretty clean landing. Is there's going to be Legacy that looks like they might be scavenging.
Yeah, and looking where kind of Legacy is dropping right now, they should be relatively fine, right? That's what you would think. Yeah, it is going to be a lot of scavenging, though. You're absolutely right. Fortunately, though, on this map, I mean, we do see them kind of off center there to the south. There's so many like little mini compounds with like dense buildings, 1 or 2 stories that just have so much loot. That's actually the one thing I really like about Vikendi is that there is loot everywhere.
Mm-hmm. And a lot more like concentrated locations. Like look at even on this like very western pathing. We didn't see anybody go to those compounds just much further than the winery itself still open. There's still a ton of loot that can be gathered there. Now, with it kicking back into the north, I will remind you, Just Too Easy did have the circle in the start of the last game, but kind of got it bullied out due to very early aggressive rotations.
Yeah, they did. And I think one of the teams that potentially helped to bully them out was also Legacy, as we see those guys as well rotating in. those guys have done such an amazing job of just navigating through the majority of the early to mid game, right? As Poro said, I'll say it again, you made a great point. They just know how to find themselves towards the end game, and they have so far done it here today. They did it last weekend, which is the reason that they're even here in the grand finals to begin with. And so I've really enjoyed watching this team play, especially after that, interview with Lemon Squeezy. They just seem like, they have their finger on the pulse as far as what they need to fix, the things that they need to do, the mistakes they made, the things they did right, because they do a lot of things right. Specifically, I'm talking about their macro and their overall rotations. And I've enjoyed watching this team.
Yeah, they know how to maneuver the map. That is their forte. If we look at their present positioning overall, in 5th place based off of that, right? They know how to get into the positions. They know the power points, and they're good about reading what's happening. Now, I know that there's going to be some people being like, oh, well, yeah, I want them to kill more, and I want them to do this. That's a different skill set than what we're talking about right here. The way that they know how to essentially gather information and move through the map is so ridiculously strong. It's often what buys them those placement points. Now, the issue is if they have to fight their way back through it, sometimes it can get a bit more complicated.
True, but I'd much rather be on a team or coach a team or I'd much rather be a fan of a team that is actually able to get to those positions and put themselves in an area where they can actually fight, rather than just having to fight on the edge, scrambling. Sure, they may get like 4 or 5 kills, but they never see a top 4. So I like that the path those guys are on, and I just want to see them kind of level up when it comes to team fights. But they're no slouches either. They've taken fights to pretty much any team in this lobby, and they've been able to come out on top, or at least make sure that the other team comes out very damaged. And so that team is one that I'm very much excited to watch here. And then I'm still kind of looking at Al Lianageras, right? Kaishin Haven, Santa, Fakeson. I mean, this is also just a team that has a really strong roster with a pedigree, but curious to see if they're actually going to be able to pick it up. Last game was a good start, 2nd place with a good amount of kills. I just want consistency.
Getting the alarms going off is looks like we are going to have Zvire move kind of close to positioning over here. Driving in the open, kind of dangerous in the section of the map. Looks like they are going to be able to squeeze by and get back to that hillside. And cost not going to be too massive, but enough to kind of make their butt cheeks pucker.
A little bit. At least that vehicle is not one that tends to slide a lot in the snow. I was watching Kickstart earlier on that 2-seater bike. That thing is basically uncontrollable once you're in the snow not on roads. And that's actually the case with some of the other vehicles on this map as well. So teams have to be somewhat conscious. This is going to eat a little shot there about what vehicles are taking in these rotations, especially if you're going to be in the snow, which, let's be honest, is the vast majority of this map. And speaking of a dossier, here it comes one right now, sliding towards them.
Oh, and it's coming straight in! Gonna get some attention right up on top of him. Standing on the open, does get some assistance from Halo. They do manage to take him down. Zvire had to commit away from Just Too Easy's line. Gonna be moving into that. Adam Penta not kind of grouped up with the rest of the squad, so that is gonna be Purdy Curdy going down. 2 members for Zvire. On the opposing side, Halo's just gonna go ahead and prep this up. Nade's gonna bounce away from it. Zera's gonna go ahead and shift. If anything, this is just good at stalling everything until the rest of STK can come in and provide some support.
What an absolutely ballsy crash from Zvire straight into the center. And that was a big whiff from Kurt. If he had got that knock, they probably would have been able to hold this much easier. But now it's just, as you said, up to Alo until the other 2 members of STK come in. That's going to be Penta and Adam now. But man, the cojones on Zvire to just send it in like that was kind of wild.
They saw a potential for it. I mean, this is center, so fight for what you can get. Fisher's on the outside of this. You can see already been spotted out by Adam, and now it's going to be on to him to try to hold this out. If they can get the knock onto it, that'll equalize some of the firefighting capabilities that STK is wanting to move into the inside of this one. But come on, we got Alo in here. We know that he can pump out that damage. Rebuild and Cluzera are going to have to be very careful, and it looks like they're making the commitment in to defend one building, but Fisher doesn't have the cleanest sight lines on defending that building just off of that open angle. That's going to be kind of the to the north of
off
what we're
angle,
looking at. If we see STK wrap the opposing sides of that, he doesn't even see what's happening.
He has the right idea, trying to get an off angle and get some damage or a potential knock here to open this up for the other 2 teammates that he has. But STK, Adam was really crucial in spotting that out, making sure that that wasn't a bigger factor. Now they can actually play away from that angle and kind of cut it off. So he's got to reposition as we kind of see him kind of moving around the north. But again, this is now going to be a fight that could last quite a bit. This is dead center in the circle. Regardless of where this is going to shift, they're still going to be in. So look for STK to potentially try to push the pace here. They do not want neighbors this early, especially with a position this strong, because they'd like to spread back out.
But due to this slowing down, Fisher's managed to kind of creep his way back in. We can see that Fireflies in their continued hunt for a home are going to be able to find something that's going to be pretty close. It's going to be, workable. Those guys not going to commit too much more into that one. Do remember, this isn't in the safe zone, so this feels like more of a stopover for the time being.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if they actually wanted to commit to that, but this is really what we're looking at here, and this is just a stalemate, and this is the symptom of crashing early, especially when it's a 3-on-3, right? Because both teams did lose one member each, and so there is going to be a little bit more hesitation for these guys to push in, especially because the way this compound is laid out. A lot of these buildings, some of the windows are not that conducive to fights or peak fighting, and as we see, most of Zvire is on the outside of this one anyways. Is a blue zone and a nice spray from Cloud, but the return is going to come from Penta.
Oh, just can't get much more out of it. So here you can see that he was trying to creep to see if maybe he can get away from it. Penta, though, has an idea on where Ribbo is. How is that nade going to bounce? And it is just going to eat a ton of boxes. Looks like we're also going to see a commitment come back out for a res. So Ribbo is going to have to lean back, kind of defend in. It feels like STK's got more control over this northern area, but the longer this goes on, you have to start getting more and more nervous about the fact that somebody's got a third party.
It's also, a numbers game now. It's going to be 3-on-2 as they've lost Alo, and that's a big fall because they've now lost control of that center building, which is kind of the linchpin here in this compound. But now look at Adam. He's looking for another angle, Matt. If he can find a knock here, he can even it up, and that would be quite important here. He might see him in the window here. No, he's actually going to back off. And Rebo is going to find Penta. It's just down to Adam now.
Yeah, this is not good for him to deal with right now. He can kind of see if he can buy something out of this one. He's on the outside of the compound. Luckily, just too easy is it playing in an area where they can spot him out, but everybody has now moved away from him. Zvire's on the essentially in the opposing buildings from this area, so they're going to go ahead and get the flush out. Curious to see what Adam tries to do in this one. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go for some safety, find somewhere just a bit closer, but I don't even really see Shax in the closest line to him. It's just going to be trying to hide out.
You can't do that.
You're going to get that.
Yep, he's going to have to survive, hopefully for another 25 seconds. For the 10-minute mark, if you know what I'm saying, Matt, as he is not going to, he will fall, and Fisher and Zvire with a just absolute committal on that crash are going to find that compound for themselves, and they're going to manage to keep 3 alive as well.
And here we go. And we got another emergency pickup coming out. This time it's going to be from Inco. We're going to have to see where they decide to make landfall. Most of the map, as you can see, very spread out. That firefight that we saw happening around the center with Zvire kind of being the only thing is going to kind of center around that similar position yet again. So most of our team's not going to have to commit too much in, but Fireflies are moving in next to those guys, next to Legacy. And that could be a firefight brewing over there to the southwest.
I'll tell you what excites me is the fact that we might actually have a Dino Land circle. So, it's one of my favorite places to hot drop on this map when I'm playing. So if we add Dino Land, that is a very interesting area between the different kind of vendor shacks as well as some of the buildings, the massive enclosure that you can go into. There's so many angles in Dino Land that make it fun to fight, but also frustrating, especially in a comp setting. I have not fought in Dino Land when it comes to a pro lobby, so I can only, oh my goodness.
Oh, okay, yeah. You made the right choice, Legacy. Don't go that way. The dinosaur land is very scary. Well,
he's taking shots. He's baiting. He wants them to drive over towards him.
Well, not going to have too much of an option. Those guys are now wrapping back down to the south where Legacy's going to be at. Legacy's got to be very careful about this when they might find themselves a bit too separated, or looks like they already have the read in. They know where those guys are going to be stopping at, so that's going to kind of pump the brakes. But that does mean those guys, Legacy and LG, all within just a couple of 100 meters of each other in Dino Land.
Yeah, I do like LG split, though. They have Flood and another member there just kind of off to the east in the center of the circle in a nice position. What a spray from VHZ. He's going to find Doc Geo easy.
Oh, and it gets to move up into this high ground. LFP putting in some support. Those guys, they read the circle. They knew where they needed to go. They just weren't expecting it to be this hot. And Legacy already filling up their legacy after that last game, wanting to pick up even more kills. LFP, he's already stepped around. He's spotted out the vehicles. He knows how they're going to be leaving. He doesn't have a sight line for it yet. Goes for the spray in and does manage to get one. Those guys in some trouble.
Legacy is disgusting right now, coming off of a hot game 1 already, putting a lot of damage onto multiple teams here in game 2, and they're going to find safety here. Firefly trying to get some damage out, but they're not going to push this. There's no reason for them to. They're still in a strong position themselves, and so they're just going to clean up most of those guys. And Lemon Squeezy really the only one to make it out alive.
And this is a very strong control area to play in. I really like this area of the map. You can see it's got a lot of these outer walls that you can kind of play around. it's like right on the verge of where the complexity kind of kicks in with all of like the different, like I guess, amusement features back behind them that you can kind of play around. So they can potentially catch a couple more rotations off of here as Fireflies might force a couple of teams to crash in this location.
Yeah, and even looking on the north side of it, we're starting to see friendly fire come in towards Dino Land now. They've gotten themselves a position just to the north. And now looking at Lanageras. God, I love this name. They're actually going to be super far north in a nice split. They don't need to move yet either. They're actually taking their time, kind of staying on one of the frozen lakes, just kind of hanging out, seeing if there's anyone else coming in from the north. That's going to be just too easy. They could potentially cut that rotation off, and I don't even think they'd really mind if these teams go in front of the map, because then they can kind of backfill them. So I like this play from Aliens.
This is just a very strong point inside the circle to be playing from. Like you were talking about, it makes Just Too Easy's life very complicated. You get a lot of vision on what's going to be happening. Snowstorm is going to be approaching, but it's a bit out there to the south right now. Mercy is going to be one of the closer teams to it, as well as Falcons, but they're probably not going to be too involved in any firefights over here. So even if it does migrate this direction, they should be pretty okay. Sonic's going to be lining up over there to the east next to Rats as the circle is going to pop and very much stays in that Dino Land Inco emergency pickup line.
Yeah, but this split that I was talking about earlier from LG, when it Flood and Realo, they're going to actually have the best compound now, dead center of this circle, and they can choose to consolidate, or they can actually still choose to split this, especially if there's going to be teams coming in. They might still be able to do some damage, get a few kills before they do actually go center, and specifically thinking about Snakers with that RPG still very much in play, especially if teams are going to be coming rotating in. And even Inco, that's a strong position as well.
Yeah, I was going to say Inco's position is one of the stronger inside this. They're going to have so much vision. I don't know how much they dropped with ammo-wise, but something to keep an eye on. As Sonics did make a roll right next to that train, they've got Elevate that's going to be in front of them. It looks like they're regrouping outside the circle, afraid of how Sonics are going to approach this. So they want to get their numbers back together just to make sure the Sonics can't really enforce anything onto them, or maybe see if they can block them out a bit. Sonics then will be forced to go a bit further down into the Falcons line, more to the south, and yep, that is exactly what Elevate's trying to line into. There is a couple of 100 meters where they might be able to squeeze up this hillside, though.
And there's a reason that they're doing this, though. Elevate has recognized that there's not that much to play ahead of them to the west, so they're actually making sure that none of the teams that would want to backfill them are able to, especially a team like Sonics, who's now also about to run into more rotational woes as they're going to deal with Falcons now, and they're going to turn right back around. They are now caught between two very strong teams.
Taking so much damage. You see, I had that stop for a second because vehicle in so much trouble. Sonic's just trying to find a sneaky path through this one. Do manage to breach, finally get into the safe zone. Elevate still just kind of moving in front of them, making sure the fact that they can get some type of sight line. It's going to be Vegas that spots it out, and they're just going to have to stop at this dip because Sonics already know. They already got harassed. The reason they lost that vehicle was due to Elevate's position.
This is exactly what Elevate didn't want, a team to pull up in front of them and take these dips and these ridges ahead of them, because now they're the ones that are going to have to fight around it. We even see Poonage now looking for a rotation here, going quite wide, but he's going to run into Rats and turn right back around. So Sonics have done well to get themselves in a position right in front of Elevate, which is what they were initially being dissuaded from rotating into, as Falcons helped them out.
This is just Uno card reverse on gatekeeping. Elevate was really wanting to stop this, like you were talking about. H-Wid managed
with the
beautiful headshot. Elevate, what are you even going to be able to do? Hello, Senpai. Retzel Rats might be eyeing this as well. This dip is just the only thing that Sonics need. They got the knock. Are they just going to use that opportunity to creep by? I think that's it. Yeah, they're like, okay, we managed to stop whatever was going to be going on. Let's just get away from this mess, as Capitan has now gotten some vision into him, and you can see Sonics sending it out, going to be now getting close to that Inco line.
And somehow Sharp has actually been knocked by his teammate, Pixel. I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, Sonics have now realized that dip isn't going to be the greatest position to stay in for a while. They will find something else here at the base of the hill that Inco is on, but this is still kind of open, especially with the amount of sight lines that Inco has on top of this. Look at that. And a deployable shield just for good measure, you know?
Need more cover up there. Oh, the circle says no, though. Shifts away from them. It's actually going to move right into where the storm is going to be at, where Mercy's going to be hanging out at. So now all of our teams to the north are going to be in more trouble. INS is going to have to make some type of move away from Just Too Easy. And remember, Sonics, we saw in some trouble. Look at this just thick line of teams that are about to have to move into a pretty no man's land area.
Yeah, this is a very open circle. There's really not that much to play, especially if we're looking at on the southwest side where that storm is currently residing. All these smokes now Just Too Easy coming in. The Aliens in a bit of trouble here, as the other two members are just going to back off completely.
I mean, that's all they can do. They've got Zvire that's going to be in front of them, so they're not even safe yet. Just making that send out just too easy. Did pick up these kills, but they're going to have to deal with what's going to be going on with now Aliens getting in front of them, Zvire trying to get in front of them, Friendly Fire. So yes, the 2 kills are great, but what was the cost on it is now Sonics in their continued duel with Elevate. Let's see if maybe they can hit that extension. Doesn't get it that time. That's okay. You got 1 second.
He's gotten 2, yeah. Wynn's already knocked 2 people with this arm. It's silenced nonetheless. God, I love that gun. It's just so satisfying to hit even body shots. It just rips armor. And speaking of ripping, it's going to be Aliens being eliminated. Legacy, the one to finish that job, is Draft King. Never mind.
Well, we got some more problems that are brewing over here for Elevate, because if that wasn't enough to be harassed at range, now we're also going to have rats that are going to be running up right next to him. Falcons exploiting this high ground onto Mercy, and while the snowstorm does deny some visibility, it's not going to be enough. These Falcons are going to try to exploit that down to get inside the circle now. Rat's going to be cutting a path right into it. You can see there ain't nothing to be seen over here. You're just kind of sending it in. And Rats are actually moving all the way into the center of the snowstorm. They're trying to exploit this, and I love it.
I like this as well. Again, this storm has been going on for a while, though. It's just the duration is so long, and it cuts a lot of this area. I mean, Rats, I don't feel like they actually know where they're going. They're just trying to rotate through and get a decent position, but they'll find it. Yeah, they will find it.
They actually cut all the way through the snowstorm itself, so they're going to be over there next to that Dino Land area, as Dino Land is still inside the circle as well. Legacy still defending up over here. They did shift a bit more into the eastern area that we saw LG playing from, as LG is now shifted into the compound that's going to be just to the east of this. And it's pretty much Dino Land or bust in the middle of nowhere right now, as it's going to be a lot of dip fighting. And you can see this is what people are fighting over right now if you're not inside of Dino Land.
Yeah, pretty much nothing but open space here, as nobody from 22 is just, yeah, he's not long for this world. They will find him, and he will go down, as well as the Rats. There's just nothing. There is no safety here in this circle, as that actually does open up a little bit of space for maybe one of these teams to try to slide in, but the circle is closing very quickly, and space is a hot commodity right now.
Capitan continuing to harass Elevate as they're running right through the line. There's just nowhere for them to go. Falcons still trying to make the use of this high ground as much as they can for the time being, as there is not a lot of cover to be had. Mercy, I think, heard this, is trying to move in. Falcons seeing if maybe they can regroup. They've just taken a couple more casualties based off of this reposition, but it's just run, gun. What can Draft King try to make out of it? Maybe some nades, maybe something else. Sonics are harassing the other side, but it's just not going to be enough. Well, I say that. Last one's going to be enough.
At least they get some kills on their way out, and just look at this circle. There is 2 teams currently inside, and it is nothing but open page. He will get knocked. There's a nade in his hand. Yeah, he's gonna flush himself. Unlucky.
Fireflies versus Friendly Fire aligned into it. The circle did shift back down into the field we were watching just 1 moment ago. So Friendly Fire trying to line in. It's going to be Appa. Spots out. Sharp Shot going to take him down. Fireflies fighting their way into this one, but Legacy does here and is now moving in to defend. Gatekeep out whatever's going to be happening inside this one. This firefight needs to end quickly. Both sides of this know it. High ground advantage, yes, does go to Friendly Fire. They also are in the gatekeeping position. But you can see Firefly are trying their best to exploit this, denying these angles out. But look at the complexity of this position. They can't figure out exactly where Friendly Fire is at.
This is what I was talking about, the complexity of this area. As you said, the enclosure, all the different rocks. There's just so many different elevations, different buildings and angles to fight from. It can be very daunting, honestly. Fighting in Dino Land, especially at this level, has got to be a stressful situation, as Roth will find one. That's going to be Xavier going down, trying to get the flush with that molly.
Get the mollies out, but has to be careful. Looks like a flank's going to be coming after him pretty quick. I think that he heard the footsteps, now spinning back around, getting the read in. He's got the assistance in, but he's going to be backstabbed yet again. Fighting out in the open, just trying to fight before that blue zone comes in. Both squads fighting for survival, but here comes that blue zone. Roth does manage to get the meds up, and now it is just a fight the entire time that they are going to be walking forward. Slow creeping out from it. Lots of damage just laying back into Pixel. Roth trying to open this up in front of the blue zone. Nade's going to be landing on one side. Smokes, no vision to be had, and Fireflies pick it up, but now have to walk into Legacy.
That was really good utility usage as well, coming out from Firefly, able to kind of corner and pinch the rest of Friendly Fire and get rid of them. But as you said, their prize is now moving into a Legacy team that has 7 kills already and a much better position to even get more. They are on, no pun intended, they are on fire.
Well, that fire is trying to fly its way into that open area we saw just one moment ago. One member down, and Andrew. Now Yap is going to stop. Kane's going to be back behind him, but Legacy's Gizera spots that one out, picks it up pretty easy. Just one member still alive, and not even for too much longer. He's going to get spotted out. Gizera just
kills. Holy, this team is disgusting right now. They're about to average 20 points a game. Unbelievable stuff.
And they still have so much control of everything into the north, all the way to where we saw that mutually assured destruction section with the rats a moment ago. They have pathings to work from. I mean, yes, this is a very strong set of squads that we're looking at, and the circle does shift to the south. We still got Luminosity in here. We still got Sonics. This is going to be a barn burner of a firefight to finish this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath. The center is just pretty much an open dip. I mean, there is not much to play behind cover or even on the edges at this point. And look at the way the circle has fallen. It's really just Mercy and Sonics that have a foothold in this at all. And why not? Why not call?
Just do whatever. I'm curious to see how Legacy exploits this terrain positioning that they've got to work from. LG knows the fact that they've got something that they need to try to make happen here, as they are going to be rotating very close to the Sonics line. Sonics also trying to clown car back behind this one. Looks like they're going to regroup, move into where H1's going to be for just a moment. But this is what we're looking at in the circle. See what's in front of them? That's the entirety of the circle. There's near on nothing. We're going back old school. Car fortifications trying to lean in, but that high ground that Mercy has being very easy to try to exploit it.
This is a deja vu of game number 1 that we just saw. Mercy in a position on the south to pretty much overlook and dictate what's going on in the circle. They need to really put damage onto Sonics. The last thing they can do is kind of let them push up on that ridge. Fortunately, though, for them, Legacy and at least LG will start to create problems for Sonics, but Mercy really are in the driver's seat here. They have one of the best positions, and they need to utilize it. They need to get kills. They need to get kills, Matt.
They have to be so careful, though, because the other 3 teams are going to make a focus on them in some type in just a second, because there's just not going to be options to work from. Mime actually sending it very close to the Sonics line. Look at this. He's playing this hyper-aggressive into their positioning. He does get spotted out by Tickled, and he is going to go down, just trying to make a massive play, but Sonics narrowly clings to life. LG continuing to harass in, but look at how low they are.
And they're all just stuck behind the smoke. There's nades coming. Again, Mercy with Sonic. Oh, look, a reunion. You think he's talking to him like, hey, guys, what's going on over here? Hey, how you guys doing?
What's going on? Mercy's making a commitment into that Sonics line, though, and that's opening up Legacy.
This is what I wanted. Yes.
Legacy is creeping into the west and using that. And
yes!
Mercy Seifu, though. He buys that back, though. Can we see Mercy refocus into the west and stop what Legacy's trying to bring?
This is exactly what they needed to do, get proactive, but the problem is, as you say, Legacy now coming on the southwest side, they're been immaculate with when the third party and how to control the edge, and this is no different. They are harassing Mercy, and they have taken the spot from them completely.
Just running up here. They left LFP behind to make sure that LG couldn't make the cross into
no
this
chance.
One. They're just stepping into Mercy's territory. They've been harassed for a while from it. The other 2 members just having to hunker down on the opposing side of that hill. It's going to be Gizera picking up yet another kill. Congratulations to your fantasy squad if you managed to pick him up, because he is just massacring these lobbies right now. Now, Legacy, we are only in phase number 6, so they can slow their roll for just a second. They don't have to worry too much about Mercy's positioning yet. They just want to make sure that it's going to be clean. You can see that's what they're starting to do. Nade out everything. LG, though, finding a bit more of a disadvantaged position. No cover to be had. You can see slow creeping into this. This is their cover. This is all they've got, and it's not even in the next circle.
This is it, and I feel like this is PCS 7 all over again. The debut of Gizera, if I'm not mistaken, just absolutely coming in and putting up just ridiculous numbers, as now they are still pretty much the only ones in the safe zone. As you said, LG have a lot of ground to cover, and that ground is very flat.
LFP, don't forget about him. Remember, he's playing that side flank, and he's playing this so patient, man. This is so clean from Legacy. If they can keep their numbers up, they can absolutely demolish both of these squads. Mercy can't even raise their heads right now. LFP goes for the shot. He is going to go down. Flood spins back on it.
That was a big knock.
Now Legacy in some trouble. They have to take out Mercy, or they have to refocus back into LG real quick.
That was a big knock. That gave LG quite a bit of a foothold, and now the rest of Legacy is actually focused on Mercy Gaming. Big opportunity now coming out from LG, as they're just gonna delete Mercy, but look at this, the knock from Snakers. He opens it up.
they rolled right back in the same pack that we saw Legacy try to hold down. And yes, Mercy is now gone, but we are in a 3v2. Gizera could not hold the line. So an entire role reversal from what we saw just a moment ago. Now Legacy, just like Mercy, having to defend up. It's going to be LG with full circle control. Can VHC, can RBN fight this one back against LG, who is wanting to make a game for themselves right now? No matter how this one turns out, 13 kills is a phenomenal game, but it feels like LG has got this one in lock. They are going to even hit the shots onto RBN, and it's going to get more complicated for Legacy at this point forward.
Yeah, just down to VHC. And on top of that, we've had Flood in that off angle now coming up. They realize the res is probably not going to be possible. But VHC has a P90, and I will never count out any player with a P90, especially at how fast it can melt. But no, LG will shut that door, and they will win game 2 with 8 kills.
Back-to-back, not going to be a thing for Legacy, but Luminosity Gaming going to go ahead and pick themselves up a victory with 8 kills to secure themselves a good position on that leaderboard. That was a nuts Vikendi, all considered, whenever we're looking through this. I mean, I loved kind of the domino effect of what we saw leading into the infight coming out from Dino Land. Dude, that whole thing was just nuts.
Dude, Dino, like I said, Dino Land could be a really fun area. I was kind of hoping that it actually ended in Dino Land proper, but it didn't. That being said, Legacy, once again, congrats to Luminosity, but they are just on a different level right now. I mean, the way that they have been pushing teams, again, their edge play and their decision on when to third party has been immaculate. That team is looking unstoppable right now.
Dude, it is just crazy. I want to give a big shout out also to LG. They realized the push coming out from Legacy. It's getting really complicated because we got Luminosity and Legacy, both sound kind of similar to each other, but also making almost the exact same strategy, right? Mercy was defending that position. Whenever the shots went over into Sonics from Mercy, we saw that's whenever Legacy moved into that spot, creeped in from the west, and then once they moved into Mercy, LG was like, hey, let's do the exact same thing, exact same position coming out from it. So beautifully read by both of those squads to say, this is where we have to approach it. This is the cleanest angle to come in from. And that's how you play Vikendi right there.
Yeah, and that was just a symptom of the circle and how difficult it was to navigate, right? We saw that the center of that circle was pretty much completely open. And so a lot of the teams really only had that southern edge to play. But, you know, that's going to be it for game number 2. Before we go to a break, I want to make sure you guys are reminded of the KFC collaboration with PUBG to feature the new KFC locations in Erangel. Make sure you guys are checking that out, as well as KFC in-game rewards. So you buy a meal online or use the KFC app to snag your in-game PUBG rewards. And we'll be right back after a word from KFC. Stay tuned, guys. Taego now coming up. They realize the res is probably not going to be possible. But VHD has a P90, and I will never count out any player with a P90, especially in how fast it can melt. But no, LG will shut that door, and they will win game 2 with 8 kills.
Welcome back. Game 2 is done, and as we leave the snowy north, Luminosity walks away with a big win, but shout out to Legacy, who does another massive game in 2. My name is Thomas with Forosaurus, Cameron, and Mustache Dave to break down the action. Welcome back, gentlemen. A little shout out again to Mustache Dave for choosing Legacy today, and because of that, I'm gonna ask you to queue up what happens next. It's time for
Legacy's highlights. Let's pull them up, baby. Let's pull them up here. We're probably going to see all Legacy plays, and yes, we are. Straight from the get-go. I mean, this team has been popping off, and not the bubble here, Toffees, because they're breaking the ceiling here today.
I mean, with the amount of kills that they got, it's going to be a lot of Legacy here, but also that fight on the east side, and then, I mean,
look at this.
Poro, your favorite spot? Dino Town?
Yeah, unfortunately, Friendly Firefly, the fight did not play out in their favor, but yeah, you got to give credit to Seifu with the god placement on the grenade ending Sonic's day, and then P90 be damned.
Okay.
It doesn't matter when you're going up against Rella with an AUG. So.
I just wanted to be known, Snakers, I also saw the Panzerfaust that you sent out there. That almost, it was so close to taking out Trimzy, following up after Mime's just vehicle send. But all those wild plays across the field, what else were these teams supposed to do?
Come away with points.
Brutal, dude.
It's okay. Match leaderboard, we're going to get back into the brutality of that end game because it was absolutely insane. Legacy walks away not with the chicken dinner, but they still get the win because they got 19 freaking points. That is wild. Luminosity takes 18, and then Mercy Gaming with Seifu, as they call him, though I do think Sonics can call him Satan going forward. They get 10. That was a big move. And it wiped Sonics off the board. That, for me, was the biggest thing. Mime set the stage. He closed the door, Cameron.
I mean, yeah, really good for Mercy to use the terrain. They were the only team that had anything left in that zone. So I think for them, it was just how can we make this one work? Everyone has such a disadvantage. We need to get something out of this one. And to put them in second place, that's 2 late games for both Legacy and Mercy Gaming. But with a win, and actually it's technically 2 wins under their belt, Legacy have twice the points of Mercy Gaming in second place. We got 15 matches. They haven't finished the job just yet, but what a start to the series.
Yeah, if you don't have a Legacy player on your fantasy team right now, you're going to be stressed out because they have been absolutely incredible. All right, let's get into a little bit of talking. It was a tough map. It's been 2 tough circles, but STK, they are a bubble team. We talked about at the start of the day. They played so well in the last stage. Has the bubble burst? Cameron, I got to ask you, because you said they're your bubble team. Have they fizzled out?
No, I mean, listen, getting into a fight early was really good for Vire to be able to win that one out. And I have to say, Kurt should have hit those shots. That bad sprays happen to everyone. Repeat that fight again. He gets that opening knock time and time again. I know he's old. He's got better spray than that usually. So as long as for Kurt especially, that can just, fall off like water off a duck's back, he'll be fine. But they do need to try and get themselves back into this because that's twice in a row now that they've been interrupted in their mid game by something unexpected. And with all of the new changes that have come into the game since earlier on this year with the new maps, and then Vikendi has so many extra tools to play with compared to even Taego, much less Erangel and Miramar. But still, it's all about trying to stay focused and sort of re-up.
Now, I like that he just hammers him for how old he is. If he thinks he's old, he's got to have like pre-bought graves for you and me, Poro. But that is what it is. Classic Cameron. Let's talk about something else classic or non-classic. That end game was wild. It was wide open. There was nowhere to go. Mine was trying to run people over and smoke, and then Seifu, more like say less. This guy comes out with the grenade. But again, that's all you can do there, right? Is there any other way to play the end game than just sort of like get some picks and pray, Poro?
I mean, that's basically what I think that's what the plan for Sonics was, right? They were just trying to keep 4 alive and keep them just huddled down, hunkered down as long as possible. And unfortunately for them, Seifu got a good read of the situation. Again, this is going back to what we were talking about earlier. Mercy, they've got enough of experience on that team to where they understand and they know when they're in a good position, when they have the opportunity to be aggressive. And that's what we saw them do here the last couple of games. Legacy, the exact same thing. Right now, Gizera popping off. Hopefully y'all took my advice, picked him up on your fantasy team, because he is getting me money.
He looks good. The positioning has been strong. Let's take a look one more time at something that's been good so far. I'm ready for the Taego version. Take us through the drops, Mustache Dave.
Dropping it like it's hot. Listen, STK, I still got you, but let me get a hot drop.
Hot drop.
There we go. In the chat, listen, I need the hot drops, all right? Things are getting spicy. We can see the icons. A couple of these teams are on top of each other. We got Rats and Firefly. Didn't see it last game. Hopefully we see it this game, because you know what? I got my popcorn. I'm ready to go. You got Elevate. You got Inco out there on the west. They are big chilling, duking it out. But really, I'm looking at Falcons. I'm looking at 22. Do something for me, Esports, because they're right there dead center. Hopefully they can test each other and we get some spicy action here in game number 3 of day number 1 here, fellas. That's a drop. I'm out.
And
Well,
thank you so much,
as we-
Dave. I know, it
Please,
was
Matt.
such a fun thing to go through, man. I love working with Dave. We're done. We've got Vikendi behind us now, because that's felt like what that was the entire in game was. Now we're making our way over to Taego, Godspeed.
We are now going to Taego, which has become very quickly my favorite map to watch and cast. And more importantly, do you think?
Miramar?
Don't say it. Don't let Miramar say that. More importantly, though, I want to know: is Dave like do you think he's more of like a kettle corn? Is he a white cheddar popcorn? You said he's pulling out the popcorn. I'm trying to figure out like what kind of popcorn do you think he likes? What kind of popcorn do you think?
That mustache, it screams kettle corn to me, right?
I feel like kettle corn, right? It has to be. I mean, I'm more of a white cheddar man myself, but I mean, kettle corn doesn't play.
Or maybe caramel corn. I could see Dave being a caramel corn. Yeah.
I could see that too, I guess.
But I can pop that, right? You have to like go buy it.
True.
Anyway, Gizera, just Gizera, dude. Like, it is just absolutely insane. Yes, I know the fact that there's a lot going on. LG won that last game, but so much of the attention keeps getting pulled into Legacy, getting these just massive kill counts.
I mean, they are just playing disgusting, and I think it was Porter or Steve said it right before we went live. The fact that they did it on 2 separate maps, right? It's not like we're playing 2 Erangels or like 2 Miramar. Like that went straight from Miramar to Vikendi, which are just very different maps. And the fact that they've been able to not only control their edge and just decimate any of the teams that are in front of them, but the fact they've been doing it consistently throughout different maps is also, very impressive.
So we've got some weird circles on Taego. If we go all the way back going into PGS2, right? We keep getting this weird pull that kind of goes up into that shipyard area. Happened during our qualifiers for this as well. I want to remind everybody, kind of keep an eye on that area around military base. That hillside tends to be a core component for what a lot of our end games kind of go into. But the plane path is much further south than that this time around. Now we could get some baits and shifts and stuff like that, but it definitely feels like this might be a bit cleaner and not as scary of a Taego as what we've been seeing in the qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, even when we talk about circles, like you talked about Army Base, we also see a lot of circles kind of in that north area around like Godok, right? Especially when you talk about the games that you and I were casting all the way back at PGS2. So a lot of northern circles. More importantly, Taego just has a lot of different varying terrains that I really enjoy watching. Their cities are completely different than what we're normally used to in PUBG as well. Very dense, much smaller buildings. And so it's just a completely different beast. And especially even as we look at this circle, like a lot of the areas I was just about to say in the south near Hosan Prison, there's a lot of different ridges and just terrain in general for teams to actually play. It's not as flat as what we saw in Vikendi.
This is a more vertical section of the map. You are correct inside that, but it also has like a lot of, I guess, I don't want to say unplayable territory, but just terrain that you don't want to go into. Most notably that area that's kind of the northeast of Hosan Prison, right? It just is kind of complicated to play around inside of that. And a lot of this territory has already been claimed. Look at how Friendly Fire is so spread out over into the north of this. They're on that fishing camp area, and they have the potential for some strong gatekeeps up into the north, given how many teams are playing in that northern area. I'm kind of curious, how would you get out of this? I mean, sure, emergency pickup is the way, but if you're over in the north, with the amount of bridges that you've got into this, do you just kind of go all the way over to Yoncheon?
You can either go with that option or you can just wait. Sometimes the best thing that I've seen as far as the way teams will adapt to the circle, especially if they're on the north side and they have to rotate south, is they'll either go super early, which is something we might see LG do as Friendly Fire are already going to move early as well, or they'll just wait. They'll wait for all the teams to kind of get to the center and then they'll start to kind of put their footing on that main island.
This is the process of watching a team and learning. Remember, PGS2 and the qualifiers, that shipyard shift that kind of happened was detrimental both times to this team specifically. Look at how fast they are now rotating. They're like, no, even if we got an emergency pickup, we're saving it. We're getting to the center of the circle, and I don't want to have to deal with any hardships. Like, they are committed in the center this time.
Yeah, and Roth does like this rotation path just in between what we see Elevate currently in 22. They like playing this area to the south, and this is pretty much where they normally will do their splits if the circle is in this position. So no surprises there. Roth, though, is quite isolated, quite cut off from the rest of his team, but I imagine he's going to stay clear of the city and probably make it there. I would like for him not to die early, but he's already taken some shots. We'll see.
He's got 3 teams along that line, and he's
Elevate.
to drive back into Elevate. Yeah. So no part of that is going to feel very good. Elevate is at least kind of regrouping closer to where we saw Friendly Fire trying to move into. Fireflies also over there is Friendly Fire and Fireflies next to each other. What is it with Legacy and Luminosity fighting each other while we've got Fireflies and Friendly Fire fighting each other? Is this just a curse us?
It's a lot of fire action happening. You'd think there's a phoenix somewhere in the sky. I don't know. Yeah, it's been a little bit of a tongue twister, but Fireflies and Friendly Fire cannot seem to get away from each other. Speaking of crossing bridges, though, we do have those guys and now Al Lianegueras.
Let's see how this option is going. Those guys are going to take the lower section of it. Looks like Alain Hinnas was thinking about more to the north, or more to the top side of it, I should say. So they're going to let that one pass. No surprise, because why would you want to take shots into somebody that can just stop and bridge camp you? So instead, are they going to split this one? Looks like they might send a couple low and a couple high.
Yeah, so they're also going to wait too, and I really like the fact that they didn't try to potentially just take out one of the last members of those guys. That's because that would cause just a bridge camp, right? If you lose one member early, you realize there's a team behind you. Hell, you're in circle, they're not. They probably would have just camped this and tried to do some more damage to aliens. So the fact that they didn't, they rotated across. Now they're going to be able to go forward into the circle on the west side. Is a really good play. It's a really good play from aliens.
This is a very open eastern area, or western area. And pretty much everybody is going, okay, because the way that the water works, Hosan Prison, that bay that's going to be in play, everybody's playing much more centered, moving away from specifically that western edge that Alain Hinnas is coming in on, and they're going to have room to work with. While this is happening, though, I want to point out that Inco is moving more into the Hosan Prison area. They might actually be moving into Hosan Prison proper, as the compression that's kind of happening with everybody in center. You can see where Rats and Fireflies are now starting to line into. Also going to have STK with potential vision in this in just a moment.
Yeah, something to point out about the prison as well is the fact that it's just visible from pretty much every part of the circle. You can see prison from the north, from the east, from the south. So with how much water is in, it's a safe play for now, but I do worry about Inco potentially getting trapped in that area after the circle shifts, especially if it shifts farther away to the east. And it looks like actually Lemon Squeeze is going to be knocked by Wakuz.
This is I guess, open pathing, right? Yeah. Those guys thought that this would be a bit cleaner to rotate through and that nobody would be playing back over there. And it's always the PUBG double standard, right? Every single time you think that nobody's going to be there, they are. And every single time you assume that somebody's there, they're not. And Friendly Fire are going to see if they can get something like that. Running a very wide 2-2 split with those guys, what? Friendly Fire is about 800?
Yeah, again, this is Friendly Fire's MO. I mean, they love these splits and they love doing it early. They like taking as much space as possible. Sometimes it does cause them problems, but when it doesn't, it actually enables so much circle control for this team. So we'll see if they're able to maintain. And even looking at those guys, I mean, they're going to find themselves a nice little rotation here, skirting past multiple teams there just to the south. This little compound here, they'll be able to kind of hold fast. And especially with the next shift, they'll have a good position to at least move on for the next circle.
Harassment now going to be the name of the game down in this area where we do see Rats, Fireflies, those guys. Take those shots. Let's see if we can get something. Make sure to do the reload, though. But hey, I mean, you got caught up. You got your sights set on murder right there. You can't be paying attention to how much ammo you got in. We do have Just Too Easy as well as Mercy and Legacy making a rotation. And right now, our few teams that are not yet inside the safe zone is all the action is pretty much here. We've got Elevate and Sonics taking some long range shots at each other, but this close range fight for this compound or complex, whatever you want to call it, is pretty much it.
Yeah, the one thing I also worry about with this circle specifically, Matt, is the center of the circle. So I'm looking at this elevate split. There's very little cover. There's some rice paddies and fields over there, but it is difficult to navigate. There's a hill that's basically sectioned off into north and south, and then there's just a barren gully with a shack in the middle. So this is a problematic area, especially early. If the circle shifts, look for a lot of teams to start to kind of panic as far as where they're going to actually play. And then looking, I mean, even at this, so towards the center of the circle, it's going to be Rats very close to another team. That's going to be the Fireflies.
This is that kind of awkward stalemate. We did see those guys move more to the south, so they did get some separation in that. Most teams just kind of waiting to see where the circle's going to go now. Luminosity, going to go ahead and stop off over here. Not the worst idea for now, but it is going to have aliens that were trying to encroach into this area, so take a couple of shots, force them away. This is also going to be a bit more to the north. Well, actually, quite a bit to the north of where we see one of the duos for Friendly Fire and their rotation they made a moment ago. Kane is now down. It looks like Rats are going to try to exploit it. Xavier also looks like he took a ton of damage. Going to try to commit in and just pick up his teammate and try to get out of there.
Yeah, he definitely wants to make sure that he can reset. The smoke's actually helping, and that's because those buildings are, as you can see, he's running into one right now. They're pretty open. There's multiple angles, multiple doors as well. There's about 3 different openings for these. So pushing them can be a little tricky, especially with the amount of angles that you're exposed to, but it looks like they are going to get a reset here. Xavier will get Kane up.
Just the attrition war continuing from here is now those guys hearing what's going on, moving to the hillside, saying, hey, maybe we can exploit this, pick up something inside the rotation. No big commitment come out just quite yet. Might spot somebody that they might want to take a pot shot or two at right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if Doc Geo mostly sitting in this position right now to feed information back over the rest of his team. Problem though, the rest of his team are about to feed over information. Hey, there's a full squad that's rotating right to the west of us, Doc Geo. You got to turn around, buddy. Yeah, and that's going to be a legacy of all teams.
The one thing that's great, though, about those guys, as well as far as a newer team, is they lost a member early, right, in Lemon Squeezy, but they're still being proactive. They're still spreading out. You know, they're not just sitting 3 in a compound, afraid to potentially, you know, take a little bit more space. They're down a member, and that's a really good sign for a team that's newer in the scene to be able to have the confidence, even when they lose members, to make those kind of proactive plays. So, again, just props, nothing but props to those guys.
And look at this. Man, they rotate down. They've got these rock croppings they can play from pretty close to center. This is also going to bisect right in between Friendly Fire's duo as one player is moving more to the north, and Hosan Prison stays pretty close to the center. What the absolute hell, Guts?
The crazy thing is this can shift one more time towards Hosan, and then that would make it center. And Hosan Prison is that is an enigma wrapped in a conundrum. It's a very claustrophobic place to fight.
Sorry, it's time to lean a bit forward as now Alien's going to have to try to defend over in that western point. We've got Sonics, they're going to be rotating right next to LG. A couple of shots going to be going out from them. Lots of damage already on to Tig. See if maybe he can get some shots back into it. Does manage to get at least Snakers to step away from it, but he's going to go down to Rillo. The rest of Sonic's going to have to figure out, okay, that doesn't work too well. Let's kind of try to cut a bit more to the north, put them on that Aliens pathing. Just Too Easy saw all of that and said, nah, we're just going to go to the north instead.
This is going to be an I'm sorry, I'm just still looking at Prison. This is going to be a wild game if it actually does end in Prison, as Luminosity is still chasing down some of those members of Sonics. They're going to rotate off. But even a lot of the area in the center of the circle where we see LG right now, this kind of swamp area, this is such an open playing field with not as much cover as you would like, especially if you're, in a game with 62 players still alive. This is what I'm talking about. Look at Prison, man.
Everybody that is not inside of Hosan Prison. Somebody crashing this early to make this all complicated means that now there's some breathing room around the outside of it. Luminosity Gaming, those spots. Coda Kid, right as he's making it to the wall. Just Too Easy now in some trouble over here. Now Flood's got to play this one pretty
It's just
safe,
Flood,
though. He doesn't have all of LG here to support him.
Yeah, he's only alone. If he can get that knock, it would have helped, but the nade hits them and will explode. And Flood will go down. There is no chance they save him here.
Now LG still playing the rest of that Swampland. Just Too Easy wanting to make sure they get this done fast. They don't know exactly how many members are over there. Zvire also going to cut right path. You're going to hear in shots at range. That's going to be Friendly Fire. We're taking some shots into them. 22 trying to figure out exactly how they're going to be roaming around in the thick of this mess. They're going to take up a position just south of where Zvire was and just a little bit southeast of where Sonics were just a moment ago.
Sonics still, they're center circle, sure, but I mean, look, they're just on a ridge with sight lines all over the place that have angles on them. So this is gonna, this is not good. This is not good for Sonics right now. Shrimsy will fall. That's gonna be an easy knock there for Fisher. Quinn just trying to look back. Just trying to put some damage.
Hoping that lower ground position might be a bit lower and deny some of the sight lines. I guess they could kind of hunker down into here for now. Sonics are, you can see Rassy back into Zavire, so that's buying some breathing room from potential res, but I still want to point out that Friendly Fire is committed into this 2-2 split, even in this circle.
Yeah, nobody has really harassed them, and that's mainly because a lot of the rotations that have come around them have been shot off. So good job on Friendly Fire to make sure that that does not come back and bite them on that split. And look how much of the circle they actually control, Matt.
Back into this firefight going on with the Fireflies and Rats. The Spoon's got himself a nice little walkway he can make through there, spots out something at range. And this is now compressed in more into this northwestern area that we were looking at a while ago. Fireflies are in some trouble. You can see Finna trying to see if he can spot somebody out. Senpai is going to go down. Not quite getting the res just quite yet, but Firefly is doing a good job of trying to right the situation back into their favor.
Yeah, they've taken the fight here to Rats pretty successfully here. They have a knock, obviously the smokes to deny sight lines, but Kane was about to say he cannot go down. And Yappa is going to find the trade, and the fight is chaos right now. There is one member, though, I will say, to the south from Rats trying to watch this. What a re-knock there. Beautiful from Yappa.
Just steps back down into it and says, nope, we're going to maintain control over this one. Cowboy with nowhere to go now, just running out for the hills. You can see Spoon, the rest of the squad's just trying to see if maybe they can creep in, feed some information, but there's just nothing to be done off of this one. The firefight does at least end pretty quickly as Cowboy is going to head off into the distance. Mercy Gaming, as well as those guys, might be pathing in the south, so it could be a problem for Cowboy in just 1 second as the new circle has popped and left Hosan prison.
Yeah, and Sonics have realized that their position now is going to be a lot more of a dangerous one, specifically with the circle looking at how it shifted. The teams coming out of prison are going to have to head their way. Aliens are still going to have to head their way. The problem is there's not that many better spots for them to currently find themselves in.
Yeah, so with this pathing, you can see a couple of rocks, a shack. That's about all you're going to be able to work with if you're Sonics. Also have to be careful because Legacy could be encroaching at any given moment. Inco is kind of stalling them out. Aliens kind of playing into the north of this is buying them something to work with. Those guys about to bump into Mercy, who are making their rotation right now, both trying to scout a bit before they make their moves, but it's going to be Mercy that's in the stopping point while those guys are still making their progression forward. Doc Geo still getting harassed, and Cowboy, oh, of all the places to go, Cowboy, you picked here. Can you survive? There goes for the shots onto one of them, but there are just so many people outside trying to go for the flush, at least get 1 point out of it. He's still alive. Goes for the spray and gets a second one. He's trying to hold it together. Finally, Rats go down. Those guys take massive casualties for it, though.
Yeah, Cowboy almost went huge. He potentially would have had all three members in the white, but look at Seifu now. That's going to be a blue zone right on top of the shack. It's going to bounce beautifully. And that's going to cause a lot of problems right here for the team.
That was one of the best throws I have seen in a long time on that. That was just perfect in position. Now, Firefly spot out Mercy. We're trying to go onto this one. Firefly has now left their position, wants to make sure that they reinforce along their lines. They do have two of their members that were playing up to the north of this. Mercy's still just kind of bullying their way through this, though.
Firefly is getting a lot more proactive this game. You love to see it. Xavier just beaming with that MK12. Almost found a knock here, but now Elevate returning some shots, and Elevate still find themselves in a strong position. Really, the biggest threat for them is going to be STK just to the northeast.
It's been a very quiet game for STK. They're coming into this one pretty late. I mean, if it works, it works, right? Not necessarily making the biggest showing the first two games so far, but they are going to get themselves a good position to play from. Legacy is getting some separation away from Inco now, but that means that LFP is right up on top of Sonics, and he's going to be encroaching into this one. He has an idea on where they're going to. He knows that that car is going to be on the outside. Go ahead and throw in the Molotovs. Legacy's making a commitment into this one, but not with very many players. Nice outside defense, and
oh my!
LFP going absolutely hog wild. Circle's gonna pop. It stays inside here, and now LFP trying to run for safety, hoping his teammates support, and they do. Sonics get eliminated.
Absolutely disgusting from LFP. He's gonna find a beautiful spray as well as the molly come out on top of the fact that he had 1 HP. What an animal. Legacy is just on a different level, man. I keep saying that, but it's true.
Bro, they are so fun to watch.
That was disgusting from LFP. Absolutely disgusting.
All right, Fireflies, what do you got? You're going to take to the air, live up to your name, catch some air, but where are you going to jump into this?
There's...
I'm confused. There's like no cover to be had.
There's like a very slight small ridge just to the south of where Friendly Fire are playing. But I mean, this is an open circle. This is a swamp ending. I have never seen this.
This is going to be so hard for these teams to work around. So much utility already being burned, as now you're going to see it is going to be Mime. Shots in. We can see that also Friendly Fire finding some work in, and just jump out. Just crouch down, lay down in the water, get some safety. Nope. He's like, no, I don't like that. That's a weird commitment. In
this is the ridge.
Now, Friendly Fire has regrouped, so just stay away from them. That rock, maybe. This is.
There's really not a lot to play. The problem, even with playing this ridge, is yes, you have cover from Friendly Fire, but guess what? You're completely open to the team of Legacy behind you, and so that's where a lot of the problems will go. And not only that, like when I look at Mercy, they're going to have to contend with Elevate for a position that's not even that strong. As RBN is just going to find another knock here on Abil. Inco just going to lose a member. Legacy is disgusting. They're just...
That's the last, I guess, Inco member that was trying to make it in the zone. The other two aren't quite in, but you can see they're pretty far away from it. Psycho going to be the closest one to the Legacy line. Alien's just going to be to the north of them. Looks like Fireflies are going to be jumping in over into the far west, maybe going to be dropping into LG's position. They'll look like they set their sights right into the swampland. Out of everywhere to go, it looks like this is going to be their strategy, and Snakers is just feasting on this and is just picking them apart as they're trying to land.
It was definitely probably one of the... It was just the worst position they could have landed. That was just a bad emergency pickup. There's no way around it.
That is probably the worst emergency pickup.
That was just bad.
But there wasn't anywhere to go. They were probably going to get picked apart if they even tried to drive through it.
I mean, they could have dropped closer to the edge. They didn't need to try to commit to an area like that, especially because they should be able to see a lot of the circle from that height. So just an unfortunate play.
I mean, it's one of those, there are no good options, so trying to make the best of a bad option, and
still
see
don't
what
like
they were
it.
trying to work with. Meanwhile, Falcons shoot to kill caught up in an exchange right on the edge of the zone. It is going to be Falcons that have the defensive line that they're trying to work with. Shoot to kill is going to be the ones that are trying to breach in. Remember, they were playing this hillside for quite a while. It's going to be Pinta right in front of the zone. Don't forget about Friendly Fire. They're going to have some vision on this firefight and trying to supervise it, but Pinta's got goals, man. He's trying to fight his way into it. He's the last one up for STK. They want these points. They need a good day one, and so far, it just hasn't quite happened. In game 3, it's not going to happen either.
And now Falcons, for all their efforts, will have to finally find a way into the circle. I think it's just Silzen at this point, the last member, and he is all alone on that north side. He's got all of Friendly Fire as well as Vire looking for that frag.
Man, this is just getting crazier. Moving more into the swamp. 22 trying to creep in back behind Legacy, but I don't know how well that's going to go given Legacy's firefighting right now. 22 should have some experience playing against him, but it's actually going to be Sharp Shot that takes down Rusty Zira. And a quick exchange going to come out. VHZ is going to go down as well. This is going to be an awkward fight where we're going to have teams that are trying to play along those ridge lines, kind of what you were talking about a second ago, Godspeed, and just getting harassed at range from the other, I guess, ridge line.
Yeah, Mercy is actually buying a lot of time here for Legacy to be able to get that knock of VHC back up. And as I did look at that, it looks like LFP1 has a P90, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be an even more powerful version of Legacy. I mean, I'm running out of superlatives for that team because they are just dominating this field. I mean, even coming through that rotation, that we saw them rotate like kind of through multiple teams. They still managed to keep 4 up. Very impressive.
So with this, now 22 finds themselves backstabbed. Legacy's going to have to figure out what they want to do regarding this situation. Mercy's still going to be coming into it. Poza trying to fin the line, gets a spray. Not as much damage as he wanted to. Spots out the other one, though, so going to be able to take down Rogi. What is Mercy going to do to respond to this one? Seifu, we saw the fact that this man can hit some massive nades. Is he going to get the read into it? Mercy's still just kind of roaming around. Going to jump out. At least the tree's going to provide some type of cover for it, but Sharp Shot at range. Friendly Fire just kind of feasting over here up into the north, already at 4 kills, and they have the capabilities to just kind of mop up the rest of this.
Yeah, Friendly Fire now starting to step out and really take advantage of the position that they've held. Remember, we talked about that 2-2 split they were holding on to for quite a while. It's really started to pay off. 4 members still up for that team, and now one of the very few playable positions still left in the circle. Roth is just taking shots. This kid in the candy shop, just looking at anything he can, trying to find a knock in LP1 with that P90. Will find sneak attack.
This is Mercy just trying to creep forward. I should also point out that Legacy did get their res, so LFP is staying there. VHZ is trying to look like he's moving in to reinforce what's going on with the Gazera RBN line. We do have LG that's still in control of the north. Zavire holding down a 2-1-1 split that gets pretty decent control just to the east of where we see LG at, but Mercy is finally going to get eliminated. The blue zone's going to go ahead and finish that one out, denying Friendly Fire that point they so desperately want.
I'm looking now at Alianagueras. They've been alive in this kind of weird spot for quite a while. They've only managed to lose one person, and they're going to get gifted with the multi-drop here. So a chance there. As I say that, though, a knock will come down towards them, but Kaishin will trade it.
Is the fact that Legacy keeps hurting Inco back into that northern area where aliens are trying to hold up. You can see this new circle does pop. Of course it moves more into the swamp. Why not? That's just a hillside in the middle of it all. This is a king of the hill battle.
I was just about to say, yeah, this is now just a plateau, and all these teams have to play around it. But Friendly Fire in a really good position here to start gatekeeping Legacy. And if they really want to kind of slow them down, they have to kind of get rid of them for the rest of this lobby, because they have just found consistency throughout every game, every map. This is now a different map that we're looking at Legacy in the top 6. Unreal.
Already sitting at 6 kills right now. Inco looks like they might be jumping onto aliens. Just 1 second. Yeah. There's just not a lot of cover to be had on that one. Inco going to pick that up pretty cleanly. LG is going to be on the opposing side of it. But now that you've managed to take out that squad, where do you go?
It's rough. I mean, they have to fight Legacy.
Well, with this, let's go ahead and do a quick listen into Friendly Fire's comms as they try to navigate what is going to be a crazy circle.
Oh, listen. I know game-winning play right now.
Okay, call it if you see it.
Hold me to yellow. I'm gonna go close. I'm gonna fucking nade them.
All right, hurry up, though, because we're out of zone
one
soon.
guy on the set. They cannot see me at all.
Sharp, do it. Hold it for him.
We can play blue 100%.
I know. I'm gonna hold LGC while he does this.
I'm also holding.
LGC's getting knocked to Inco.
Are you guys holding?
Oh my god.
I'm holding.
Are you guys holding?
Yes, you're good. You have the ridge.
Okay, get ready to come to me. Do you guys have a car?
We're gonna drive. Let's go. Yeah, we have a car. We're coming right now. You ready?
We're gonna drive to yellow.
I'm going now. You ready?
Yeah, go.
You have to. He's peeking. We're gonna be stuck in water here probably. It's not good. We're coming now. LGC2.
Right now.
Here we go, Papa.
Yeah.
We're pulling up in the wide open him, kind of, so you gotta peek him.
One is low. Mega low on me.
Knocked one. There's one more on the DeLoreans. Knocked two. A foot of shield knocked. Last one up. I saw him towards blue.
He's green.
Yes, comms. Levels. There's another team coming north right now.
I saw him towards blue. Roth, he could be prone.
One guy's on green, okay? From the
You
shack.
think he's in the bushes? You think he's in the bushes, Sharp?
Yes, I thought I saw him run
I'm
to
gonna
the
nade the
bushes.
bush. I'm nading this blue bush. I'm nading. I trust you.
I'm holding.
Making cover.
I naded blue. Careful.
He could be to our left on our ridge.
Nice.
One knocked on yellow. LG knocked on yellow. They're yellow line. They're running under your hill.
Heard.
You have
Someone,
one CV solo.
slow it down. Slow it down. Slow it down. We have zone. We have top three. Top three.
Should be on green, okay?
No,
Heard.
I don't think he's on green. I thought I saw him run to like blue. I promise. I saw him run to blue line.
Roger.
Hey, I need us right now to control space. Slow the game down. Levels. Keep it calm.
I'm gonna loot a body because I have no vest or ammo.
I'm gonna. Can you hold me, Pavo, back to this ridge? I don't want to get wrapped behind by LGC. They're like 1 up or 2 up.
We don't know where the last CV solo is.
I need a smoke on me.
I'm throwing one for you, Pavo. I'm throwing one for you,
Pavo. Me already. LG's already over green.
Second bleed on me, but I'm safe.
They're nading towards me. Could be landing on sharp.
I'm playing underneath them if they push.
Roger.
All right, one.
Yeah, don't give them a knock. Play slow.
They cannot see them.
Can someone pay? Pixel, can you run from me right now? You can get me.
Yeah, Pixel, you can. I can hold this ridge. I'm playing back a little bit.
Thank you.
We need to get the CV solo.
We also have an
LG's 3
LGC.
max.
LGC as well, guys.
Yeah.
LGC is 3 max.
They're coming in from the west. Guys, listen to me.
Sharp already.
All right, listen. All we do is stall this game, and they're all going to fight on the north, okay? Just stay alive and stall on my ridge.
The lines.
It's really smart
Just
for Roth
be
here.
mindful that we have the CV solo somewhere.
Pavo, can you help me stare west every once in a while, please?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Does anyone need...
Might be
Does
pushing.
anyone...
Comms.
Heard.
Whisper.
I'm going to stun over you if they do. I have a stun out. Just let me know.
Utility usage here is really strong as well.
Guy to the green side.
They can't if there's a ZV guy there.
Like he should be on the log, most likely.
So what we're roughly looking at is Friendly Fire has
I'm just
control of
holding
the eastern side of the
I'm
zone,
holding a stun the
LG,
entire
the
time.
western
Just
and northern side of the
yell
zone.
the second you hear
2
footsteps.
solos encroaching on both sides.
It's also a mark of a really good IGL trusting page. Initially made the call to come
putting
here.
it away. I'm worried about this LGC guy doing this, by the way.
Yeah, keeping track of that LGC guy has been massive for them.
I saw one die to
Just
play zone,
realizing
but they
that
were more than one up, right?
That player is there. No potential for a
LGC?
backstab. How many times,
Yes.
Matt, have we seen a backstab come into play?
One definitely died to play zone. We just stalled
Roth
this, but
very
we know
aware.
it. We're 4. It's 3 of LG. Wait, it's 2 solos. It's an LGC solo and a ZV solo, if that's the case, guys. We're hard trouble.
Oh, really good comms from Roth. I love it.
Nice.
LG's
Okay.
LG's
Listen,
3,
now,
by the way.
hear me out. We don't need to move. We have an LGC solo. Sharp and Pixel stack the right. You play together on the right side. Pavo, you're gonna have to move in soon. I have no smokes for you, so someone else is gonna have to. Okay.
They can be straight below. Hey, everyone comes, shut the fuck up now. So there can be one guy on LG literally just close to us. Page, what you probably want to do is not peek, and when they try to push us, you're gonna peek over. I don't know how far you can play into the zone, but just try to like delay there. Make sure you're not
what's your
open to
U2?
orange. I have literally just only flash and nade.
Here.
Smokes if you can.
Here you go.
Does anyone have smokes for me?
I'm fine. I have
Sure,
2
here.
smokes, I can drop you 1.
We're fed, bro. We have dot. We have middle dot on our side. We just play slow in the game.
LGC guy.
LGC guy
should
flank them.
One at a time, guys. One at a time. Yep, I'm watching for it. I'm hard staring.
Gonna be limited on playing only close side of the hill, okay? So this green.
Last of LGC yellow.
You saw him? I'm gonna swing. Can you hold it?
No, don't swing. Don't swing.
I'm just gonna play low on the wrist.
Yeah, you can play low on the wrist, but don't swing.
If I kill him early, it makes our game easier.
No. It doesn't. He's gonna grab yellow line. I still literally run to you.
Okay. Do you need me to play aggressive so you can run to me or no?
Looks
No.
like they're repositioning back over to the west to sweep in. They can get him. If he runs on the right
This
side.
is really good control, though.
LG
They're
knows that
rotating
we
a
have the
lot.
advantage. Be watching for them to make some weird play.
I'm not looking anymore. FF could have heard you guys sprinting away.
Is there a rock behind the tree?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, there is.
He's gonna be there.
We have to play time on this guy.
He like has to be
Yeah,
there.
I think you guys.
I think we push. We lose the
Trying to
game instantly.
navigate.
I have 4 nades, by the way.
Come back.
Switch over to Luminosity's
I think come
comms right
back
now as
fix-
we're listening to how they're trying to
fix,
figure out to deal with everything while FP is just in the middle of it all.
I can't see.
Save it for FF.
Yeah, just come
Crawl him
back.
back.
You should come back.
Crawl him back.
Jake,
crawl
watch
him back.
over him. Jake, watch over him. Like it left.
What's even in?
And they know.
He just
They
has
know
a
if they
green's
get
in.
knocked.
He's new
As soon
green
as they fight, that's
somewhere.
friendly fire's Q.
We can peek it once Blue moves them out.
Really good
Yeah,
comms, though,
later.
like, from both teams.
Looks like Friendly Fire did read this and they've now shifted to the south.
Yeah, I just have.
I like the call
no
from
fucking
Friendly
helmet,
Fire. I think it was Page
so
or Pixel
I
to
have
tell
to
him
make
not
Guys,
to.
angle here.
FF is 4 and they have a good spot. Like, we need to kill the solo, gets 2 points. Like, we get a placement and a kill.
As we said, Matt King of the Hill.
I can hold for
very
the
awkward.
FF push
Two
if you guys
sides.
want to peek that solo in a second.
I think he's just on green. He has to be on the green tree. Jake, group on mine.
I'm peeking and flashing.
Go peek it. Jake, throw a flash.
Your threat is the
He's right in front of me.
Oh,
prone.
the P90.
Prone, standing. He's edge of blue. Behind the tree.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Just 2v4.
That's it, Friendly Fire. They know it's a
Yeah, spamming util on the right.
Nice. I'm AFK.
I'm also AFK. They have
Guys,
dot on their
what's our
ridge.
smoke count?
I'm
What's our
also
smoke count? It's
AFK.
gonna be a dot.
I have 0. Alright, I have 4 nades though.
I think you guys.
I
group
think
on
Roth is now
Sneakers-
playing the line up against Snickers.
You should be playing
Patiently waiting for this one. We're now going to switch over to Friendly Fire's comms to
What's
send
your
that
play?
way to
Dropping
read what's going
One's
to
on
happen
edge
inside.
zone. One's at one of them. Do not overcommit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stun him off.
2-2, sharp with me. Page with me.
I have a
I
lot
backed off a bit.
Yeah, we have
Is that
to
your
go.
nade?
Down us
Yeah.
as well. No.
Why don't you guys 3-man swing east?
Wait,
Kill
if
the
they're
solo.
nading, yeah, if they're nading that,
3-man
they're
swing
not
east right now.
close.
3-man swing east right now. Go. I'll hold edge. Go. I'll play center dot and help you.
Let's bring
I'm
in
gonna
the
stun over
aggression
for you.
stage.
You don't have to,
Smart.
Roth.
I mean, they
I
realize
am.
that
Just
Sharp
trust.
called
Go.
it.
Go from below.
I threw stuns.
You're
Just
gonna be
go.
on edge. We're
Should
gonna
be
get
an
stuck
easy
here.
kill and an easy cleanup.
Yeah, need to go back. Need to go back. Need to go back.
Fall back.
You need to
He's
come back.
prone right on edge. Don't let him peek me. Hold the run back.
We cannot. I'm healing.
Listen,
him.
yo, one's gonna be orange. One's gonna be orange.
This is
Don't be
both
stuck on
potential there
each
for
other.
a
Talk
couple
when you
knocks, but even still, Friendly Fire with
We
holding
cannot trade
advantage.
you.
I'm good here, bro. I'm
I
vibing.
think it baited Snickers back.
He ran in. The edge guy ran into the tree on blue.
Knock one.
Last one on blue.
I'm nading blue.
1 HP. Or not 1. I didn't hit him at all. Don't rush.
All right.
Play together, guys. You just double
I
stack.
have nades. Come here.
You can go for revive as well.
You can actually res me, Pavo.
Him.
Pavo.
Okay, I'm rushing.
Nice.
Nice.
There we go.
Wow.
Friendly Fire, 13 kills. That wide split, all the information moving into the swampland.
It almost got a little bit of a way for them, but I really do love again, the mark of a good IGL from Roth is to realize when his team or a member on his team is going to have a really good play, and he trusted Paige and he let him do the play. It ultimately got them in that position. And then even after that, maintaining control, making sure that everyone was being heard, but that comms weren't too chaotic, which is something that we've heard on teams that Roth has been on before with other members, but that was just very clinical. Even talking about utility usage, I really like the way they were spreading out utility, making sure everyone at least had a smoke. No one was kind of stranded without maybe even just a nade. So again, very well done in friendly fire. The most impressive thing is something that I really want everyone who's watching to take away as well is Sharp's ability to exactly track as well with Roth who is left alive. They knew there was 2 solos and 3 with LG. That is an incredibly important talent to have and something to keep track of is the kill feed, and that's exactly what they did.
Look at the moment we heard it. They go, wait a minute, no, it's going to be 3 on LG and it's going to be 2 solos. Their whole strategy changed. They realized they could play more aggressive off of the sides. They started bullying up. I believe it was LFP, the last one up, kind of creep back up that hillside, and that put that P90 back into LG sight lines. A lot to be said there, and also a lot to be said for LG making it that late into the game. That's going to be massive with them on the leaderboard.
I mean, that was a very difficult to play, very difficult circle to play anyways, but I still also have to mention the fact that Legacy made it to another endgame, and they made it to another top 3, and they had a good amount of kills as well. And so they have not seemed to slow down at all in any of these games, Matt.
Dude, it has just been wild to watch. We're getting a lot of usual suspects towards the end of these games. I know that there's a lot of talk about STK, hopes in what we might be able to see come out from them and the strength and what they're going to be able to bring out. It's going to be a little bit more complicated for them to kind of deal with. But if you're a fan of STK, you're probably also a fan of Miramar. That's one of the maps that they are known for doing quite well on. And if you will jump over into New State Mobile right now and try out the new Miramar style map in Lockdown, I'll show you a little bit of what that looks like right now.
What I do, and I am not new to it. I'm on the road now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down. Yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. Yeah, there is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer. I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, bring it on. I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power. So you better bow down.
Got one. I didn't hit him at all. Don't rush. Don't rush. Don't rush. Don't rush.
All right.
Play together, guys. You just double stack.
I have mates. Come here.
Go for it back as well.
You can actually res me, Papa. Papa.
Camera.
Nice.
Nice.
There we go.
Wow.
Welcome back. Our winners are anything but friendly as they fire up a chicken dinner with 13 kills to take that one home. My name is Toffees. I'm here with Mustache Dave, and a bit of a change of pace. Godspeed and Matchroom joining us on the desk. And we're going to send Cammy D and Poro over to the cast and cell to take care of the business. Gentlemen, welcome to the VIP spot. I'm glad to have you. I'm going to open with Mustache Dave, though. Mustache Dave started today by saying Legacy is going to be on fire as long as Friendly Fire doesn't show up to hold them out of PGC. Legacy's been on fire, and then, Dave, Friendly Fire gets themselves a chicken dinner. You are on a roll, as are these two teams.
Hey, about time, though. Honestly, I was starting to worry a lot about Friendly Fire because Legacy were just popping off here today, and they're still doing really consistent. You know, we didn't see them get that chicken, but Friendly Fire definitely needing that dub in their pocket. And I want to mention real quick, love the comms. I love that we get to kind of listen in and see how the team interacts with each other. But one thing that stood out to me was Roth and his ability to slow things down when the blood was pumping. You know, you don't want to get tunnel vision.
I've got a whole segment about the comms coming up. For now, let's focus on the highlights.
You should have told me, man. Legacy, let's go. Highlights. Oh, hold up. Was that Sonics getting wiped out? I think so.
Very excited about that, Dave. Okay, all right. Yeah, this was a really fun game. A swamp ending. I have not seen a swamp ending at all yet, and it's very awkward. We saw the kind of king of the hill at the end, but the comms, I have to agree. I'll just kind of touch on it because I know we're going to talk about it later. We're just so well done by Roth and the rest of the team.
It was well done. No, you can talk about all you want. We're just going to look at some video in a little bit.
You told me I'm not allowed
because
to,
it was
so I'm
that
not going
good.
to.
Friendly Fire walks away at 23 points, Godspeed, and I appreciate that about you. But here's for me is it. Legacy continues to show up, Matt. 3 games in a row. Legacy is dominating.
So I'm doing quick math in my brain. What?
Oh God, that's never
17
good.
points per game average? What they're holding down, something like that? 18? I can't do the quick math exactly, but it is ridiculous. They are setting themselves up for PGC today. They're not waiting until Sunday. They are setting everything up now, which does mean that teams like Friendly Fire, LG, now finding some consistencies as well, are going to find themselves in that feast or famine stage, and they're definitely feasting as well.
All right, you said setting up PGC. Let's go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard and talk for a second. Legacy in first, no change. These guys are just dominating. 57, Friendly Fire 34, Luminosity 31. I'm gonna give a quick update on PGC standings. Remember, Luminosity 435. They look good no matter what happens. Legacy only has 105 points coming into this. If they get first, they get a bid. Second and third is still north of 250. Godspeed. So if they can maintain this top 3 position, I feel like Legacy may be a shoo-in for PGC.
I mean, the fact that they're almost averaging 20 points a game right now is pretty unreal. So yeah, they realistically, if they win, yes, the auto bid, but I think even a second place would be enough to pretty much catapult them to the top and actually get them to PGC. But the way they're playing, I don't even think that matters. They might as well just qualify.
They play like this, please represent us at PGC.
Right? Exactly. Because that's all that I'm concerned about. People say favoritism, but at the end of the day, my favoritism is strictly for the Americas region. Let's send some teams that make us look good. Now, both of these teams are going to make us look good. Friendly Fire sitting on 170 PGC points coming into this. They were a little loosey-goosey at our last event at PGS2. They felt much cleaner. This is where I want to talk about those comms, because at the start of the day, I asked Roth. The comms were not as strong as they could have been over there. They've been struggling with some of these calls. It felt good. They listened to him when he calmed him down. Even Sharpshot, Godspeed, was making positional calls and giving information. It was nice to see.
Yeah, even playing with them very briefly again in just a little weekly tournament, I got to kind of get an insight of how Sharp and Roth work together, right? Those two have been playing PUBG together on a team at the pro level for quite a while now, and you can really start to kind of tell those synergies. And the more important thing is Sharp's ability to keep track of the kill feed and then give information on positions, but more importantly, Roth's ability to listen as an IGL as well. It's very important, yes, for an IGL to make good calls and all that, but he trusted Paige with that call. They took that ridge, and because of it, Paige even said, I have a game-winning play. They were able to wipe out the team. I believe it was Vire, and they pushed forward and won that game. So that was, the ability to slow everything down. I absolutely love those comms.
It was wonderful to watch. The faith for Paige pushing when he did. I also love that Roth literally peaked a hill. As he said, no one get knocks, no peaks here. Stuff like that was entirely insane. But now the game is about to begin. I promise you guys we won't delay. But first, let's take a look at where the drops are going to be on Erangel. Mustache Dave, take it away.
All right. Hey, Matcham Godspeed. Let me get a hot drop. Hot drop. There you go. Hey, we got the boys here. All right. Once again, we got those guys, you know, playing four corners. Once again, they're having a great time. This team has a lot of energy, so I got to give it to them. I love just watching their gameplay. But honestly, still, same old story we're seeing all day long. Firefly, my dude's out here just causing a ruckus here. So it's kind of cool, you know, like we said at the beginning of the day, when we clash two different regions, we have the opportunity to have some early game conflicts going on, and we've kind of been seeing that here and there. But now going over to Erangel, let's see. We got Poro, we got Cameron Davis. Will we see the early game Firefly?
Thank you very much, Dave. And that is the question, isn't it? Firefly has been getting involved in a lot of early fights during scrims. Are they going to stay the same here on Erangel now that they've got 3 games in the bag? And they've had some spicy early games already, Cam. Are they still got a stomach for the fight?
I would say maybe if it wasn't for the fact that they do actually have a little bit of a sub switch, I believe.
Tell me more.
Is going to be playing for Yappa in these last couple of games. So perhaps that switch is going to, who knows, actually, maybe it'll inspire them to go for the hot drops to just mix things up. Yeah, but more than likely, if they did have any continuation of these drops planned, the switch would probably pull them back and make them act a little more conservatively.
Well, maybe Zwick is the Erangel specialist, right? And he's at this point, if you're playing comp, if you're playing pro, and you consider yourself a pro player, you should everyone should consider themselves an Erangel specialist, at least until the new map changes come in. But even then, it's not that many changes, I guess. So, but you know, you always gotta look around for those secret changes too, right? If you want to learn more about those secret changes, just click anywhere on the EU vodcast from this morning. I'm sure they were probably talking about it. But here we go. Plane coming from north to south, right across the center of the island. Couldn't ask for more here, Cameron. It's a lovely day. No fog, no rain.
Sunny.
There's a plane crash. But
there's a bunch of destruction still, as per usual. But yeah, this plane, as you can see now, everyone's dropping around Zarki, around Georgia Pole. It's a bit on the western side, especially towards the north. And I actually see, I mean, spoiler, I'm looking at the map, right? But I'm seeing a team go towards Zarki, which, I mean, it's those guys. They sort of all drop all over the place.
Yeah, they're a four corners team. They like you said, I mean, that's when you're a team that likes to play for the late game, to try to get to the late game, avoid all conflict before that, then doing the four corners drop, taking your time to rotate, that's pretty standard. So not super surprised to see that from those guys. Doesn't look like we have any potential. We do have a lot of teams dropping million though.
Yeah, guys, if you don't have the map pulled up, definitely pull it up.
LG being one of them.
It always helps watching these broadcasts. Friendly Fire right now are just trying to go as far east as possible, it looks, directing themselves towards Mansion, Prison, that sort of area. And again, because of the far west plane path, they're going to have a lot of room to play around with once they get their feet on the ground. It's always one of those big questions that you have, though, about timing of, like, do you want to commit to loot? And they actually are going to have a good entryway into this zone. But as you say, look at all these teams that are going on to Samzaka. Legacy are going towards Ferry/Milta. Fire going towards Novo, and Luminosity, Southern Coast.
Yeah, I guess they weren't going to make it to Milta Power off of that plane pass, so instead they decided to go to the south side of the island, already in vehicles. So I would not be surprised to see them send it up to that radio tower, but they might not be the first ones there. Firefly already on the move as well. Legacy, we touched on briefly. It looked like they were maybe thinking about going on the north side of the island, pulled off once they saw Firefly, circle popped, and now all of a sudden they're like, okay, let's get over there now before we have to deal with any other nonsense.
But get over to where? Firefly are already at the crossroads. Could be going towards Nova. Luminosity are going towards Nova. I think Legacy may have jumped the gun a little bit on this one. We'll see if they can't. No, it doesn't matter. They're not going to beat Firefly into Nova. And then, oh man, this is getting really complicated. I don't think any of these teams here on Sosnovka expected to get like this.
It's a little rough. It looks like Legacy's just going 2 on the south side of Farm and Sharkfin, and then they're sending 2 over to Milta. Now, what they do after that is going to be the question if they decide to do any bridge camping. Meanwhile, LG, this is not really a surprise. We thought that they might be sending that up to the radio tower. Looks like they are going to make it, as Firefly instead, as you said, pointed out, decided to take the crossroads and send 2 into Novo to get a little bit higher on the loot. Now, this is worth noting, LG, they're going to be sitting on a great position, but they're not going to be sitting on a whole lot of loot, Cam.
That's the big problem. I mean, LG have had so many iconic rounds from this exact position, but you imagine they would have been so much more looted to get to this part. I don't know if, I mean, come on, Relo picks up a shotgun because he can't guarantee that he's going to have more than just that, but oh, Xavier popping on up, perhaps didn't spot? Or maybe he's just pitting himself below Luminosity. This is a weird play, especially this early on into the game.
Well, I mean, there's no way that Fire could have known. LG came in from the south side. Mime, look at this. I mean, he's got a level 1 helmet. That's it. He's just listening to the sound of the motor and relaying that information over the rest of the team. Xavier taking his time to get. He's not exactly sitting on a whole lot either, but at least he has a gun. He doesn't have a vest, doesn't have a helmet, and he does not realize that he is coming in very, very late. And as a result, he is going to go down immediately. Good knock there from Snakers, cleaned up by Relo.
Uber delivery, weapon for Mime. Forgot to take the picture before he left.
We'll take that.
And an instant E-pickup too from Aliens. I think, oh, no, they're all there. And they're going to Novo as well. I mean, listen, all the tools that we're introducing into this game gives people options. But this is like, how many teams are on South Africa already at this point?
Gotta make moves, man. You can't waste any time. Because you never know who's going to be that one team that decides to camp. Oh no, Big in gonna land right on top of Zwick. The big shots come down. 10 HP gets him through the window though. That is your kill leader from the Latin American regional qualifier. Been a little bit quiet so far here today for Alianza.
Oh god, now the Sonics too.
They are picking it up, and as you said, the Sonics out of Pachinki with the airdrop. And they are heading the same way here, actually. Looking at radio tower, they got to know that that's full.
Yeah.
But look at Mime. Look at Mime's position here.
Oh wow, yeah, Mime is actually, yeah. So you can
kind of see there. There you see
the minimap. They're dropping right onto his compound. He should be looted up at this point.
Oh, get out of there,
gotta hop in the vehicle, gotta back away. Definitely the good play right now because they might look like free targets flying in from the sky, but that's still 4 of them, and you know, you got to take out a number of them to have an even fight once their feet hit the ground.
Yeah, and he's still not exactly sitting on that much loot as it is, even though they had to send him over to that compound just to get something, but I think the boys maybe relaying the information over to him that he's about to have company, so he gets out of there just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Legacy crossing over the bridge. Doesn't look like they're setting themselves up for a camp, or at least not a hard camp, maybe just from range here, but Falcons obviously fully aware of the situation.
I mean, with E-pickups and how many teams landed on South Africa, we haven't seen any engagement on the bridges yet. So we'll see what the teams that are coming in from the north side, ZV, TG, what they're all going to expect at this point. I imagine a lot of them are going to be chilling around Farm and Milta. But Sonics, they're trying to continue to play out. They're spreading out, trying to take control and take ground, but Inko has arrived, and Tiggleton, is a little out in the open, has to back away from this.
Wind's gonna go down. No, gonna be the one to get some Tig. Gets knocked down to about 17 HP, and BL will be the one to finish him off with the mutant. And now, once again, Sonics getting involved in an early game fight that I gotta imagine they didn't want a part of. And no, hello, Senpai, you are not.
Oh, get him. Oh, he's even gonna take the shots from the sky. This is absolute chaos.
You want to talk about using every tool at your disposal? Well, Hello Senpai and Despoon, they are definitely, well, Hello Senpai at least has been spotted out by, I'm gotta assume the LG boys taking shots over towards that Kickstart, looking like he's maybe sending some shots in that direction as well. The grenade! He is not dive bombing these people. There's no way.
There's no way.
Okay, oh my
flew
God.
just a little bit too far, but imagine, listen, in a couple of months' time, teams are going to get a lot better at these types of maneuvers.
I absolutely love this. I love this from Hello Senpai. He's not going to find anything right now, but he is scouting this area very well for the rest of the team. Going to feed that information over. I'm not sure if he's going to see the 2 inside the building. Shrimsy going to get spotted out by Ikuz. That's going to be him going down. Kickstart now the last remaining player up for Sonics as Tiggleton does get flushed by Cowboy.
Oh, man. Just the amount of information that he's been able to get from the sky to allow the rest of the team to push on Infinite, got that one kill. They're going to be looking for a lot more, a lot of Inco players bleeding on out. And then, of course, as you say, the two that are inside that singular warehouse. And then Kickstart, who looks like he's on the retreat, just going to try and run away, but run away to where? Because Elevate have also arrived.
Flush that kill. It's right there. They don't see him.
They might. They did. I don't think they're actually. Maybe did they get that knock? It's hard to say between all this. But yes, Elevate had arrived. They came in from the boat, coming in from Milta Peninsula, I believe. They definitely came in from that direction. And so Kickstart might be completely unprepared for another team right under his nose. I mean, how can you be prepared for this?
There you go. Shrimsy actually gets credit for the kill. So Sonics do get a point. Just because Rats could not spot out Netno. And here you go. Friendly fire will arrive via boat just on the western side of Novo. Somebody spotting him out. That's actually going to be Falcons from the bridge taking shots. Falcons holding a 2-2 splits on both sides of this eastern bridge. Keep in mind, we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams coming in from the north side still. No emergency pickups that I can see. It looks like everybody's in vehicles. And they're taking their time. Vegas gonna get spotted out by Kick, but he's not gonna be able to flush him out before Shimboy finds him, and that is Sonics out early again.
Yeah,
rough day for them so far.
I believe Vegas identified that he hit a chest shot with his bolt action, which is why he ran so aggressively, because he knew that he would have an advantage in that fight. Kickstart still gets the better of him, but the teammate arrives to not allow the flush to come on through. So Elevate are able to stay 4 up, and they're looking for a good game because it's been a little quiet for them. And here it is, another E pickup. This is what, 4 so far? Maybe just 3, but still, it feels like a lot. No one's going over the bridge. Everyone's using boats. Everyone's using ferries. Everyone's using E pickups. We even have the glider. No one is using the bridge. What happened to tradition?
Look, all tools at their disposal, as looks like we're going to lose Roth to a Molotov from Haven. The aliens creeping up on on friendly fire. Kane actually going to get taken down by some mini fire from Kaishin. Should be a safe res here, but you see the grenades starting to come through. That might be from friendly fire. Now another knock on to friendly fire. So Aliens kind of in a weird spot right here where they'd love to be able to go for this res, but they know that they've got friendly fire up against the wall.
Circle Shift does continue to center up around Luminosity's position on that high ground. So everyone here around Novo, they don't need to move just yet. We're still waiting for a couple of teams to come in from the north side, cross that bridge that Falcons are holding. 22 now arriving on the coast. And Punij doesn't spot them at all.
Oh, no idea. And you see his dome getting knocked right off there by Rusty Zera. Nobody gonna finish the job for him. And unfortunately, the scouting work from Elevate did not hear them at all. But still 3 strong for Elevate. Still have a compound of their own. So things not completely thrown apart just yet. Aliens all retreat off of that friendly fire fight, which is great news for friendly fire, as they were able to get their res. They do lose Roth, but they remain 3 strong as well.
I'm watching this as an outsider perspective, and I'm having a hard time tracking what everyone is doing, again, because of how many updates have been introduced into this game recently. I can't imagine how the other teams... fun, isn't it? I can't imagine how any of these other teams are going to be able to track what's going on. You need to have a head on a swivel. It's almost like you need someone dedicated to watching the skies.
Yeah, honestly, you have to have... It's almost like kill feed tracking at this point, isn't it? I mean, you have to be aware that at any point you might get taken by surprise from behind, as we see, speaking of, STK rolling up in the ferry, full vehicles, fully ready to go. Blue Zone has arrived, but they are not taking too terribly much damage from it. And plus, I imagine that they did plenty of looting up in South George, made sure that their healths were on point. This is a team that's very, very used to having to make those long rotations down to Millie.
Yeah, they probably have heart murmurs with how much caffeine they drank from the energy drinks just to make it through the blue, and that's what you use those resources for. They're coming in such a safe way with the timing. I actually think this is a good opportunity with the angle of the blue for them to arrive so safely under the nose of, well, it's pretty empty on the west side. Those guys, however, they're still looking around. They actually took a boat, and then they're coming back for the ferry?
back. I'm not sure what the plan was there, but either way, Aliens decide to make the push onto Fireflies. Immediately, Kaishin gonna get taken down and flushed by Andrew with the grenade. And now they're also taking fire from, I believe, 22. So Aliens in a very rough spot now as Santa has been taken down, only down to Haven. Even holding the strong side. Andrew, he picked the wrong direction to look. And now Kane is the last player up for Fireflies. He's going to send it up to the attic, the safe spot. Maybe he can get away with it. No, he cannot. Haven coming in strong.
Oh, Andrew overcooked that. There was no need to push out. I didn't know that all the other teammates were barely made it on. That was close, but
one didn't. Chad.
Oh wow, they left one behind. And then they even docked the boat. What was Chad doing?
I am extremely confused by this. They had the boat, they were in the water, they were sending it over, they send it back, beach the boat, and Chad spends too long looking for meds or looting or doing something.
Oh god,
and he gets left behind.
ZV, the upper left of your screen, they're still in the blue as well. They're coming all the way from Severny.
Oh no.
I mean, on one hand, I think it's a good play to try and avoid all of the chaos that's been happening around Novo, but then look at where their circle is continuing to favor. It is now half water, 22 elevate, holding the most central positions, and they have the entire coastline onto their east side. There is nowhere to play, and we know that ridge to the southeast of Luminosity's hilltop, there's no cover there.
Well, I'm sure Zvire was sitting on a ton of meds, but they are going to be using them because it is now phase 3, and that does a little bit more than tickle as we see Legacy trying to make the rotation right through a dozen teams here. Gizera had been having a hell of a day for himself so far, but he's going to get taken out quickly as BZ and LFP just cruising around trying to find somewhere where they just aren't going to get shot at. Oh, this is the state that Luminosity is in. Mime having to use a VSS from the top. Ooh. Rello spots him out, but Rello, he's got to be careful. It's just the duo. They can't take a knock here. Senpai, I think, getting shot at from somebody else from range might have pulled him down, and this could be a real easy kill for Flood. It will be. No, Finna, the immediate SKS shots in return.
Yeah, and Rillo even checks to see if he can't confirm that kill, but Snaker's in the middle of a fight of his own. Crashed by Legacy, is able to get one with the help of Mime. But now Snaker's just trying to push the effort.
More VSS, please. Come on, Mom. There we go. Snakers will find RBN. It's down to just one for Legacy as VHZ working around the edge of the sniper tower. It's a ring around the rosy. Mime gonna come and provide his teammates some support, but he doesn't need it. Snakers will finish off Legacy.
But Reload goes down. Flood's gonna get finished as well. Rats does retake that position. A little bit of hurt because the Spoon also knocked, but at least Luminosity were able to control one of their two vectors. And again, in this zone, you take what you can get. You don't want to be asking for too much. Those guys finally arriving, or at least 3/4 of them are.
Well, Chad's arriving as well. He's just on the road south of the radio tower, and Zvire actually starting to make their way in on the south side as well, but STK is ready and waiting for them right there. But you can see STK a little bit distracted right now by Mercy.
Adam getting a kill with the drag. New weapon, controversial one. I'm a fan of it, other people are not. And now also fighting Inko, so a lot of angles to take care of, but again, just how open this entire area is.
Oh no, Lucid gonna find Adam with the well-placed grenade, and now STK in a little bit of trouble as they're starting to realize that they are pinched. They had all their attention focused on Mercy. Adam gonna get flushed out as well. And now Zvire has arrived. Penta will finish off one. Ribo XD from Zvire gonna get spotted out by Alo. So Mercy coming in, and Zvire coming in as well. They haven't gotten involved just yet, but as I said, so many people pulled in so many different directions here on this southwestern side of the zone.
Ooh, farming up.
Oh, get those
taking
points.
all of these kills, grabbing them. Doesn't matter if the blue took care of them or someone else did. Alo wants them in his pocket. 4 kills for STK. So definitely a good start for them in this round so far. Fate's Force ship, as we saw, did continue to center up on the Falcons.
Oh boy, STK AUG sprays. Left a little bit to be desired here.
I'm just saying.
There it is, okay.
The AUG is overrated. It's hard to control. Just use the M4. That's
literally everyone was using an AUG in the end game. in the last game. But
if they used M4s or barrels, it could have the end game would have lasted 20 seconds shorter. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Well, get your AUG hatred out of here, sir. Well, meanwhile, Mercy has managed to settle things down. Zvire maybe helping them out a little bit in that regard here, as they had to draw attention away from STK. So Mercy was able to get on the move. They're not in the best position just yet, but still alive. Falcons just staring down. They have the high ground, looking down into Novo. Aliens still have the compound, but just too easy. Those guys, we saw those guys finally arrive. Chad's still alive. Chad all by himself, but this is going to be a 3-man fight with those guys.
At some point, in a few moments, maybe in the next zone, it'll be a nice secondary angle for those guys to continue to push on in. I'm surprised Chad didn't get taken out by Falcons on his send through the center zone, but
22 also.
Yeah, but listen, those guys get into a vehicle. They're not going to try and play through Novo because that's one hard, and even if they do win the fight against Just Too Easy in front of them, where do they go after that? So Velocity is going to be the answer to this one. Problem is, look at all of these tracers coming their way. They're just trying to make it to Chad. Just trying to make it home.
So far, so good. They're now on fire. They're going to have to leave it behind. They have to start taking a fight to other people, and Doc Geo will be finished off by nobody. 22 is shooting down at him. Just Too Easy shooting at him from Novo. They're going to find Lemon Squeezy. So Chad is alive. Flax is alive. But now everybody kind of knows exactly where they are. So Chad's great hiding spot was great until everybody decided to send it to him.
I was like, oh, hey, someone is there. A big neon sign pointing towards Snake in the grass right here.
It's like putting Carmex on a cold sore. It's just highlighting the fact that it's there, isn't it? But okay. Well, friendly fire looking good on that north side, just underneath the Luminosity. Remember, we're down to a duo for LG. Snakers and Mime. And they are still, looks like they've managed to get a little bit of a loot infusion for themselves. So maybe a little bit more fight worthy, but it is a 2v3 situation for them. Shoot to kill, meanwhile, 3 strong, still looking for Mercy and looking for where the next spot to go might be.
Oh, car flip, but Mime makes it down.
Easy.
Right in front of Mercy, but shots from friendly fire. Not too much damage. And this is actually a really nice dip to play, and now the high ground is no longer a playable position.
Yeah, I mean, it's right on the edge of circle, but it should still be in there. As Shoot to Kill renew their fight with Mercy. Mercy very spread out here. Shoot to Kill's gonna have their best eyeballs on, and he's not gonna see Lucid. Alo immediately going down here now. Penta still sending grenades in. They're finding sneak attack, but not getting him. That one will do it. Mercy will lose sneak attack, lose Lucid from the good spray from Penta. Now it's all down to just Seifu. And they should be able to get this res onto Alo. Purdy gonna have to keep. Yeah, he's gonna have to keep an eye. Ooh, he gets Penta so low.
Oh, Flash is gonna come out. He's able to get one, but Pert has the secondary angle down to 21 HP. He's gonna take the fight. But Pert's gonna win. Kurt is gonna win in the end. Seifu made them work so hard for it, however. And with the timing, the blue closing right on their backs, I don't know how much recovery STK is gonna have in this.
It's gonna be close. They were getting shot in the back by Inko, but it looks like Inko now moving into the zone. So SDK should be able to get one res, grab the other person, and maybe come in and run in. But look at what they have in front of them now. LG down low, but they heard that, so they know that there's somebody there.
They got one revive, but I don't think Penta's gonna get picked up. Alo and Kurt gonna have to get in the vehicles, and Wycuz has the angle. Kurt gets knocked out. It's all just Alo out in the blue or in the middle of nowhere or somewhere. It's, STK not getting out of this one. 10 kills for them so far, so certainly a good round, all things considered. But Alo is just in the middle of nothing.
Yeah, he is in trouble for sure. Because good work from Inko to kind of stay behind there and make sure that they cleaned up what was left. So Ilo will go down, won't give over the point to anybody, and that's going to be STK. But as you said, 10 kills in the bag, 19 points on the board for them overall so far. Elevate now, getting involved at range. Another P90 in play, but Shimboy, it's going to be the long-range M16 that does it to Ikus.
I'm surprised Elevate don't have any more kills so far, considering their previous position, but they've been playing it safe, they've been playing it slow, and now they're ready to get activated, especially with that P90. in play. I think it's going to be a monster beaming people at mid-range, and with Luminosity closing in on the opposite side, well, I was going to say it's trouble for Inko, but Snakers is ready to take a shot at any head he sees peeking over a hill. Doesn't matter what team.
Yeah, I mean, this is the case for Elevate. You talk about them not getting a whole lot of kills. Look at Falcon. I mean, they've had the center of the zone. That's just the way this zone is, the way it crumbles is all the terrain differences. You don't really get good sight lines onto anybody. And, you know, they just have to prepare themselves for late game here. And it looks like Sharp Shot will find an angle on a Falcon. Stills in the draft game will have to pull back down. Snakers, though, meanwhile, just going to keep his eyes down onto BL from Inko. And, oh, BL actually going to find Gats with the grenade.
Shin just got revived, and with the molly on Gats, the revive should be able to come and play. They have enough of a ridgeline to...
Oh, yeah, they should get this.
Unless Chad and the other those guys want to peek on out. And you can tell Vegas is ready for it. Worried. Knows that there's still more people, more threats around them. So they're taking their sweet time, making sure that... Oh, there it is. Flax takes the bait.
Long range shots there for Vegas with the bolty. Put him down, sir. Chad will get res pretty easily, but that's going to save Gat's life essentially here for Elevate. Keep them 3 strong, but now they have to make their move into this zone. And fortunately, unfortunately for those guys, Chad and Flax, they've given up the ghost. Everybody knows exactly where they are now.
Yeah.
Should be looking over in that direction.
I mean, the Blues closing on them, so I don't mind them taking those shots, but Vegas did his job of covering the revive. And when you're the guy with the bolt action, it's feast or famine. You need to be able to hit those headshots.
He's a player that usually can be relied on to hit the shots when they need to be hit. As we see Shinboy still rocking that M16. I can't imagine that is intentional. So Haven actually going to find Chad, and now Flax the last one up. And it looks like Falcon's finally getting angles on somebody here as Vegas continues to watch down. And the shed, not going to spot out. Yeah, they didn't get to see where they went. So they spotted them there.
Might have spotted that. Aliens pushing in from the opposite side, and now eyes on Falcon. Only 2 kills for them so far, just trying to play center, and this is the way that Falcons play. Looking at their regional qualifiers, they are all about positioning, all about placement. Kills, that's secondary to them. They found the center here, they had the magnet, they had, what's that, the honing rod, divining rod, tell them where to go. And so they're sitting here and they're farming up those points, but at this, they're going to want to close that chicken dinner to make it as worthwhile as possible.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick second to listen into the Falcons to see how they deal with this late game.
No. Para solo el PJ.
Ok, es aguantar más, ¿ok?
Ok.
La pelea que tenemos que ganar es esta. La de enfrente mío.
Ok. Los de la izquierda ya se van a su izquierda. O derecha. Los de verde, digo.
Vayan pushan para abajo, por la derecha. ¡Están corriendo estos por la izquierda! ¡No! Están corriendo enfrente tuyo.
Sí, ok.
Está desmoqueando esto.
Cagaron a tiro. No puedo hacer nada, no puedo ni parar.
Alguien me puede revivir.
No quiero
Van a pushar estos.
Hay uno muy cerca.
Le dejaron uno.
Está bajando para la derecha, te sientan. Uno en la piedra y este se emparte. La piedra verde y adelante tuyo en la smoke.
Levántame.
Voy para.
Los dejo pasar, Draft.
Ok.
Voy.
Ahí viene la piedra acá.
Al lado mío. Al lado mío, cuidado, Draft. Te pasan.
Ok.
Smoke slowing things down here for him.
Están todos al lado mío, chicos.
Piqueo, Draft.
Piquea.
Estoy blanco, no veo nada.
Piquemos. En el árbol este es mi marca, cuidado.
Espera. La piedra, César. Me quedo uno.
Me estoy curando.
La piedra otro más a la derecha y en la piedra.
Te lo flashé, creo. Te meten en la espalda,
César, necesito que piques, amigo. Ay.
Él aquí.
Es que estaba tirando cosas, boludo.
Pero era piquear, yo te tiraba.
Well, there's only so much you can do when Paige decides to go into God mode and just spray them down from the rock.
But then instantly friendly fire go down as well. Not even that blue zone grenade is what did it. So they wiped Falcons, but then aliens pushing in from the north. Just one last player. Everyone is wounded. Walking Dead limping here into the final zone. 2-2-1. It's all about who can spot whom out first.
The first party is never the best party. The second party, not the best party. It's always the third party.
Yes,
that's always the best here. Is Luminosity somehow, with the most poverty loot I've ever seen in my life, have managed to get 2 to the late game, and they have got Haven pinned down with flashbangs. They've got all the flashes they could ever need. He was holding the angle. There he is. Haven had no idea where he was going, and now it's a 2v2. Luminosity. This is what you get. You poverty loot all game long just so you can get the P90 in the end game.
Oh man. I mean, they had the center for the longest time, and they had a couple of different deliveries of loot from individual players coming up. But yeah, Luminosity just somehow always making it work. It's destiny for them to win zones from that position. But P90 versus P90. Who's going to come out on top? High ground favor for Luminosity, but you cannot count Gats and Shinboy out of this one.
I'll tell you one thing, Mime has thrown about 57 flashbangs in the last 30 seconds. I see how many more he's got in his pocket.
At least.
Shinboy in the wide open, who got one member from each team on hard cover and the other just kind of working around. It's the 2 P90s. There you go, P90 off the field, and there it is. Luminosity clutch it out. 9 kills after dropping onto Radio Tower early. A big win for LG.
Yeah, good job there to finish that one off as well. They were limping into that fight because remember, Flood and Really got taken down around the mid-game section. Yeah, it was, again, just finding the opportunity similar to what we're talking about Mercy, of just waiting for the openings, capitalizing on it. And then that at the end with that final 2 versus 2, they knew that Elevate had to run up in the open to make it to the center position. So they had their separate angles, Sankers and Mime, and they just waited for the timing of when they knew Elevate would be out in the open and just closed it instantly.
It was just a really nice double peek. Honestly, I think Snakers got the first one on to Flood, and then as soon as that knock came through, Mime was like, okay, he's on that side. I know there's a guy right underneath me. I've got the P90 in hand. I feel like I'm pretty strong with the peak from the high ground. So immediately gets it really well played by LG. And again, just a wild military game from the beginning, as we saw so many emergency pickups. We saw gliders, Cameron. I don't even know. 4 ferry pier usage is insane.
Yeah. Man. And as far as the overall leaderboard is concerned, Legacy, not much of a gain for them. And right on their coattails on the leaderboard, Luminosity and Friendly Fire, who, well, you know, their victory lap lasted about a second before Aliens closed that one down. But still, that gap has been closed on that leaderboard. So when we're looking at the fight for first place overall, we still have a lot more games to go, but Legacy are not running away with it.
Well, guys, we are going to take a quick break. Before we do, we want to take a moment to remind you to go to New State Mobile and check out the return of your favorite map, Aquinta, which is live now and updated. So make sure you go check that out. And here's a little show of what that's going to look like. Let's see how many more he's got in his pocket.
At least.
Shinboy in the wide open. We've got one member from each team on hard cover and the other just kind of working around. It's the two P90s. There you go, P90 off the field, and there it is. Luminosity clutch it out.
Hey, welcome back. Another big game for Luminosity. They're just going every other because every other team is just not as good, or so it would seem. My name's Toffee, joined by Godspeed Matchum and Mustache Dave as we get ready for the last game of the day. You heard me right, people. We're only playing 5, so this is where you got to jive. All right, let's get into it. It was a great game. It was a good match. It was a fun win. Let's look back at it with the highlights. Match leaderboard.
Psych.
Leaderboard. Well, I mean, this was a highlight for me to see Luminosity come out with 19 points.
The bunk.
Give me the bonk. Ah, there it is. There it is. All right, highlight time. Gentlemen, let's go.
I mean, this is interesting, but Godspeed, where's my glider at?
Where? Okay. I don't know, because I cannot fly one. I have tried. I have failed miserably to fly a glider at any point. But what we saw, I believe, was Hallow Senpai from Rats just cruising through the skies trying to nade that fight between Sonics. It was interesting. It was fun. It was something that I could not do. So impressive.
I mean, these circles were really cool, and so that's what we're seeing as modification from it over here. Friendly Fire, though, just doesn't go down easy. I don't know what's changed up in them, but you can feel this consistency with them so much more. Like they're more resolute in their firefighting.
Yeah, consistency is actually a really good word there for Friendly Fire. They're not having that normal, day one kind of cluster of just not being able to get points. They're actually starting off very well, which is good for Friendly Fire because normally they're a little bit slower.
Luminosity gets 19, and we saw this a little bit earlier. We'll take a look at it again. Aliens at 13, Elevate with a come up on 10, and STK back in the mix. Did I hear you yell rats over there?
Yeah, I'm just, screaming random things here. I mean, rats are my new spirit animal, by the way, after watching Hello Senpai with the glider dropping nades last game. But that's it, Toffees. Rats.
Let's take a look at the overall standings. Legacy still on top, but with that second chicken dinner, and I want to reiterate that with the second chicken dinner, Luminosity has only managed to catch up to them. Like, they're not even passing them on a double chicken. That's pretty wild to me. Friendly Fire looking good at 43. Mercy, I don't want to say quietly pushing up to 32, but outside those grenades, they haven't, I don't feel like they've been that loud, Matt. Am I wrong?
Yeah, they've been involved in some of these later game fights, like specifically the Swamp game that we saw earlier. But notice the kill count. This is kind of not the Mercy that I feel like we talk about a lot. A lot of times we talk about the Mercy that's kind of like knows how to navigate the map, knows how to get in position, plays for late game situations. Now they're finding the firefights and being pretty confident in their firefights as well.
They are. I like the look of it. And more importantly, I think, Godspeed, the fact they're starting on day one, right? Like that to me is maybe the best indicator for Mercy's possible success here.
Yeah, and we saw that in game number 1 on the south side in Miramar, where they were able to go towards that end game, as Matt was talking about, able to get some kills there, as they was trying to get kills on Legacy before they got absolutely run over. And then even on game 2, they were able to stay on the south side once again on Vikendi, and they were able to get to that late game position and still get kills. And that's kind of been their MO. It's been working for them, and it's something that I think they should just continue, right? Because they find themselves currently in the top 5.
All right, that map, I believe, was all about e-pickups. I'd say if there was ever a game that was tailor-made for it specifically, it was that game. And Dave, they were moving like e-pickups were in the air. It felt like instantaneously.
Yeah, I mean, e-pickups are definitely a clutch addition here to esports. I love it. We saw, I think, earlier on in Miramar, Sonics really taking advantage of it. One team that wished they had some e-pickups this last game, those guys. I mean, heck, they even left Chad back there. Somehow Chad managed to survive longer than I expected.
And he got in position first. Before
in position first. Exactly. How did Chad beat the rest of the team who took the ferry?
When you don't get back on the cruise ship in time, you got to catch a plane. You get there before everybody else and you wait for them to arrive. Chad made a nice little play. Go ahead.
Yeah, and to answer your question, e-pickups without a doubt here, Toffees have been a clutch addition to comp, in my opinion.
You said clutch. Let's talk clutch for a second, boys, because Snakers, okay? He goes like 1v3, shows his fangs against Legacy, and everyone's like, thank goodness you knocked them out early. And then he makes what I think was the slowest flank I've ever seen in that end game, but comes out with the double to win it, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, he was taking his time. To be fair to Snakers, he didn't know that both players were stacked towards mine. But yeah, that second spray was disgusting. It started off with a headshot and then ended with a headshot. That was like a 3x spray from like what 75 meters away. I mean, and I've always maintained snakers. I mean, some of the grossest sprays I've seen in PUBG have come from like snakers and like a 4x on an M4 or something. So his spray control always very impressive. And then they closed that out, him and Mime.
All right, and before we go to the game, I want to give a shout out to Roth for that 6x spray now that you remind me of it in the last game, because I haven't seen anything like that in ages. It was beautiful, just like our casters, because it's time for the last game of the day. Let's head over to the casting duo. It's Porosaurus and the Cammy D.
Thank you very much, Tavis, and we are heading into our final game of the day, where we have seen some 6 sprays from 3x to 6x to 2x all across the gamut, Cameron, and we even got to see a glider, which I'm fairly certain that's the first time I've seen one, at least in late game, late round international or national lobbies.
Yeah,
maybe they've been doing them in qualifiers. I don't know.
I've seen a few in scrims, but. Yeah, it's man. Listen. We got the crazy Erangel out of the way. Let's have a normal standard Erangel.
Oh, did we?
To finish it off, okay?
Oh, did we?
Yeah. Okay. Also, roster update.
Let's see.
Fire Yappa is back, but it's not. It's Zwick stepping back in for a Drew. So I guess they didn't like his aggressive push outside of the building in the same way that I didn't. But yeah. So once again, a little bit of roster rotation here for Fire as we enter the 5th map.
Okay, that's fine. You know what, Firefly, trying everything at this point. And I gotta say, Cam, like looking at the grand scheme of things, right? We're only 4 games in. We still have 5 games at the end of the day. We've got 15 total to play. But looking at that PGC point race, we came in talking about teams that were on the quote-unquote bubble, right?
Yeah.
All of those teams that needed to have a good weekend this weekend have been performing. Every single one of them. Falcons, Shoot to Kill, Friendly Fire, Elevate, Aliens, Falcons? Legacy. Falcons, they're not... They would be looking better if it wasn't for the fact that everyone around them has looked even better than they have.
And that's the problem, because Falcons were looking so good on the PGC point race. At the very least, they were going to get the... Oh, wait, do we not have a LATAM seed? Guaranteed seed?
No. Haven't had for a while.
That was changed. Never mind. I thought, okay... Well, never mind then. They can't even rely on that. But still,
they were sitting in 3rd place.
They were still sitting in 3rd place, still 230 points, but like with what? SDK at 210 behind them, and then a bit after that you have Friendly Fire at 170, Elevate with 120, but then Legacy doing good, Alien, everyone, exactly as you say, everyone who needs to do good is doing good.
Which is, it's good news for everybody that Luminosity is now popping off then as well, because they're already at the top, right?
Yeah.
Sonics, the fact that Sonics has been a little bit slow this weekend, obviously doesn't really matter in terms of, what?
Wait, he stepped out into the vehicle, but then got hit, but then didn't get, okay, there it is.
There we go. Let's call it ping. Hello, Senpai, our vehicle king has now got himself a kill off of Ikus and off of Inca, and you got your wish, Cameron. We got a fairly generic circle here for the final game of the day.
Yes, but we have more runovers. Don't let me get to the bike.
Oh, he got it! Shrimsy, you absolute monster.
What was that movie with the bike kung fu?
Oh my God.
From like the 90s and 2000s.
You're really stretching my memory now.
I know, but man. I know you know this movie.
Yeah, of course I would. Jeez, I can't. I'm thinking of that one part of the Final Fantasy VII where like they do the motorcycle fight, but that's neither here nor there. Either way, Shrimsy was probably great at that.
Same era. It was like right before Fast and the Furious, or maybe the same era as Fast and the Furious and Triple X. That that era of movies.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh my God.
I know the boomers watching this are gonna know what I'm talking about. But that's exactly
somebody
what we
in
saw
chat's
there.
gonna know. Somebody in chat's gonna know. I'm gonna have to watch back and see what it is just so I can remember. But there you go. Look at that, Shrimsy. Got his name up there and everything. Tickleton, Mime as well.
The worst part about the Erangel update is I'm no longer in
Sharpshot 4K. Okay.
yeah. I'm no longer in the Hall of Champions.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
I had my picture. Sorry. I was in the background. It was great.
You were holding a microphone, asking people to get off the stage. We all remember.
That was me.
It's history. But I'm sorry. We'll get you back up there. There's going to be more pictures eventually, I'm sure, as the PGC championships just keep on rolling in. Keep in mind, guys, PGC once again coming in November, so it's not going to be too long, guys. Not going to be too long. we'll get to see who's going to be the best in the world. Will Navi repeat, or will they be supplanted?
Will they even go? That's the question.
Will they even go?
SDK, back to the game at hand. SDK actually crossing very quickly, though the plane did start on the south side, so looting South Africa, they were able to drop really, really early. And Inko, they already lost one, so they're not going to be particularly kitted out and ready to watch this cross. There is one player left, and Shoot to Kill are watching for it, but yeah, because they're trying to get the loot, they just weren't prepared for a bridge camp at this time, or maybe even at all.
Should be fine though, because in this circle, I doubt that SDK is looking to crash that compound anyway. They're trying to get a little bit more centralized, I would imagine. Now, Rats might be in trouble. Rats is in a very, very wide 2-1-1 looting split, and they are nowhere near each other. So, yeah, you can see DeSpoon is just kind of shooting off in the distance right now as soon as he hears any engines come near him.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes it's nice to have the circle land, like center up on your loot spot, but when it was so askew from the plane path, where Rats, they had to fly a certain distance, and then it's the scavenge loot south of Gatka, actually getting the circle on them is not good, because as we're seeing right now with SDK, and now Sonics are also moving on in, they might not be in position. Even if they have loot, they're probably separated out multiple different positions, multiple different compounds, and so they could just get timed out of having a solid area and lose one or two if they're crashed at the wrong timing.
And that's kind of what sucks about being in a team like Rats, is that you're kind of left with whatever looting spots are available. And meanwhile, the meta is, teams like Sonics who have Pachinki or SDK who have their drop spot. You're on the road, you're on the move at 4 minutes. Now, if you're stuck with one of these looting spots where you got to split, that puts you in a bad position, especially like as you said, if the circle pops right on top of you. So the fact that all these teams are getting their looting phase done so quickly kind of puts a lot of pressure on these teams that are having to do these split loots.
Yeah, and because of that, Rats have very distant 2-2 right now. They're holding for the moment as Legacy push on in on the south side, getting shot at from Falcons, it seems. And they're actually getting pretty close to the first of the Rats duo. Those guys, E-Pickup coming all the way from Stahlberg. They're the Four Corners drop team. E-Pickups gave a huge buff to that play style.
They are indeed. They actually get one this time. I think last game they must not have been able to find one over in Zarki, so they had to make the long cross, eventually coming over via ferry. But this time they find one. We'll see where they decide to drop. As Gats, the rest of the Elevate crew, I get a few shots just north of Gatka, or south of Gatka, or no, I'm sorry, north of Gatka. Who am I talking about? 22. Nobody leading the charge here. The rest of the team a little bit farther behind, actually very split behind, as their trail man is getting taken down now by Zvire. Doesn't look like he's been knocked just yet, but he was taking a lot of shots. And yeah, that's Rusty Zera, as we see Fireflies with their new sub, or repositioned sub, I should say, creeping up on Mercy.
Man, looks like Mercy isn't ready for this. They're in vehicles, but they're gonna stop. The timing is not great for them, and Kane is gonna take the shots instantly. Gets the knock, follows up to confirm the kill with the teammate on the side angle. And Mercy, all they can do now is just leave.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like Seifu is still kind of looking around here as we check back in with those guys. Looks like they went to the far side of the circle. They're going to Primorsk, so I think that's a pretty good plan there.
Corners.
Yeah, look, it's not a bad strategy. You start at the corner where you know it's going to be empty, and that way you know that the entire game is in front of you. You don't have to worry about your backside.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially with how open all the fields give those lines of sight. If they do try and crash on a team, they can get third party easily, even if they land on a rooftop or whatever. But yes, Mercy, as you mentioned, is standing their ground against the Fireflies, trying to take this fight. It's honestly not a bad play. They just need to hope that they're in a good position to sort of take this engagement, and Seifu gets the first knock. That's going to even things up, at least for a moment.
Really nice knock there from Seifu. Follows it up with grenades, not going to find anything. Raji going to try to come up and provide some support, but he's going to get taken down by Yappa. Good turn from Yappa, and now that's going to be Fireflies getting the res, and they should be back on track. But Seifu, sneak attack on the move. Looks like he's just going, where even is he? I don't even see him on the map right now. Okay, he's
He's trying to rotate to Rogi, I think.
Yeah, he's trying to get the res onto Rogi.
Oh, look at Seifu. He's now getting surrounded because the revive did come on in. A vehicle sent. He's actually doing a lot of damage. But where's the rest of Fireflies? What opportunity is that vehicle distraction going to open up for them?
That might have been the door opening right there. Seifu reading the situation really, really well. Going to pull away, far away from the smoke cloud. See if he can maybe pull up a little flank here. Might get away with it too. I think he's looking around to see if the Fireflies have anybody low to spot him out. And it looks like they did, because there come the flashbangs going a little bit too far. Seifu will lose the 1v1 to Kane, but sneak attack right there for follow-up. And now Raji has been res. He's going to come back as well. Seifu will get flushed out though. Fireflies doing a good job of holding their ground on this high ground.
Yeah, sneak attack and Raji, the last two up, and now Sneak goes down. I'm liking these moves from Mercy, but the timing's just a little bit off, and Firefly are capitalizing it every single time. 1 versus 3. I don't know if Rocky's going to be able to make out of this one alive. Landing some good shots, gets one knock.
There you go.
Makes it against 2.
Big shots there from Raji. Tries to get the flush. Mercy doing really, really well today so far. 4th place overall. Might be able to get the res on to sneak attack here if Fireflies let them. It looks like they're going to prioritize maybe getting Zwick back up. But Kane, you can see they are off in the distance here. Mercy, I almost want to say take your 2 and get out of here. Maybe they just feel like it's too late at this point to try to make that cross over the bridge, and maybe just stay here and try to make sure you get these points.
The problem is you don't know where you're going to be driving into with the bridge, and with a team right behind you, it's going to make it even more precarious. So the best idea at the moment is to just win this fight, and then you can take it slow from the edge and not have to worry about someone coming up from behind you. But with the revive, sneak attack still has to heal up, and Rocky loses a fight once again. Firefly coming out on top in these 1v1s.
And they're going to flush him that time, so no hope for a revive again. It's all on a sneak attack here. The flashes are coming. Fireflies know that they're pushing into a 3v1. They're going to try to do it, but Zwick will be there with the AUG, and that'll do it for Mercy. Not a bad day 1 performance from Mercy, though.
No, not at all, especially considering where they've come from, and they're punching against teams that are, frankly, above their weight coming into this event. See what they can do the next couple of days, and we'll see what Fire can do right now. In 10th place, 4 kills already. Can they get any more? Because they still have 3 players up. Maybe they can sneak across that bridge, but let's look at what the rest of the lobby has been playing with. The circle has centered up the South Pachinki fields, that ridge, that hill, the Sonics hill, and they, of course, are going to be dead center.
Ooh, Fire sending it to the danger zone. That is that little ditch right there is great to play late, but if you're there early, it feels like you just get crashed and grenades, and it's a terrifying place to play here as we check in with Legacy. An amazing day for them, obviously. 1st place, 57 points overall, going a long way to their campaign to try to jump from 9th place in the PGC standings to get into that top 5 and find themselves in PGC. I don't know what they ate for breakfast this morning, Cameron, but they came in ready to play.
LG just sent it to Pachinki, and now those guys found vehicles at Prim, and, well, trying to find a position, but getting deterred away from the Sonics, and now into the waiting arms of Fire. They came in from the edge. I don't know why they're trying to send it to center. I guess that just shows how hard of a position it is to find north of Ferry Pier.
Yeah, I think, especially in this case, I think at this point of the game, you got to understand that even going through those fields, you know, it doesn't matter how good you think your line might be, it is going to be covered by somebody. So they're going to lose 1, it looks like, but they'll keep 3 alive as long as Lemon Squeezy makes his way over here to Doc. And it looks like they're actually going to go for maybe a split here. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and hold down these 2 shacks. And that should keep them safe. This is those guys' strats, though. This is playing for late game. Let's bunker down and just wait for the show to come to us.
Yeah, I mean, coming in from regional playoffs, they had a 67% podium rate. No chicken dinners, but they're getting those placement points. So they're doing just that once again, unless they get crashed, because we've seen those shacks get crashed if the circle continues to center on up. Falcons now eyeing up something, making sure that they weren't crashed by another team, as we see Fire now cross that bridge. Elevate is in front of them, but not immediately slow. Firefly are taking this cross a little bit slow, so they don't just immediately bomb into a team. They could divert off to the west side if they spot Elevate in time.
Yeah, it should benefit them there. It looks like, like you said, they're just going to pull up. Elevate's still on the move. New circle going to pop, and that's going to go south. Falcons in a great position here, but they need to get that 2-2 split situated because these guys are not in a position to support each other right now. As all these teams are going to be coming through. Lemon Squeezy opens the door, tries to take a few shots, waiting for the inevitable crash that is just not coming from Elevate. They are going to continue making their way down. Looks like they might be having eyes on the valley over here in Pachinki.
Where do you go, though? This hill is technically center that Elevator are coasting up on, but it's terrible to play on because there's no cover. You're just going to get shot from all the different angles. This is a really difficult zone for all these teams that don't have the few compounds available to play around. You see Zvire also pushing on in. Rats has the compound, but hey, they're finding an angle. They're finding the Wizard Tower. That's something.
There you go. Yeah, that's the other thing. No real info on what this area part of the map is looking like for these teams that are coming from that far southwestern side, as Zvire will take a knock onto Ali RV from Super, but that's a long way away. I don't think LGC is really too terribly interested in pushing anything more than that. Alien's actually going to take that high ground on the hill, take a few shots down towards Legacy. There's a number of Latin American teams all centering up here on this Pachinki Hill. Everybody else just kind of working off west. We do have LG in South Pachinki, and where is 22 gonna go here? Oh no!
STK had the drop on them, but it looks like 22 are the team that pulled off the E-pickup to get the frag. Alo goes down, and well, they lose one, but they take a kill in return, so I think nobody's gonna be okay with that.
Oh no. I thought he had it. He was there just in time. Well, he's got the US, so he should be okay. We'll see where 22 decides to go. There is not a lot of real estate to play in this. I mean, if they go, let's see, they're going south, so maybe you're thinking cliffs, you're thinking edge of zone, and just trying to work your way in.
Again, this is similar to what those guys did by
nothing
going to
center is going to be open.
Yeah, definitely, and they don't want to dive bomb that anyway because of how open it is. They're going to get shot by like 5 different teams. So I think what they're doing is going into the opposite side that it got hard shifted on. That they're going to be a significantly less chance of having someone behind them. But oh, they are dangerously close to Legacy, dangerously close to Aliens. This is a bit too center for my comfort.
It looks like they tried to go for the long pass over to see if they could spot anything out. They decided to go drop from the parachutes as they were over water and then work their way up north, and they actually get away with it. Okay, so that's going to be 22 getting 3 into the compound. Nobody, however, is going to have to make his way into the north side of Pachinki, which is held right now by LG, and they should hear that engine as well. Now, where is our next circle going to take us, Cameron? It's got to go away from water. There it is.
Pulls up towards the north. So Aliens again still dead center. Falcons northern take of the split that they had also favoring them. Again, we all knew that it was going to go away from the water, so definitely projected, definitely all according to plan.
It is a little bit unfortunate for Sonics that it didn't shift over to the west or the east, because Sonics was sitting here at just too easy, kind of pinned down, and now they have to leave their position. They can't really afford to wait this fight out. Just too easy. Been a very rough day for them. 6 points overall.
Yeah.
And it is not looking like it is about to get any better as they are rolling right into Inko and Firefly. And yep, VL is going to be the one that does it to him. Code Kid will take get a little bit of damage onto Psycho before eventually going down as well. And now it is 2 left for Just Too Easy, Martin and Ragnar.
And where do they go? They know they can go to Inko, but they're just going to be going into those guys, and Ragnar's at least trying to get a couple of shots for the initial knock, but it's not happening, and the car's just going to get blown to pieces.
Ragnar down. Martin should be right behind here. Chad going to try to do it with the grenade as those guys defending their territory very, very well here. Only 2 of them, but they held off the push. Rats, meanwhile, looks like they were getting in a fight. Now STK starting to creep up behind 22, and they're going to open things up, finding Rusty Zera.
Kodama gets a trade, finds the angle again. 22 were here first, and so they were able to set up to defend from this rotation. Oh, but Penta's down very, very low. It's only Kildemo and Posa up. Rusty is bleeding out quickly, taking a lot of damage. Smoke's going to be coming into play, but Penta once again is going to fall to the blue, and that's going to give the opportunity for the revive. And another E pickup's being used. And this time they're going to be going dead center where aliens are holding out.
Late game E pickups. And it's actually going to work for them. I can't believe that they actually stayed alive here and that they are staying alive as LG trying to fight their way out of Pachinki. They run into friendly fire. Mime is down, but friendly fire looks like it's suffering a lot more casualties on their end, as that'll be the flush gotten by Rello. 2 kills now. Page and Sharp Shot trying to fight through the smoke. They're going to, yep, they'll spot out Mime. They'll get that flush. Blood still in the city. Snaker's still in the city as well. Pixel looks like he is off in the distance for friendly fire. So not a real true 4v4 here for either of these teams.
Yeah, and the problem is Sonics have had that high ground of the Pachinki Hill, just firing down on all of this, not allowing friendly fire and Luminosity to have a clean fight. Oh, spotted out though. Reload trying to find the angle. Deployable shield at the ready. 4x at the ready. Getting some loot as well to advance the fight further, but really he's just going to try and play support for the rest of the team on the north side, and the circle is going to fall away from them. So even if they do win this fight, whoever it is, Luminosity or friendly fire, it's not going to be an easy cross across that road, across that field, into Elevate, into Aliens, into Falcons.
Oh, this is brutal for Rello. Flood and Snakers can't make that cross over. I mean, they're getting spotted by Sonics, by Falcons, and by Pixel. It looks like Sonics are going to try to send Shrimzy, do a little exploration here, see if we can find a spot for them to play, as they have to come down from the hill now, but they are getting shot at by just about everybody. Elevate has angles, Zvire has angles, Rats has angles, so this is by no means an easy rotation for Sonics.
No, not at all. Shrimzy getting here is important because he needs to get pitted to apply some pressure and not just allow it to be a shooting gallery of the rest of the team. But that's easier said than done. Over here on the east side, Legacy taking out 22. Post has gone down. So got Kildemo and Rusty on the north side, but everyone's pushing in. Falcons pushing in, and Aliens just holding that northeast side. They backed away from Fireflies, and Flood joining Rello into the fight.
They try to get in, but they're immediately going to get taken down as friendly fire will find 2. Rello going to try to support his fallen teammates. He gets knocked low, but doesn't get finished off here. I think that might have been Pixel trying to keep him from peeking up over the top of the ridge there, as he spots out big 6x sprays today. It's not going to find him though. Page.
But the blue.
This is a brutal 1v1 here. And they peek back and forth. Page will go down. Rello will actually get it with the 4x. I'm sorry, I got a little confused there.
It's extended, it's difficult to control either way, but eventually Luminosity are going to be able to come out on top in that one, but the question is, how much further can they go? Sonics as well.
They still have 4 up. They've still managed to get over so far. Elevate, the pressure has been enough to keep them from overpeaking. Rats and Zvire have lost their angles as well. So now Sonics kickstarting Shrimzy, trying to make this push so they can keep their teammates. Oh no, there it is. Those guys actually finding an angle from the blue. Chad just gonna die to blue and cause problems there for Sonics. Meanwhile, LG will get taken down by Falcons. They were just kind of waiting for the right moment to come in. Pixel, the only one up for friendly fire, and he will get spotted out by Punu, so that's him going down. Elevate, doing a good job, keep a job on both sides.
Good grenades from Legacy here. It's only 1 left remaining for Fireflies. And now Falcons, with their clear of Luminosity, they are rushing in from the north side. Gizero's trying to make it work. Firefly are eventually eliminated, but it's only RBN and Gizero left standing for Legacy. Can they get the revives in before Falcons just take control of this entire zone?
No! How does Sonics pull that off? Elevate, there is no reason that Sonics should still be alive right now, but they managed to pull off the impossible. What a rotation from Sonics. And now they have to turn their attention over towards Falcons. Unfortunately for Falcons, they're so split. They haven't been able to decide on one team to push. So Legacy is able to get back up to full strength. They had 2 knocks
Yeah.
But Capitan and Emmy were making their way over to the western side, so they couldn't really commit to the push to do anything about it.
I don't think it would have been smart to commit either way. They're playing for safety, trying to keep 4 up to maintain the end game, because if they were trying to push onto Legacy's position, who knows where Sonics is going to run to, or Rats. They're caught up with Fire right now, but they're trying to clear out the top of this Wizard Tower.
Must be a lack of utility here for Rats, or just the utility. Maybe not. Okay. Then I'm going to do a little bit of damage. Actually going to get spotted by Legacy as well. So he's going to have to pull into the sniper tower just to heal, as now all of Legacy has moved over here and they're just peppering shots down onto both Rats and Zvire. This is not a fight that you can really sit around and wait for it to develop. You got to get in there and try to make it quick, because Legacy is just, I mean, they're free farming damage onto these guys.
Look at this rotation. Look at this wrap by Sonics now coming in on the north of Falcons. They've eliminated the angle from Rats and Legacy, so they could just continue to squeeze Falcons' position right now. Yes, Zvire does go down. We have the top 4. We have the podium for the 5th and final game of the day, and a lot of healthy teams here. Sonics is the only one missing a player.
I think they had to wait for Cowboy to be able to get across the street, because I think he might have been the only one with a frag grenade left, as he gets over there and makes good use of it. And now that'll be Rats still 4 up. They've got Hello Senpai on the south side of the road, and as you saw, Legacy just staring down on them. Unfortunately for Rats, Falcons is fully attention onto Sonics right now, so Legacy can just sit here and free fire onto them.
Yeah, I feel like LFP was able to sneak into this position, this angle just uncontested, unspotted by Rats. They're all running out in the open, skittering around, trying to find some little place of cover. But they're on the low ground. They're on the back foot now. Everyone else has priority over them, and just, you can see in the kill feed, they're farming up through. Cowboy's trying to answer back. Shrimzy's there to steal the kill that LFP drops. But they're not over pushing either, because they know that Falcons are the biggest threat.
Yeah, they're constantly waiting for this inevitable push from Falcons. You can see Capitan with grenade in hand, but it looks like they're going to pull away, and they're going to cut back over towards the east. Maybe see if they can take advantage of Legacy while they have the high ground here. And Sonics, meanwhile, are just going to hold their ground, wait for the late game, see if they can maybe take advantage of what happens with this Falcons Legacy fight.
Or what happens with Phase 7 shift. It's going to go to the northeast. It's going to favor Falcons, which could be good for them, but they're going to have to retreat to the low ground, and this could give an opportunity for both Sonics and Legacy to cross over the ridge at the same time.
All right, well, Falcons have a decision to make, but let's hear what Sonics have to say about this final endgame fight.
Do have Rats.
Yeah, do have Rats. They're not in. We killed them.
Okay, you guys 2 van focus that. I'll focus the north wrap. Make sure LDC doesn't like back wrap us.
He's speaking on the stairs. He's speaking on the stairs ahead of me.
Okay.
I want to move up and fucking put the foldable shield down. We can't let these guys get close. I want to move up and get an angle on them.
I knocked one in first floor tower.
Nice. I'm moving up slightly.
The other one's on green. The other one's on green dip.
Okay, hard.
He has
nice,
3 gear in green dip.
Okay.
LDC speaking to us.
Good.
I'm good though.
We could flush him on the outside, right?
Okay, so LDC is full setting up to hold us. They have 2 on the low right UAZ set up.
Where's the other numbers at? I think the other teams are 4
He's peeking the stairs on the right, Kick. He's not in.
I think Legacy and Barnes' team are 4
out left.
There's a dip on green.
Yeah, 3 gear on orange.
What team is this on the far right?
We don't know.
Do we have a smoke? We can take the next ridge in front of us in a second.
You guys have to pinch Legacy slowly with the Barnes team.
Yeah, I need to hold this left. You guys have to push blue line in a second once this Wizard Tower
The
goes
last guy's
dead.
about to die.
Okay.
You guys should start working it now, guys.
Okay, he's dead. Okay, go blue line. Go blue line. I'm gonna hold the left. You need to get like into the next ridge right now.
Right side? I don't think we can go right side.
Work left.
Right side's full exposed.
Left is bad. There's 2 guys. There's a guy with the P90 here holding on blue ridge. 2 of them there.
Okay, well then let's double nade him. Let's double nade. You ready?
Okay, he's on the UAZ. Nading blue.
Naded blue.
Okay, we need to go off those nades.
I'm running direct at him. He's peeking left. Peeking low left. Hit once. 3 guys here. I'm healing. I'm gonna run at him.
I'm holding right now. Can you go gut with him? Kick.
Yeah, one's about to peek left. It's 3. It's 3. It's like
speaking high ground, guys.
I can't see that. The left guy's 1.
He knocked me.
They're all 4 there. The Barnes team's AFK. You should reset and try to work south. Maybe the Barnes team's already set up too. It's LGC on the right. We have no play.
I'm going gut. I'm just gonna prone.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get this next ridge on the right. One's close.
Yep.
One's pretty close.
And Falcons just strangling Sonics pushing them slowly but surely up against the wall, forcing them now to work down south. Tickleton to kickstart. Looks like Legacy is expecting that push, though. They need to be quick about this because they don't want to take a knock. They don't want to open up a door here for Falcons camp.
Both other ones! Both other ones! Now VHC is down as well. MVP, the last one up for Legacy. I thought they had it under the Sonics. Falcons are here to close the door to finish what Legacy tried to start. And now they are here to finish this entire game. 10 kills, cleaning up all of these knocks from the Sonics. LFP 1 versus 4.
Oh man, it does not get any easier than that for Falcons. They just had to wait to third party the fight. Legacy, LFP will find one, but the push is too much, and that's going to be Falcons getting a 12-kill win. We talked about them needing a lot of points. They need to stay involved, and they come in huge on the game, 5th game, the final game of day 1.
They backed off the center in the mid game because of how open and precarious that whole position is, which would have looked silly if they didn't come in at the end and close it once the zone has closed behind them. I'm honestly just surprised that Legacy didn't peek over that ridge onto Falcons. They prioritized Sonics in that fight, perhaps because Sonics was more wounded, or just like Sonics, they weren't able to find those knocks against the Falcons. Falcons are so spread out with their individual pieces of cover that they had all the crossfires there to make it as difficult as possible for them to get peeked from those high ground positions. But
yeah,
man,
I mean, it felt like Legacy had a lot of opportunities, several different opportunities to try to take that fight over to Falcons and come up over the top, but instead just hanging out on that southern side, trying to get those free points. And to be fair, there's a lot of points to be had off of Rats and Zvire in that compound. But who would have thought Sonics come up over the top and just immediately knock 3 of them? That is just, I mean, that was just unexpected from Falcons, and Sonics just showing again why they are so damn deadly in 1v1, 2v1, 2v4 situations. It doesn't matter. But we are going to throw it to break. Before we come back, we want to let you know a little bit about KFC, the KFC collaboration with PUBG to feature new KFC locations in Erangel, which you can see them at the gas stations if you ever drop by, as well as KFC in-game rewards. Buy a meal online or in the KFC app, snag your in-game PUBG reward. Make sure that you know that that's coming. I'm sure you've seen streamers playing with it. It's a lot of fun to see somebody just nomming down a bucket of chicken when they're just sitting there. So make sure you go check that out. But guys, we're going to take a quick break. We come back, we will wrap up the day.
Chatting Chicken with Mustache Dave. I got Vegas from Elevate, longtime friend here. First of all, thanks for taking the time to chat with me, man. Day 1, everybody's pumped up, everybody's hype. The energy is really flowing here. I want to know kind of behind the scenes within the team, just how's everything feeling, basically?
Everything's feeling great, man. We're just having a real fun time. Honestly, we're kind of having fun with these new maps, and we're just letting it roll. We're just having some fun with the new maps, hanging out. We've got a really new team this event. It's our first event together. This is my first event with the team, and these are some of my longest friends. Me and Gas recently went on a big trip together. We're just, we're having a good time.
Yeah, I saw that on the timeline. A little jealous, not gonna lie. A little jealous. Maybe next time I'll get the invite. But I'm glad everybody's having fun. You know, the energy, the levels are definitely high here. But I kind of want to shift gears just a little bit here. I know things are going good, but there is some pressure, right? PGC points are on the line. Your team on the hunt. I got to know, like, what's the plan here for this weekend here, Vegas?
Yeah, we're on the hunt. I mean, it's just a normal game plan, right? Like, you know, we have a chance to make PGC. The team didn't have the great first two events of the year, so obviously we're coming on the back foot there. But it's really not that big of a lead, so you know we're just gonna play our best PUBG. You know, if we get top 3, we get top 3, but we're just gonna play our best game. It's no pressure, really.
Hell yeah, love to hear it, man. Love to hear it. So, final thoughts here from you. Shout out to the fans. Floor is yours.
Oh man. Shout out to Elevate, you guys are great. Shout out to all our fans. Shout out to Mustache Dave for keeping it real, keeping it cool. And, you know, we're just going to go look to get some chicken dinner.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, spam in the chat right now, them chickens, because guess what? We're chatting chicken right here with Vegas. Well, best of luck here. Day number 1. I'll catch you on the battlefield.
Thank you. Peace out.
Versus 4.
Oh, man, it does not get any easier than that for Falcons. They just had to wait to third party the fight. Legacy LFP will find one, but the push is too much, and that's going to be Falcons getting a 12-kill win.
Falcons comes out with a very big victory, much needed at the end of the day, both for my fantasy stats as well as theirs at the end of the day. My name is Tommy. I'm joined by Godspeed Matchup and Mustache Dave. We're going to break down the after action with our quality post show, but I know what you've been waiting for, and I wants to give it to you. It's time to get that G coin. So open up the game. Get ready to enter this code, JD9M5C4B29LL. Go. Get it in. You have a chance. Limited redemptions, so go fast. All right, I'll read one more time for you guys. JD9M5C4B29LL. Bean. And gentlemen, great game. Great end to the day. What'd you love most, Matt?
Ooh, I gotta say Legacy, man. I just loved everything that they were bringing out. Although the glider, I kept hearing about the fact that pros kept saying, oh, well, why do you want to have gliders in here? Because you're just going to instantly die if you get into one. Legacy killing everything great. Glider having an actual performance and makes me happy on a different level.
Well, you know what? I loved watching the gliders. Let's go back and watch gliders, watch bombs, watch great games. It's time for the highlights.
I faked you out. You know, you thought I was going to get a little crazy. I decided not to get as crazy. But speaking of crazy, this was a kind of wild and wacky game. Not necessarily your game 6, so to speak, but there was a lot of action in this one, Matt.
Especially at the very start. I mean, we saw a very interesting set of events that kind of led into this more awkward ending on Erangel with the Hillsides coming in. And let's just be honest, Vamos Latim right now, these guys are just going absolutely ham.
Yeah.
Tickleton did a great job at the top with Kickstart, 1-2 combination, putting in some work. But then it just shifted into this entire push coming down from Falcons, who have had a quieter day today. So it was good to see them manage to rally up, come in 4 members strong all the way through.
Yeah, but even, I mean, look, and of course, Legacy's still in it, even when they're not even winning. Still a highlight there for LF1. But yeah, it is going to be the Falcons. Steve and I were actually talking about it during that game. We were kind of expecting a little more from them, Steve, but they finally started to put it together. They got a nice 22 points to themselves in the last game.
You know, they went the distance. They're a team that has the pedigree. They've got the international experience. I put them on my fantasy team because I believe in DraftKings. They finally managed to go the distance in that last match. That's what you do. You got to finish strong on day 1. Let's look at the overall standings and see who finished the strongest. Legacy finishes the day in first. 1 chicken dinner, but 68 freaking points. Looking good. Luminosity comfortably at 54. Friendly Fire has been playing a strong, consistent game at 46. 36 for Falcons. And I will point out, boys, all of the chicken dinners are in that left side of the leaderboard. Mustache Dave.
Let me get the that's a Falcon call. The right there. That's a Falcon call, man. They definitely have been just cranking it up here as the night progressed here. And I love to see it here, fellas, because honestly, game 1, game 2, the cacao was not there for me, and I was kind of questioning, like, are they even going to qualify for PGC? But now we're really seeing them at their true form here, in my opinion.
Now, let's talk two teams that are looking to qualify for sure for PGC. Let's do some head-to-heads. These are players that have been carrying their teams right now. Snakers and LFP Legacy versus Luminosity. Both looking very, very strong, Godspeed.
Yeah, LFP1 has had some amazing clips. I specifically am thinking about that Taego clip when he got 2 of Sonics with the Molly. So, and even in the last clip we just saw in highlights, I mean, he has been, we talk about Gizera a lot, but man, LFP1 has really stepped it up. And then Snakers, you know, we actually talked about a lot, like, how is Snakers going to be? Is he going to kind of step up and be like the new star of LG because Kickstarter is gone? And so far, Snakers has been great.
And he's been clutching. This is what I like about this new roster. Not everyone's been playing out of their minds today for LG. I'll just call a spade, but there's always someone who seems ready to step up and make those big plays in those big moments. Snakers has been that today, unequivocally. I will not argue it. Maybe you could say Rello has been close, but those two really just put their backpacks on and took their team to where they're standing. And I absolutely loved seeing it. All right, now, I've heard that Dave has been studying. He has been watching. He has been, dare I say, learning, and is about to tell us who is the master of momentum. It's the Momentum Meter with Mustache Dave.
Listen, season 2, we're bringing it back, baby. The Momentum Meter, Mustache Dave, trademark pendant. I got Luminosity up here. 2 chickens in the bag. It's kind of hard not to have momentum. We're not maxed out, though, yet here, Toppies. Like you said, not everybody on the team is firing at all cylinders, so I couldn't max them out. But they did go for some nice plays here today. 27 kills, by the way, as a team, as a whole, here in 5 games. And here are the numbers. Here are the stats. Right now, I'm a stats man myself, so lots of average damages, looking pretty good across the board. And honestly, in my opinion, I saw the chat just popping off here today. Mime this, mime that. I gotta have Mime here myself. I want to chat with Mime. You know, I sent out the call, not the Falcon call, but the Mime call, and I got my boy right here, right now. How's it going, man?
It's going good.
It's going good. So after day 1, you know, 2 chickens. I was just talking about the team. You guys got some momentum going. I got to ask you, I rated you guys pretty high, but let me ask you, the man himself, where would you put yourself on the momentum meter here after day number 1?
Number 1. I mean, we had a couple games that we should have closed out, could have played a little bit better. Team communication, we're getting better by the day. Yeah, every day we're getting even better as a team. Our chemistry, we're building on our chemistry. Man, these guys are amazing. I'm coming in, I'm cleaning some things up. I'm helping out with the mental. They're going to be a lot better than they've ever been, and we're showing it. So keep your eyes out.
Okay. I got my eye out for Mime and the team. And I got to ask you, I know you're chatting about the team as a whole. Things are getting better. Things are looking good. But let me ask you on a personal level, how are things going for you as the new addition on the squad?
Great. You know, I'm comfortable. Look at me. See this? I mean, this jacket I have on right now, it's brown, you know, it's got black trim on it. It's very comfy. I'm sitting here vibing, talking with you. So it's a great time. It's nice to see you.
Hey, you're looking good, man.
Nice
You look like you've been working out. I'm not going to lie. I did see your post. I don't know if we had an interview with you yet, but I did see your post, how you like are retiring, and then like a day later, like, hey, psych, I'm not retiring. Anything kind of like let the fans know, because I know you got a lot. So any shout outs to the fans right now?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after everything that happened, all the fans out there that stuck with me, that believe in me, have seen what I've done in the past, and that I'm still going to continue to do, means a lot. You know, I appreciate them so much, all the love that I get. So, and all the love that they're bringing to LG now, it's amazing. You know, these guys deserve it. They have a lot to show, and I'm here to basically bring it out, and we're going to shine. So
bring it out, baby. Bring it out. One more question. End of day 3, where do you see LG on the overall leaderboard?
End of day 3? I mean, we're going for number 1. No excuses.
Hey, that's what I want to hear. Number 1, baby. Well, thanks, Mime, for that, man. Best of luck to you and the team. I'm going to send it back to the desk, the boys, as let's break that down. Hey, let's break it down. They're going for number 1 here, fellas. What are your thoughts on that?
Primetime mime time. He's got a 1 in his name, boys, and there's a reason for that, okay? But what I liked, and I want to get your take on this, is I'm going to be honest. I like Mime. He's matured, I feel like, over the last couple of years. He's looking good. That was a little cocky. The way that he said, I'm coming in, I'm cleaning things up. But this is like Gene Hackman says, winners want the ball when the game's on the line. This feels a little bit like that, Matt.
Hey, I had to do an interview with Shirtless Mime before. He is now more wardrobe than he has been in the past. You can see he's feeling more comfortable too. It's like, I don't know, it feels more in element, if that makes any sense. It's just
what was
like
that interview about?
There is some cockiness to it, but there's also some humility behind it.
It was about good play. Now, Godspeed, I know that you've played professionally and you've had a chance to sort of go toe-to-toe with some of these guys. Talk to me about Mime and sort of where he stands out in terms of a player.
I mean, Mime has grown phenomenally as not only just a player, but as a person, right? Like, I feel like he's matured a lot, especially after talking to him in Riyadh and getting his mindset. Obviously, I feel like with everything that's happened, he doesn't necessarily have something to prove, but he definitely wants to prove, I'm sure, to himself and to win another championship with another team, right? Which he's very capable of doing, especially with a team like LG. So, you know, seeing Mime and even like Shrimzy, I've been fortunate enough to be playing and legitimately, I've kind of watched these guys grow up. You know, I'm turning 36 soon. I'm pretty much a dinosaur at this point, but it's been really cool to see all these players from Relo, Mime, Shrimzy, you know, even Tig. These guys have grown up into world championship level players, and it's been really special, man. It's been a really cool journey. And to say that I competed against them at one point, and it's been fun. It's been a really fun journey.
And I think you hit on something really cool. You know, a lot of people are looking at this Mime left Sonics. It's really, you know, a downer. You walked away, had to leave a championship team. But there's a chance to build a legacy of winning on 2 separate teams. And if he stays in the right mindset, as you say, I think that is a real possibility. But to do that, you got to get through the next 2 days of play. Let's take a look at our match schedule. A little bit of a recap what happened today, because Luminosity, we talked about Mime. This is why they had the momentum, Dave. They get the double tap. 1 apart. That is good. 2 different maps. That sets the stage, man.
Yeah, the double tap for sure. And you know what? I like that we're hearing from the man himself, like they're focused. You know, they're not just coming in here already qualified for PGC chilling. You know, they are just focused and trying to do their best here. One of the standout though moments for me has to be Legacy, and I'm curious if they're going to continue with that tomorrow, Toffees, on these maps.
They're going to have to figure it out, because tomorrow we're back to the chaos schedule. It's going to be Erangel, Taego, Vikendi, and then a double Miramar. So again, those fast-paced map changes did seem to have some impacts today. We'll see how they come in tomorrow. You got your codes, you got your games. We've got day 1 in the bag. Now I want to get one last chance for final thoughts before we sign out. Godspeed, end of day 1. Final thoughts.
Friendly Fire stepped on the gas a little more than they normally do. I want to see if they can keep this momentum going.
Big Matt?
All about the Mime legacy, but we also got to remember Legacy is just absolutely massacring right now. I want to see them continue this. I want to see them push this style all the way to PGC.
All right, Mustache Day.
Shoot the kill. Tomorrow has to be the day. The comeback. Let's do a little better, I believe.
2 days left to play, 10 games to punch your ticket to PGC. This is where it happens. Come back tomorrow for more action from all the regions. It is a PUBG festival, baby. From myself, from Godspeed, Matchup, Mustache Dave, Cammy D, and Porosaurus, as well as the entire production team and Crafton. Thank you so much for watching, and until we see you guys next time, play more PUBG.
Go! A bit of the vehicles. They're going to make the commitment to land all up on top of Alo. The other 3 members from SDK on the opposing side, they can't even step over. Alo's already down. Curdy's already out. Sonics just land with full-on gusto. Finally, Kick goes down and nothing to sneeze at. And Legacy's just going to stick. Nope. Why push the inside of the building? Let's just go over the top. Some nades, maybe something else. Sonics are harassing the other side, but it's just not going to be enough. Well, I say that. Last one's going to be enough. Legacy,
this is what I wanted. Yes,
Legacy is creeping into the west and using that. And yes, Mercy Seifu though. Point out of it. He's still alive. Goes for the spray and gets a second one. He's trying to hold it together. Finally, rats go down.
Good. They're now on fire. They're gonna have to leave it behind. They have to start taking the fight to other people. Flashbangs. They've got all the flashes they could ever need. He was holding the angle. There he is.
He's peeking into us.
Yeah, we can flush him on the outside, right?
Okay, so Odyssey is full setting up to hold us.